Good morning, everyone. Welcome again to City Hall. Welcome to
Bienvenidos
Council
a todos,
Chambers and a
bienvenidos al
meeting of the
Consejo de
Los Angeles City Council for
Estamos en
today,
una junta del
Wednesday, March
Hoy,
26,
miércoles
2003.
2003.
The City Council meets
Las
every
iglesias
Tuesday,
juntan
Wednesday,
todos
and
los
Friday
martes,
at 10 a.m.
miércoles y viernes
Meetings
a
are
las
open
10
to
de
the
la mesa, están
public. We
abiertos
invite
para
you
el
to
pueblo.
join
Los
us
invito
and
a que con
participate.
nosotros se
For
participen.
those of you unable
Para
to
los que no
attend
pueden
council meetings, we
asistir,
can be viewed
posibles
live on your
pueden ser
cable
vistos
station,
en
Channel
vivo por el
35.
canal
We can
35.
also be viewed live
Un servicio
via
en vivo
webcast from the
por la
city's
página
homepage
de
or heard
la
via
ciudad
council
o
phone.
ir por el teléfono del
It is
concilio. Son
approximately
aproximadamente
10:25 a.m. and we
10:25
do
de la
have
mañana.
9 members
Y tenemos
present,
9
one shy of a
presentes,
quorum.
uno corto del
But we
foro.
also
Pero
have
también
scheduled
tenemos
a special
puestas una
presentation today.
presentación especial.
Before beginning with
Antes de
the
empezar
matters
hoy,
appearing on today's
lo que está
agenda,
en la
let me
agenda,
recognize
debe reconocer
Councilmember
al
Hahn
concejal
for a special
para una
presentation.
presentación especial.
Mr. President, colleagues,
presente,
I tried
colegas.
to get
Yo
some Greek
traté de
music
agarrar
to
música
play
griega hoy
as I make this presentation,
cuando esta
but was
presentación,
unable
pero
to
no
do so. But
pude
I would
hacerlo,
like to
pero me
call
gustaría
up,
llamar.
to stand beside me,
Estoy junto a
John
mí,
and
Jan
Donna
y Dana
Papadakis.
Papadakis.
Come on up. And I'm here to
Estoy aquí
present
para
a
presentar
certificate
un
of
certificado de
congratulations to the
felicitaciones para
Papadakis
la
Taverna,
Taberna
which is our
Papadakis, que
own
es nuestra
big
propia
fat Greek restaurant
restaurante
in
griego
San
en San
Pedro
Pedro.
on the occasion
En la
of
ocasión
their
de-
30th anniversary
30
in
aniversario
San Pedro
en San Pedro,
and in Los Angeles.
en Los Ángeles.
Anybody
Cualquiera
that
que
has any knowledge
tiene
of San
conocimiento
Pedro,
de San Pedro,
usually the first thing
usualmente la
they talk
primera cosa
about
de la que
is
hablan es
Papadakis Taverna.
Taberna
And almost
Papadakis,
everybody
y
I
casi
know
todos
has
que
been
nos
there.
han estado ahí.
I believe it
Yo
is the
creo que
restaurant
ese es el
that put San
restaurante que
Pedro on
pone
the
San
map.
Pedro en el mapa.
It's probably the most
probablemente el más
recognized
reconocido
and loved restaurant in Los
restaurante en Los
Angeles.
Ángeles.
And many people
Y mucha
have
gente ha
celebrated
celebrado
birthdays and
cumpleaños
other kinds of
y
occasions there.
otras
I know I've
ocasiones que
celebrated
yo
many of my
celebré
own
muchas de mis propias.
birthdays in the restaurant. John has been
Cumpleaños,
host
John ha
to
sido
many important political
muchas
figures in the
figuras
restaurant and community
políticas y
people.
gente de la
I
comunidad.
know one
Yo
of my
sé que
favorite
uno
things
de
about
mis
that
favoritas
restaurant,
que es de ese
besides the
restaurante,
food,
aparte de la
is
comida, es
the big fat Greek kiss
el
that is
beso
planted
gordo
on
que te
every
ponen a
woman
todas las
who
mujeres
walks through that
que
door.
entran por
Sometimes
esa
that
puerta.
was
A veces
my
era
only kiss every
el
year on my
único
birthday that
beso
I
en mi
received.
cumpleaños que recibía.
But
Pero
I thought it was important
creí que era importante
that we recognize
que reconociéramos
John and Donna and
John
the
y Dana y
family.
la familia.
John is one of
John
those
es
who,
uno de esos
besides
que aparte de
being really one of the
ser
best
uno de los
restaurateurs
mejores
anywhere,
restauranteros
is a man
en cualquier país, un
who,
hombre que,
besides being a
aparte de
successful
ser
businessman,
un
has
hombre de
spent
negocios
many,
exitoso,
many
ha pasado
hours
muchas
volunteering
horas
his
voluntariamente
service
sus
to
servicios
making San Pedro a
para
better
hacer San Pedro
community
una mejor
and a better place to
comunidad
live
y
for all of
mejor
us. So on
comunidad
behalf
para vivir para
of
todos nosotros,
close
como
to 4
parte
million
de
residents
40
of Los
millones de
Angeles,
residentes
I
en
am
Los
very
Ángeles. Yo
pleased to
estoy muy
congratulate
orgullosa de
Papadakis
felicitar
Taverna
Taberna
on
Papadakis
celebrating
en
your
celebrando
30th anniversary. And on
30º
behalf of the City
aniversario y
Council,
parte del
it's my
Concilio de
great
la Ciudad, es mi
pleasure
gran
to
placer
extend warm wishes for a
extenderles
memorable event.
deseos por
It's
un
Friday
evento
night,
memorable, es el viernes en la
is when
noche,
they're celebrating their
cuando
30th
celebran el
anniversary, and
aniversario
best
30
wishes
y los mejores
for your
deseos para
continued
su
success.
continuo
Thank you.
éxito. Gracias.
Ms. Gruhl?
I just wanted to add
Más
my
cariño,
congratulations.
felicitaciones.
Janice asked me this
Janice me
morning,
pidió
she
esta
says, have you ever
mañana,
been to this
¿alguna vez
restaurant? I
has
said,
visto
oh yes, I have been to this
este
restaurant. Even though I'm from the Valley, I
Aunque soy
spent
del
time
Valle,
in San
paso en
Pedro
San Pedro.
and wanted to stand up and
Y quería
congratulate
pararme y
Janice for
felicitar a
acknowledging
Janice por
you. And
reconocerlo.
our restaurants do
Los
become our
restaurantes hacen nuestros-
homes in so
nuestras
many of our
casas en muchas de
communities
las
and a family
comunidades, en
place. And I
lugar de familia.
know that
Y
your
yo sé
restaurant
que su
particularly has been that for
restaurante
San
particularmente ha sido
Pedro
para
and
San
as Janice
Pedro
had put
y
it on the
mucho lo
map.
puso en la
So wanted
mapa.
to add my
Entonces, quería
congratulations and thank you for
felicitaciones y
being
felicitarla
a
por
business
ser
in the city of Los Angeles, which is
un negocio
important,
en la ciudad de
and
Los
particularly in
Ángeles,
San Pedro. And
particularmente en San
anytime you
Pedro.
want to come out to the San
Cuando
Fernando
vengan al
Valley,
Valle
just
de
let me
San
know,
Fernando,
okay?
déjenmelo saber.
Thank you.
Gracias.
Mr. Labange?
Thank you, Mr.
Gracias,
President.
señor
Ms.
presidente.
Gruhl, I like
Señor
following
Gruhl,
those
me gustaría
remarks because the
hacerles
beautiful thing
comentarios
about Los Angeles is all of our
maravillosos de
great
Los Ángeles son
neighborhoods.
nuestros
And in the neighborhood of San
vecindarios, el
Pedro, your
vecindario
restaurant,
de
your
San
family,
Pedro, su
over
restaurante,
100
su
years
familia, como
history in San
historia de
Pedro and
San
all
Pedro
the
y todo
involvement.
lo
But
se
also,
involucra
just a great
también.
restaurant is a
Es un gran
place, it's a
restaurante, es
magnet
un
for people
lugar
to come to.
bonito
And
para
I
que la
remember
gente
one
venga. Yo
night
recuerdo una noche
about
como
17, 18 years
17,
ago,
18
or
años.
so, maybe even a little longer,
A lo mejor un poco más.
with John Ferraro, the greatest
Ferraro,
Italian
el
in Los
italiano
Angeles,
en Los
with Francis
Ángeles, con
Cordy, the
Francis
greatest
Cordy,
Irishman who ran
el
Farmer
irlandés
John,
que
and with
corría Farmer John,
Ernie Zaffis, all the
Ernie
late
Zaffis,
greats.
todos los grandes.
We all went down to your
Todos fuimos a
restaurant
su
one night, had a
restaurante una
wonderful
noche y
meal
tuvimos
and
una comida maravillosa
celebration,
y
but your
celebración
family,
para su
the strength of
familia
what you do for the whole
y después
community
representó a la
is
comunidad.
truly to be commended. I
Es de
salute
comentar,
Councilmember
saludo a
Hahn
la
for recognizing it because
concejal
I
Han
want to
porque
try to
reconoce
follow those
el
footsteps because I
esos
like a
pasos
lot
porque me
of
gusta
great
mucho.
places in my district that I like to celebrate too. So I think, Janice, you've started something that one day we bring one of the great restaurateurs of our various districts in just to salute it because the restaurants are, as Councilmember Gruhl spoke of, a place that people come, celebrate family events, meet, gather, and have great expression of that. But I just want to salute you and also salute your family for your support of the University of Southern California and all the efforts that you're doing, and your wife too, because without great support at home, you can't do the great work in the community. So congratulations to your family and to your restaurant for your 30-plus years of
30 y
service.
tantos años de servicio. Gracias.
Mr. Zung?
Usain.
Mr. President,
Gracias,
and good
presidente,
morning
y
to you. I
buenos días a
visited your
todos. Yo visité
restaurant on one
su restaurante en
occasion.
una
In fact,
ocasión,
even
en
I
la
was there for
noche que
dinner.
estuve ahí.
Janice Hahn was there
Jan
previous
estaba
to
ahí
my
antes
visit,
de
and
mi
you left
visita y
prior to
usted
my
salió
arrival.
antes de que llegara
But
yo.
I've been there one
Pero
time,
he ido
and
una
it was a
vez y
wonderful
fue muy buena
experience, and I love the way you
experiencia. Me
dance on
gusta
the
verle
tables
cuando en las
and
mesas
do all those wild and
estas
crazy
otras
things, and it
cosas
was
maravillosas.
quite an
Y
experience.
fue una gran
I've never been
experiencia.
back
Nunca he
because
regresado.
it's so far from the
Tan
valley,
lejos
so
de
I would
Valpo,
recommend that you put one in the
que
San
pongan
Fernando
el
Valley
Valle de
so
San
be
Fernando
closer to our
para estar más
residents,
con los
so members of
residentes,
the valley could
para que el valle
entertain
puedan
themselves and enjoy the
entretenerse
same
y
kind of activities that take place down in San
disfrutar las
Pedro.
mismas actividades de San Pedro.
Congratulations to you.
Felicitaciones a ustedes. Gracias.
Mr. Labange.
Señor
The
Labange.
tag to Mr. Zine, you know, you should have a San Fernando Valley Day salute San Pedro, and then San Pedro
San Pedro
salutes
saluda
the valley and get this cross-section of people traveling in great parts of great neighborhoods. Great neighborhoods.
Mr. Labange. And then you create light rails from end to end and get people riding back and forth from the stop at the LA Zoo.
You got it. And Griffith Park, that's the president, that's the engineer talking.
I hear emotion coming.
Una emoción.
Mr. Popeye.
I'm very grateful to Janice Hahn, and particularly her brother who understands the value of a great lamb chop
Agradecido a
to
su
the
hermano y
city,
a
the
la
cultural meaning of it. My grandfather came to San Pedro in 1902. I operate a business in a building that he purchased after the First World War. And I'm also very grateful to the Hahns for their vision in attempting to make San Pedro a qualified part of Los Angeles, in that it's the birthplace of Los Angeles and has the port which caused the explosion, which we call Southern California over the last 100 years, and is the lifeline to this city. I'm wondering that it's time to open LA's door to the sea and recapture the waterfront for the millions of people who live in this city and make it a greater place to live. I'm very grateful to the Hahns for many things. I'm grateful to this council for honoring my wife and I here today. And thank you very much.
Muchas gracias.
Okay. Let me recognize Councilmember
Con el
Galanter for
concejal
an
Galanter
introduction.
para una presentación.
Hello, am I on? Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Mr.
Gracias, señor
President.
presidente.
I'd like to
Me
introduce
gustaría
to the members of the
presentar a los
council
miembros del
today and our
concilio y a
television audience,
la
our
audiencia
fourth
de
grade
televisión,
students from
nuestros
Valerio
estudiantes del
Elementary School. If you would all stand up, ladies and gentlemen.
¿Se pueden parar, por favor?
That's it. You'll be on
Eso es todo,
television
van a estar en la
tonight.
televisión en la
You're on
noche.
television right
Están en
this
televisión
minute, and you'll be on
momento, van a estar
television
en la
tonight.
televisión en la noche.
These young people are
Estos
visiting us from the
muchachos
Valerio
están
School in
de la
Van
Escuela
Nuys,
Valerio de Van
and
Nuys.
they will be
Ellos van a
riding
estar
on the
en-
Red Line train when
en
they
el tren
leave
de
here.
línea roja cuando
They're
salen de
joined
aquí.
by
Están
Mr.
con
Jay
el
Bloom,
señor
the
Jay
vice
Bloom, el
principal,
vice-
and Ms. Diane Lewis, the teacher, who
director,
are,
la
I
maestra
hope, are there
Bloom, que
with you
están con
someplace.
ustedes en algún
So
lugar.
welcome to
Todos
City Hall. We
bienvenidos al
hope you have a
City
good
Hall,
time
al
while you're
concilio.
here. Take a
Espero que se
really good look at
diviertan.
this building. This is a
Mientras
really
vean este
wonderful building, and I
edificio,
hope
un
that we're
edificio
going to
maravilloso y
have a
vamos a
chance
dar
to show you
chance de
around a
enseñarlo
little bit.
alrededor.
Thank you for
enseñarles un
coming.
poquito.
Mr.
Gracias por
Zine, is
venir,
this where
señor
you went to
Sánchez, ¿dónde
elementary
fue a la
I just
escuela
wanted to
alemana?
add on to Councilmember Galanter's comments. I had an opportunity
Yo tuve
before
la
we started the
oportunidad de que
session to
empezamos
meet
la
with the
sesión de
students
estar
and
con los
answer some
estudiantes,
questions.
contestar algunas
They're a
preguntas.
bright class,
Es una clase
interesting
muy-
questions, and I did make the promise, as you stated, they're on television. If we
Les
could have
prometí
the
si
camera
podemos
pan
la
them one more
cámara poner
time,
una vez más,
because their parents want to
porque
see
sus
them
padres
tonight when they
quieren
do the
verlos hoy
replay of the
cuando
city
se-
council meeting.
You know what we'll do? We're going to go take a
vamos a ir a
picture in the
tomar
back, and
nuestra
let's have you all come up to the front on your way to take a picture, and then we know you'll get on television.
There you go.
televisión.
Good, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Zine.
Gracias, señor Sánchez.
If we can ask the
Podemos pedir a
teachers
los
or
maestros
chaperones,
o
please
los
escort the
chaperones
students
que
forward.
escorten a los estudiantes para adelante,
Have them come up the aisle,
que vengan
smile
por
for the camera and wave
sonrían para la cámara
on their way to the media room.
cuando en camino al cuarto de la prensa.
Okay, come on up. Wave to the camera.
Vean a la cámara,
Smiling. Where's everybody?
todos sonríen.
Around the back,
No, no,
on the outside.
por afuera.
John, would you go? Hi. Wait till you see our room in the back where we take pictures.
Pues,
Yeah,
bueno, ven al
cool
cuarto
place back
donde
there.
estamos retrasados.
Okay, see yourself on television?
Se ven en la televisión.
Everybody see yourself up there? Thank you.
Gracias.
presentation, let
Esta
me recognize
presentación déjame reconocer
Councilmember
al concejal
Labange.
Lamanche.
Mr. President, members of the
Miembros
council,
del concilio.
nice to see the deputy mayor in the
Es bueno ver
chambers.
al diputado alcalde. en
We're gathered
la
here
Cámara.
today
Estamos
with
hoy aquí con
Councilmember
el concejal
Garcetti,
Garcetti,
Councilmember Gruhl,
concejal Grun,
Councilmember
concejal
Weiss,
Weiss,
because we're here to honor
porque
someone
estamos
who
con
is real
alguien que
special.
debería ser alguien especial.
Very, very special.
Es muy
Brian
especial,
Lewis, who
Brian
for many
Lewis, que
years
por
served as
muchos
the
años
editor of the
sirvió
Los
como
Angeles
editor del
Independent, which covered
Independiente,
over
que
the
cubrió
Jan Perry
más,
2,
Jan Perry también,
160,000 homes in the central part of Los Angeles. After 13 years, he's leaving the Independent to go on to new endeavors. Brian has a wonderful
Brian
wife,
tiene
Julie
una esposa
Jasko, who's a
maravillosa,
former
Julie Jasko,
council
que es
aide.
concejal.
Give her a big hand. And a beautiful daughter, Rose, who's 10 years old.
tiene 10
And we
años.
got Walker, who's shy, who's
Tenemos a Walker,
7. Jump up here, Walker.
Tímido.
But Brian was a graduate of Occidental College,
fue graduado de
and we have some Oxy fans in the back. That's very good. He also was influenced by television at an early age because he saw that show Lou Grant, saw how that city editor was so important, moving the news through the television, but also, needless to say, you became part of the newspaper business. He worked at the Glendale News Press prior to his arrival at Los Angeles Independent, and he's an absolutely wonderful person because he's been the conduit for many of us to get the community information out. And before I call on Mr. Lewis, I'd like to call on the great councilman of the 5th District who just returned from Washington via Long Beach, California, overnight, Councilman Jack Weiss.
Didn't see any copies of the West Side
No
or
vi
down there at Long Beach,
copias de
Brian,
West Side
but,
de Long Beach, pero
but maybe next
quizás
time.
la próxima vez.
We're here today to honor
Estamos aquí para
someone
honorar
who
a
is
alguien
truly
que de veras
the
es
voice
la
of
voz de
Los Angeles'
Los
neighborhoods.
Ángeles, los vecindarios de Los
That's
Ángeles,
what
eso es lo
the
que-
West Sider, as it is known
lo que West
primarily
Sider
in my
es
district,
llamado
is about.
primordial
It's
en
about
mi
the
distrito,
neighborhoods.
es el
And it's
cerca
about
del
covering issues in the
vecindario,
neighborhoods
ese cubrir el artista
in
de
a
los
greater
vecindarios
level
en
of
un nivel
detail
más
and
grande de
depth
detalle.
than you get anywhere in
Hondo
Los
de
Angeles.
cualquier
I mean,
manera,
ever
Los
since
Ángeles,
we
desde
saw
que
the demise
vimos
of what I still think of as the West Side section, but
la
then
sección del West
got a
Side, pero
different
sí,
name. I guess
era
it was
diferente
our
después
times.
nuestros tiempos.
West Side Weekly,
West Side
and you know,
Weekly,
whatever you want to
como
call it,
quieran llamarlo.
it ain't no more.
Ya no es.
And Brian was there and
Estuvo ahí
filled that gap
y llenó ese
weekly
hoyo
with
semanalmente
incisive
con-
and important
con
articles
artículos
about the issues
importantes
that
acerca de
really
las
mattered
cuestiones
to
que de veras
people, the
importaban
way
a la
they
gente,
really
la
live their
manera en que
lives
viven sus
in our
vidas en
neighborhoods.
nuestros
And I
vecindarios.
just want to tell you that
Y
it's
nomás
funny
quiero decirle que
because
es chistoso
when I
porque
first got
cuando
elected,
primero
Brian,
fui elegido, Brian,
one of the first things
la
I did
primera
was
cosa que
sit
hice
down
fue
with you
sentarme con usted
and ask you
y
your
preguntarle
advice
su
on what
consejo en
matters.
qué es lo que
And
importaba.
yeah, that's right. You gave me good advice.
le di un buen
And
consejo.
but reflecting on this day, it
Reflejando en este
occurred to me
día,
that one of the
me
first
ocurrió
things
que
I
una de
did when I
las
ran
cosas
for
cuando
office was I
corrí por
called
oficina fui a
Julie
a
and
Julie
asked her
y
for
le
her
pregunté
advice.
su consejo
And the two of you
y los
together,
de ustedes
you
juntos
really
de
are.
veras son
And as you move on,
y que se
Brian,
mueven para
you will still
adelante,
be
Brian, todavía van
two
a
of
ser
the first
dos de
people
los
to go
primeras gentes
to
para
when
ir
folks want to
cuando
know
la gente quiere
what's up
saber
in
qué
LA
es lo que
politics,
pasa en la
what makes
política de
things
Los
tick,
Ángeles, lo que
and what's
hace que
important for our
eso
neighborhood.
es que es
So it's great
importante
to
para
see
los
you
niños,
and the
es
whole
importante
family here.
verlos y la
Congratulations to you,
familia
Brian.
aquí.
You're going to go on to do
Familia
great
van a ir
things,
a
and we're
gran
all going to
cosas y
continue to
vamos
have
a
a great
continuar teniendo
relationship
una
with you.
gran relación con ustedes.
Congratulations.
Felicitaciones.
I just wanted to add my voice of congratulations as well to Brian. Not only are you going on to a great place, you've been a voice not only for underreported stories, but really unreported stories in the city. And as resident of Silver Lake and now Echo Park, it's something I think that all of my neighbors and I looked forward to every week was receiving the LA Independent, seeing those stories which really gave you an idea of the crime that was going on in your own neighborhood, of the human interest that was going on in your own neighborhood, and it's something which your legacy will live on in, and we hope that they will be able to match the level that you rose the newspaper to. Also, as a graduate of Occidental, somebody who teaches political science at Occidental, it's good to see that those former students can amount to something. I'll tell all my ex-students that you too can be successful. And I know the children's book that you wrote as well, City of Angels, which is a guide to Los Angeles, a children's guide to Los Angeles here. put this on the camera to make sure you can
esta
see
cámara
it,
para que lo
is a wonderful treasure
Es un
for
gran tesoro
not only
para
children
los
but
niños,
adults
pero
who
también
explore
adultos
Los
que
Angeles,
exploran
and
Los
that
Ángeles,
you're
sí.
somebody whose
Es
writing
alguien
has
que
been
escribe,
lauded not only
muestra
by
no solo
the big organizations and the folks that give
organizaciones,
awards,
la
but
gente que
know that
tiene
it's been
sus
lauded
premios,
on
pero
each
que se ha
block and each
puesto en
street
cada cuadra,
in the area that the Independent
calle
covers.
del-
So good luck to you, and we wish you the best.
Le deseamos lo mejor.
Garcetti,
señor
I'd like to
Garcetti.
call on
Me
the
gustaría llamar
president of the
al
Cultural
presidente
Heritage Commission, Mike
Comisión
Cornwell,
de-
resident of the Windsor Square
de
District,
Windsor Square
another
District.
great involved
Otro gran
citizen, for a few
ciudadano
words
envuelto
on
para unas
behalf of
palabras
all the
como
great
parte de
citizens.
todos los grandes
On
ciudadanos.
behalf of the community, the
Por
Wilshire
parte de la comunidad de
community,
Wilshire,
I'd like
comunidad de
to
Wilshire, me
thank
gustaría darle
Brian for all the
Gracias, Brian, por
efforts
todos los
with the
esfuerzos
demise of the
de-
Los Angeles Times and their
de
local
Los Angeles
reporting and their
y
regional
reportajes
sections,
locales,
which has
sus
really
secciones
hit the
locales
local
que es de
communities.
veras a las comunidades.
Brian and his
Brian y su
publications have picked up the
publicación
slack
han levantado
and publicized local
y
issues which
publicado
are of
cuestiones
vital
locales
interest to
que
the
son
community, the
vitales para la
residents
comunidad, los
that live
residentes
there,
que viven
especially
ahí,
with the advent of
especialmente
neighborhood
con
councils, that
los
reporting becomes even
los
more
del
important.
vecindario ahora es más
And we hope
importante y esperamos que
the demise of, not the demise, but the loss of Brian,
la pérdida de
we
Brian
know it will not influence
no
that
nos influencia
publication.
esa publicación.
Quite often, as
Muy
I'm also
seguido,
president
como
of
soy
the Cultural Heritage
presidente de
Commission,
la Comisión
I'll
de
get a phone call
Herencia,
from
voy a
Brian
una
before
llamada
the
de Brian
commission
antes de
hardly
que la
adjourns,
comisión
wanting to
que
know
viene queriendo saber
what happened with the
qué es lo que
Westwood
pasó con
Cemetery
el cementerio de Westman.
or the Holiday Bowl
O
from
el
the
Holiday
Sister
Bowl
Wade publication.
de la
Are
publicación
there other
hermana,
issues that are
otras
concerned to the
cuestiones que son
community?
para la comunidad.
Glendon Manor, you're going to miss
Glendon
that
Manor
one.
van
I
a
think that's
perder eso
coming up
también,
again.
creo que va a venir.
But Brian, we wish you the
Pero Brian,
best.
deseamos
We
lo
will miss
mejor,
your
lo vamos
efforts,
a
and
hacer
we
sus
wish you
esfuerzos y le deseamos
all the best in
todo lo
your
mejor.
future assignment. Thank you.
Las generaciones futuras. Gracias.
Thank you. I also
Gracias también.
want to again plug your great
Quiero-
book, City of Angels, that you and your wonderful wife, Julie, did to talk about the beauty,
Vamos a su libro
as
de la
Eric
belleza
mentioned,
de
of
Eric
all
mencionó
from
todo
the Palisades, the
de los
Pacific
Palisades,
Palisades, the San Pedro,
San
San Fernando
Pedro, San
Mission,
Fernando Mission, San
to Mariachi
Fernando,
Plaza, to
Mariachi
Hollywood, to
Plaza,
the
to Hollywood,
Tar Pits, to Griffith
the
Park,
Tar Pits, to
to the
Griffith
merry-go-round.
Park,
It's a
el-
tremendous book
Rueda de
that
la Fortuna.
I got a bunch of
Yo
that I
tengo
give
muchos
away
que
to
yo
our
regalo a
libraries and
nuestros
schools when I'm
bibliotecas, escuelas,
out in
cuando
the
estoy
district
fuera
doing
en
what
el
a good
distrito
council's
haciendo
supposed to
lo que el
do.
consejo tiene que hacer.
So I did introduce Rosa Walker, but I'm going to ask Rose to come up here again right now. Walker, get up here, Walker. Everybody give Walker a big hand. He's
Un
shy.
aplauso a
So
Walker.
he'll remember
Este
this, Walker.
va a recordar
Ladies and
esto.
gentlemen, let me
Señores,
present to
déjenme
you
presentarles
the soon-to-be former editor of the Los Angeles Independent, who did such a great job as a beacon of information for the Hollywood, Wilshire, and West Los Angeles community, Mr. Brian Lewis.
Sí, Brian Lewis.
I just want to say it's been a
Más que
great
decir que
honor
es
and
un gran
privilege
honor y
to be of
privilegio
service to
estar
the
de
city,
servicio para
and
la
I
ciudad.
hope to do that in
Y
the
quiero
future
hacer
in
eso
my
en
new
el futuro
endeavors.
en mis
So
nuevos
thank you again.
endeavors. Muchas gracias.
I wanted an editorial,
Yo quiero un
Brian.
editorial.
Okay, thank you,
Muchas
Mr.
gracias, señor
President.
presidente.
We're going to go take a picture in the back.
Vamos a tomar un retrato atrás.
Thank you, Mr. Labange.
Gracias, Labancho.
Madam Clerk, would you please call the roll?
Por favor, llame la
Brinson,
lista.
Galante,
pero
Garcetti,
está
Gruel,
dándose
Han,
la
Holden,
lista.
Labange, Misakowski, Pacheco, Parks, Perry, Reyes, Weiss, Padilla, 14 members present. The
14
quorum,
miembros
Mr. President.
presentes del
Thank you,
quórum.
members, for
Señor
those
presidente, gracias por estar presentes. El concilio ahora está oficialmente en sesión.
First order of business,
Primer orden de
please.
negocios, por favor.
Approval of the minutes.
Presente los minutos.
Mr. Reyes
Señor
moves
Reyes
and
mueve,
Mr.
señor
Brinson
Bryce en
seconds.
la segunda.
Commendatory resolutions
Resoluciones
for approval.
comendatorias para
Mr. Weiss
aprobación.
moves
Señor
and
Weiss lo
Mr.
mueve y el
Pacheco
señor Pacheco la segunda.
Before beginning the regular
Antes de
agenda,
empezar la
there are
agenda
several
regular, hay
items that
varios
have been
asuntos que
requested to be
han pedido para
continued.
ser
Item number
continuados. Asunto número
27, the request
27,
from Councilmember
petición del
Brinson to
Consejo
continue that
para
matter for
continuar
1
esa
week
cosa
to
una
April
semana hasta
2nd.
abril
Members
2.
request to continue item
Eso
number
para continuar ese
27.
asunto
Is there any
22.
objection?
Si hay una objeción,
Seeing none, item
que es ningún
27 is
asunto
continued.
27 está continuado.
And a request on
Petición
item number
para el
37 from
asunto
Councilmember Garcetti to
27
continue that matter
para
to
continuar esa
Friday,
hasta el viernes,
March 28th.
marzo 28.
Members request to continue
Petición
item
para
number
continuación
37
37
to this Friday,
para
the
este
28th.
viernes, este es el 28.
Also without
También
objection,
sin
and let me
objeción, y
announce
déjeme
on item
anunciar
37,
el asunto
Jim
37, Jim
McQuiston
McQuiston,
has submitted a speaker card and will
una
not be taking
tarjeta,
up this
pero no va
matter
a tomar
today.
el
We'll
asunto
see you
hoy,
here on
entonces
Friday.
lo vemos el
Next
viernes. Próximo asunto.
Item number 9
Asunto número
is
9
a
es
confirmation
una
of Lenny
confirmación de
Borstein
Lenny
to the
Borstein
Human
para
Relations Commission,
Comisión
and
de
this is
Relaciones
a
Humanas.
committee
Se hizo un
report.
reporte de
Public
la
hearing
comunidad
has been held
presidencia,
in
ya se
committee.
hizo en el comité.
Okay, if she can come forward
Pues
at
se
this
puede venir
time.
para ahorita,
Ms. Worston,
señora Worston.
members,
Miembros,
consideration of this
consideración de este
appointment has been held in
ese
committee.
hecho en el comité.
Do you have a report
Tiene un
recommending
reporte
approval?
recomendando
Are there
aprobación.
members wishing to
Hay
be heard
miembros
at
que
this
desean ser
time?
oídos en este momento.
Sí, Mr. Reyes.
Señor Reyes.
I just want to rise and say thank you very much for the
Gracias
great
por
work.
su gran trabajo.
We were just sharing some
Estamos enseñando
experiences,
algunas
your good work at St.
experiencias, pero
Thomas.
estamos
Everything that you do
todo
really
lo que hace
allows us
deberemos
to
dejar
mend and heal
enmendar y sanar
those
a
kinds of
esas
controversies
clases de
that can break
controversias
apart
que ellos
neighborhoods.
pueden
So
romper
far, good work.
vecindarios. Hace
Just
un
want to thank
trabajo
you
más que
for
graduado.
that.
Gracias para eso. Muchas gracias, concejal
Thank you, Mr.
Reyes.
Reyes.
Gracias,
Ms.
Reyes, señora Han.
Thank you much, Mr.
Muchas gracias, señor
President.
presidente.
I rise
Me
in
levanto en
support
soporte de
of Lenny's reappointment
Bueno,
to the commission.
Establecido para la
And
comisión
unfortunately, I was
y
unable to
desafortunadamente
be
no
at
pude estar
my own
en
committee
mi propio
that day when
comité
you
ese
came,
día
but
cuando
I
usted
do
vino,
know
pero
of
yo sé
your
que de su
extensive work
trabajo
in
extensivo
the
en la
community,
comunidad,
particularly your work with
su
the
trabajo
arts,
particular con los artes
Philharmonic,
y la
and
armónica.
your, I believe,
Y yo creo
your
que su
great insight
gran
into
conocimiento
how important
que
it
tan
is,
importante es,
particularly in times like
particularmente en
this,
tiempos
that we
como estos
continue
donde
to lift
continuamos
up the arts,
levantar los
and we
artes y
continue to get people
continuamos
from all
a tener
walks of
gente de
life,
todas partes de la
children
vida,
particularly,
niños en particular,
involved in the
envueltos
arts,
en los
because I
artes,
think
porque yo creo que
it's easy
es fácil
to always
siempre
let that go.
dejar
And I think in
eso.
terms of
Yo creo que en términos de
human relations,
relaciones humanas
it's
es
important, and
importante.
it's important
Y es
particularly
importante
now, and I hope
particularmente
that
hoy
you
espero
continue
que
to
esto
bring
continúe en
that
traer
angle
eso, ángulo,
and that insight
y
and that
ese
passion
conocimiento y
of
esa
yours
pasión
to
de
this
ustedes
commission,
para
because
esta
I think
comisión, porque yo creo
that's
que
significant
es
and
significante
important.
e
So
importante.
I'm very
Entonces, estoy
supportive,
muy
and I just
soporte-
always
ahora
want to say
siempre
thank
quiero decir
you to
gracias
those of you
a
who
esos de
agree
ustedes que
to
están de
serve.
acuerdo para servir.
We appreciate it. You are
Apreciamos
public
ustedes son
servants
sirvientes
as we
públicos
are,
como nosotros.
and it does not go
Y
unnoticed,
no
and we
va
appreciate it.
sino
Thank you.
notarse.
An honor and a
Muchas
pleasure.
gracias, un honor y un placer.
Ms.
Muchas
Gruhl.
gracias, señora Gruhl.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Muchas gracias, presidente.
I simply would like to rise in support of Lenny.
Lenny.
She's a resident
Es
of
una
our
residente
community.
de
I saw
nuestra
her just a
comunidad,
week
la
or
vi hace
so
una
ago at
semana
the Studio City Farmers Market. And she has been someone who has been committed to the city and all of your work, not only in your professional but personal life. And so I am just thrilled that you are willing to be reappointed to serve on the Human Relations Commission, which I think has an important role here in the city of Los Santos. So just want to rise in support of your nomination and appointment today.
Thank you very much, Councilmember Gruhl.
Other members wishing to be
Muchas
heard?
gracias. Otros que desean ser oídos.
Seeing none,
Y así ninguno.
Madam Clerk, please
Señora
open the
Clerk, ábrase la
roll.
lista.
Please close the
Cierre la
roll
lista.
and tabulate the
Tabúlese el
vote.
voto.
14 ayes.
14 sí.
Congratulations.
Thank you very much. It's a
Muchas
pleasure to
gracias.
serve.
Thank you for your service.
Muchas gracias, señor profesor.
Please.
Para adelante, por favor.
Next item.
Next items, Mr. President, items noticed for public hearings, items 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5 are building and safety reports, confirmation of assessments.
Members, items 1 through
Miembros
5
1
now
del
before
5
us.
está
I do
enfrente
not
de
have
nosotros. Yo no
requests
tengo
members of the
petición del
public to
miembro
address the
para
council on these matters. We shall leave
público
the
para
public
estas
hearings
cosas.
open
Las
and
audiencias por
closed.
están abiertas y
Members
cerradas.
wishing to
Miembros que
call any
desean
of these
llamar a alguno de
matters
estos asuntos especiales.
Items 1 through
1
5.
al 5.
Seeing no specials,
No hay
Madam Clerk, please
especiales, por
open the
favor,
roll.
hace la lista.
Please close the
Cierre la
roll
lista.
and tabulate
Tabúlese
the
el
vote.
voto.
14 ayes.
14
Those are approved.
están aprobadas.
please.
Próximo asunto, por favor.
Item 6
Asunto
is also
6
building and
también
safety, a
seguridad de
report, however, the
construcción. Un
department
reporte del
has
departamento
advised
tiene.
that that matter may be
Consejo que
received
se
and
puede
filed
recibir en
inasmuch as the
archivo
assessment
como
has been
la
paid.
evaluación ya se pagó.
Members request from the
Miembros
department
petición
to
del
receive and
departamento para
file
recibir
item
en
number
archivo el
6.
asunto número 6.
Let's open the roll,
Vamos a abrir la lista.
close the roll,
Cierre la
and
lista.
tabulate the
Tabúlese el
vote.
voto.
14 ayes.
14 sí.
Item 6 is received
Asunto
and
está recibido en
filed.
archivo.
Next item, please.
Próximo asunto,
Items
por favor.
7 and
Asunto
8 are
17 y 8
both
son
Planning
los
Land
dos
Use
son
Management Committee reports,
reportes de
public, these are both public hearing
Estos son
items, and I
anuncios
believe
públicos.
cards
Creo que
have been
tarjetas
submitted
ya
on
se
both the
metieron
items.
los dos
Yes, I do
asuntos.
have speaking
Vamos a
cards on
hablar
items
de
7 and 8.
número
Let's
7 y
call those
8.
matters
Vamos
special.
a esos
Next
especiales.
items are items
Estos
for
son
which public
asuntos
hearings
por
have been
donde se
held,
hicieron.
items 10 through
Asuntos 10
30.
al 30.
Items 10 through 30
10
now
al
before
30
us.
está enfrente de
Members,
nosotros.
public
Miembros
hearings have
audiencia
been held
pública
on
se
these
hicieron.
matters. A motion
Estas
from the
cosas,
floor
moción
would
de
be
piso
required
será
to reopen the
requerida
public
para abrir la
hearings.
audiencia pública.
Ms. Han?
Señora Han.
I'm calling
Estoy llamando
28 and
el
29
28 y
special
29
for
especial para el
Councilman Holden.
concejal Holden.
Okay, let's
And
call
I think he
Y
wants them to
creo
be
que
held
quiere
until
que se tengan
11:30.
hasta las 11:30 cuando llegue aquí.
items 28 and
28 y
29
29.
are called special
Yeah,
and
that's
wait
special.
Councilmember Holden.
El señor
On the
Concejal
balance of
Holden.
items 10
Balance
through
de
30,
mociones
members
del
of the
10 al
mentioned
30,
public hearing have
convenciones de
held
asamblea
committee
hicieron,
motion
comité
from
de
the
moción
floor
del
be
piso
required
se
to reopen
requería
the
para
public
abrir la
hearings.
audiencia pública.
Seeing no such
Ellos
motion,
no hay
any other
tal moción,
specials?
algún otro especial ciudadano.
26.
26.
Item 26.
Asunto 26.
Call special
Llama
by Mr.
especial para el
Zine.
señor Simon.
Any other specials?
¿Algún otro especial?
Members, items 10
Miembros
through
al
30
10 al
with the
30
exception
con la excepción de
26,
26,
28, and
28 y
29.
29.
27 has been
27
continued.
ha sido
On
continuado.
the balance of the
El
items,
balance de
Madam
los
Clerk, please
asuntos
open
abre
the roll.
la lista,
Please close the
cierre la
roll
lista,
and tabulate
tabúlese
the
el
vote.
voto.
14 ayes.
14 sí.
Those are approved.
Están aprobados.
On item
Para adelante
16,
en el
please.
16, por favor.
Next item.
Next items, Mr. President, items for which public hearings have not been held, items 31 through 59.
31 through 59 now before us, and I do not have requests from members of the public to address the council. On these items, we shall
En
deem
estos
the public
asuntos
hearing
damos a la audiencia pública
satisfied.
satisfecha.
Members, any
Miembros,
specials?
alguna
Items
especial
31
del
through
31 al
59.
59.
Ms. Perry.
Señora Perry.
I
Ya me
would
quería
like to
llamar
call item
nuestra
37 special.
37 especial.
Item 37, call special by
37
Ms.
especial
Perry.
por la señora Perry.
Ms. Perry.
Señora Perry.
Item 37 has been
Asunto
continued
30
to
se
Friday.
continúa para el
Requested
bien a su petición
Councilmember
del
Garcetti.
concejal Garcetti.
36,
36.
56 call special
56 una
by
especial por
Mr. Garcetti.
señor Garcetti.
Ms. Hahn.
Señora Han.
Yes, I was
Sí,
going to call
yo
56
estaba ya
for
por
Holden, but you
56,
just
pero
did.
los
59
soldados
for Councilman
59
Holden as well, and I'm calling
Holden
55
también y
special
55
for
una
myself.
especial por mí.
55 call special by
56
Ms.
especial
Hahn.
por la señora Han.
Mr. 59
59
for Mr.
para
Holden,
el señor
56
Holden,
for
56
Garcetti.
para Garcetti.
Other specials?
Otros especiales.
Any other
¿Algún
specials?
otro especial?
Seeing none,
Y
Madam
hacer
Clerk,
una
please open
abre
the
la
roll on the
lista,
balance of the
el
items.
balance de los asuntos.
Please close the roll
Cierre la
and
lista.
tabulate the vote.
El voto.
14 ayes.
14 sí.
Those are approved.
Están
Forthwith on
aprobados
item
para adelante en
31,
el asunto
please.
30. Por favor.
Next item, Mr. President, is the closed session, item number 60. Do you wish to hold that matter on the desk?
Closed session matters on the desk.
Going back to the items called special, item number 7 is a public hearing item, and a card has been submitted.
Item number 7 now
Número
before us,
7
the
frente a
council
nosotros,
calls
concejal
forward
llama para adelante
Sue Carol
Sue
Duvall,
Carol DeBall
and she will be
y
followed
ella va a
by
ser seguida por Irma
Ulloa.
Ulloa.
Come forward at
Y
this
por
time.
delante, por favor.
Good morning, President
Buenos
Padilla
días,
and council
presidente
members.
de
The meeting of the
Consejo.
Land Use Planning and Management Committee last
Comité
Tuesday
del
to
martes
review this
pasó para
appeal
pasar esta
resulted in
apelación,
serious
resultó
errors in the record
errores
that must be
serios en el récord deben
rectified,
ser
lest the
rectificados,
decisions
menos
to
que las
deny this
decisiones para negar
permit
este
be
permiso
deemed arbitrary and
son
capricious.
arbitrariamente capriciosas.
First and
Primero
foremost,
y muy
there was a
adelante,
mistaken
un
belief
error
that the
en creer que
application
las
for this
aplicaciones
permit
para
was
este
made in
permiso
November
fue en noviembre de
1999, and thus this
1999.
project would
Este
fall under
proyecto
new zoning
caería bajo
laws.
nuevas leyes
However,
de zonas.
according to the clearance
Pero de
summary
acuerdo a la
workshop
aclaración
printed
del
out by the
trabajo
Los
que hice
Angeles
por el
Department of Building and
de
Safety, the permit for this project was
el permiso
filed
de
on
este
October
el
25th,
proyecto fue en octubre
99, a
25 de
time and a
99,
date
tiempo y
on which
fecha, en la
3-unit
cual
buildings
tres
on this property,
en
including
esta
its front
incluyendo
driveway,
su
were
entrada de
permittable.
coches fueron
The Venice
permitidas.
specific plan,
El
which
bien
lowered the land
específico
use on this
de
parcel
land
from
use en
3
esta
to 2
parcela
units
de 2
and
unidades
disallowed the
y
driveway
dejó la
was
entrada
not
de
adopted
coches
by
no
the
fue
City
adoptada
Council
por el
until
Consejo de la
October
Sexta, octubre
29,
29
99,
del
and did not
99
become
y no se
effective
hizo
until
efectivo
December
hasta
22,
diciembre 22 del
99, 2
99.
months later.
2 meses
The
después.
Venice Coastal
El
Land Use
Venice
Plan,
Coastal Use,
specifying similar zoning
especificándose
changes,
cambios
was
de
neither
zona, no
adopted
fue
nor
adoptado
became
ni se
effective
hizo
until
efectivo hasta
2001.
2001.
This permit
Este
application
permiso
should have been
apelación debe de haber
grandfathered, and the
sido
project should have been reviewed on the
avalada y
basis of the
repasada
zoning
en la base
and
de
land use
zonas,
requirements
uso
in
de
existence
tierra en
on October
existencia
25,
en octubre
1999.
25 del 99.
This project does
Este
not contain an
proyecto no
exception to the
contiene
zoning
excepción a
laws
las
in
leyes
force
de
on that
zona
date, and thus
forzadas
the
en la
permit should be
fecha y
granted to the
su permiso
owners,
debe ser a los
Juan and
dueños,
Maria
Juan y María
Ulloa.
Ulloa.
Second, the denial of the
Segundo,
permit
negación
to
del
build their
permiso
3-unit
para construir
project
el
has
proyecto
resulted in
3 ha
unnecessary
resultado
hardships and has imposed on the
y
owners the
impuesto
loss of
en los
enjoyment of
dueños
substantial
de
property they have
propiedad
owned for
sustancial
more
con
than 30
dueños de
years.
30 años.
They cannot afford to
No
build the
pueden
dream house they have since
costar que
planned
las
for on
casas
this
que han
property
construido en esta
unless they
propiedad,
can
a menos
generate
que puedan
income from the
generar
rental
ganancia
of the
de
2
la
other
renta
units
de
in
las
the
otras
project.
unidades en el proyecto.
Moreover, even the
Más,
dreams of
y
their
los
projects
sueños
have
del
been held in
proyecto se han
abeyance by
detenido
this
en avance por
excessively
el excesivo
protracted permit process,
proceso de
which began in
permisos que
October
empezó en octubre
99 and finally
99
resulted
finalmente resultó
in December
en diciembre del
2002,
2002,
3 years later,
3
the
años
denial of the
después,
permit they
negación
are
del
entitled to
permiso
under
que
the
tienen
law.
derecho bajo la ley.
These facts are
Estos hechos
clarified
están
here are
clarificados
verifiable
aquí,
in
están
my appeal and
verificados en mi
exhibits
apelación
and
y
in the findings
exhibiciones
attached to the Planning
impuestas en
Department's
el
recommendation
Departamento de
report
Recomendación
to
del
deny
reporte
this
para
permit.
negar este
I
permiso.
trust both of these
Y
sets of
confío que
documents
estos
are on
dos
record with this
documentos en
body,
récords con
and
este
I
cuerpo y
sincerely thank you for your
seriamente les doy las
serious
gracias
and
por
just
su
attention to this matter.
atención
Thank you very
responsable de
much.
esta
Our next
causa.
speaker
El
is
próximo
Irma
orador es
Ulloa.
Irma Ulloa.
Good morning,
Buenos
council
días,
members.
con miembros del Consejo.
Basically, I'm here
Básicamente estoy
on
aquí
behalf of my
por parte
parents.
de mis padres.
One of the things that
Una
really
de las
bothered me
cosas
about
que
this
me
whole
molesta acerca
project
de todo
is
este
that they
proyecto es que
started this way
empezaron
before the
esto
zoning
antes
was
de que la
changed.
zona fuera
Like
cambiada.
Sue mentioned, they
Como
had
usted
submitted the
mencionó,
paperwork
tienen
on
que someter
October
papel en
25th,
octubre 25 del
1999.
99
And this has not
y
been taken
esto
into
no se ha tomado en
consideration throughout the whole
consideración por todo el
process.
proceso.
Because on December
Porque en
18, I went to a hearing
18
with my
yo fui a una
father where
audiencia
he was
con mi
denied
padre
his
donde
permits. And on the
se le
copy of
negaron
the
los
paperwork
permisos,
that I
la copia del
received,
permiso que
did
recibí,
not once
no una vez
mention that
mencionó
we were
que
asking for
nosotros estamos
exemption to
pidiendo
the new
extensión
zoning
a
for the
una
fact
persona
that
del
he had
hecho de
submitted the
que él ya
paperwork
sometió el
before the new
papeleo
zoning.
antes de que la
So I
nueva zona.
wish the
Entonces
committee would
deseo
take
que
this
omite
into
tomar esa
consideration.
consideración.
Thank you.
Gracias.
Thank you very much. This
Muchas
concludes
gracias. Eso
public
concluye el
comment on this
comentario público
item.
en este asunto.
Members wishing to be
Miembros que
heard,
deseen ser oídos.
Ms. Mikowski.
Señora Mikowski.
Thank you, Mr.
Muchas
President. This
gracias,
is
Presidente.
a
Este
case
es
that
un
was
caso
heard
que fue
by the
oído
hearing
por el
examiner, by
examinador
the
de
local area planning commission, and
Comisión de
by the
Planeamiento
planning and
por
land use
el
management committee, all of them
comité,
in
todos
agreement
ellos en
that
acuerdo
this
que
exemption
esta
should not be
excepción no
granted at
debe
this
ser
point
dada en
for
este
the third
punto por la
unit.
tercera
I
unidad.
have checked the
He
planning
checado
department,
el
and
departamento
although
Planeamiento y
the
aunque la
application date
aplicación de la
doesn't
fecha
govern
no gobierna
the rules and the
las
time of the
reglas, el
specific
tiempo,
plan
el
did come into
tratamiento
effect.
vino a ser
And
efecto.
actually, under the
Y
specific
encima que
plan,
el plan especial,
right now, there's a single-family unit on the house, two
única,
are allowed
dos se puede
automatically
quedar
under the specific
automáticamente
plan,
en el
and a
plan
third,
y
which
una
is what
tercera
this
que es lo
applicant is
que
asking
el
for,
está pidiendo.
is allowed, but
Se
under the
puede, pero
specific
para
plan,
el plan
and also
específico y
consistent
también
with the Mello
consistente
Act,
con
would
acto
be
Melo se
required to be an
requería que
affordable
fuera
unit in the coastal zone in the Venice
zona
Specific
costera.
Plan area. That is
Eso
allowed,
se
that is
puede, eso
offered.
está ofrecido.
This applicant does
Este
not want to
applicante
make
no
that
quiere
third unit
hacer esa
affordable.
tercera.
So therefore,
Entonces, por
consistent
eso,
with the specific
constante con
plan,
el plan
consistent with the
específico,
Mello
el
Act, in making
acto
that
Melo
third
hacer
unit
esa
not
tercera
offered to
no
be
ofrecida
affordable.
parece
That third unit is not allowed by right,
entonces
and
por
I
el
am
derecho
in
y estoy
agreement
de acuerdo.
with the local area planning
Área de
commission,
Comisión de Plan-
the hearing examiner who heard the case,
yo el caso.
and the planning and land use management committee. So I ask that the
Entonces
committee
pido que el
report
comité
be
reporte
approved.
sea aprobado.
Thank you, Ms.
Gracias,
Mikowski.
señora. Gracias,
Other
señora.
members wishing
Otros
to be heard
miembros que
on
deseen
item
ser
number 7?
en asunto número 7.
Seeing none,
Dígase
Madam Clerk,
ninguna,
please open the
ábrese la
roll.
lista.
Please close the
Cierre
roll
la
and
lista.
tabulate the
Establece el
vote.
voto.
14 ayes.
14 sí.
That is approved.
Está aprobado.
Next item, please.
Próximo asunto, por
Item
favor.
number 8,
Asunto
call
número 8,
special
llama
for cards
especial
from the
por
public.
tarjetas del público.
Item number 8 now
Asunto
before
número
us.
8
We
enfrente
do
de nosotros
have,
tenemos,
looks like
parece
about
que
20
como
speaker
20
cards or
tarjetas
so.
para hablar.
So let me
Entonces
announce to
vamos
members
a
of the
anunciar a los miembros del
public
público
that I'll read off
que
groups
voy a
of
leer
names. If I
grupos
can
de
ask you to
nombres,
please
pueden
come
por
forward and
favor
line up
vengan
behind
y
the
se
podium.
alineen atrás
That
del
may
podio.
help
Eso puede
expedite
ayudar
things, and if you can keep your
a hacer las
comments
cosas rápidas y pueden mantener sus
and
comentarios
brief, we would
focus
really
y en pocas
appreciate
palabras
that.
apreciaríamos
And to try not to
para
be too
tratar de no
repetitive
ser muy
of members who have
repetitivos de los
spoken
miembros que ya
before you.
hablaron antes de ustedes.
At this time, the
En ese
council
momento
calls
llamo
forward
para
for Mr.
adelante.
Labange. Did you want to say anything
¿Quiere
before we
decir
go to
algo
public
antes de
comment?
Mr.
Perica?
Parica, the zoning administrator, just to get a view on this, and then also Nancy Reeves, who's the senior lead officer for the area of Bruce Crosby, who's the captain for North Hollywood. I don't know what order you want it on, Mr. President, but they have some information. They give us a little brief overview. I know some of you already read this.
Mr. Labange, well, speaker cards first or staff
Entonces,
presentation
primero
first?
esta
Your call.
presentación primero.
Speaker cards first or staff
¿Tarjetas
presentation?
primero
Your
o
call.
presentación?
Okay, let's hear from the staff
Vamos a ver del equipo,
briefly, and
en
then we'll go
pocas
to the
palabras luego
speaker
vamos a
cards
las
next.
tarjetas.
Good morning, members of
Buenos días,
the
miembros
council.
del
John
Concilio,
Perica,
John
zoning
Perica,
administrator.
administrador de-
The issue before you is the
La
imposition
acusación
of
es la imposición
conditions
de
on a nuisance use,
uso
Rocky's
de
Bar,
Rocky's
that will
Bar, que
protect
va a
the adjacent
proteger
and nearby neighbors,
en los
who
vecindarios
for
de
2
Honduras que
years
por
have
2
suffered
años han
from a
sufrido
long
de
series
una
of
serie
problems,
grande de
including
problemas,
excessively
incluyendo
loud noises, spillover parking in front of their homes, trash left in their yards, motorcycles racing past their homes at 2:30 a.m. in the morning, personal intimidation by some of the bikers that frequent the bar, public urination, drug use outside the business. And this business has no city conditions. It's legally grandfathered, and it can operate till 2 a.m. 7 days a week. This situation must change. The neighbors deserve peace and quiet without constant fear and nuisance problems. These 24 proposed conditions before you will limit the hours of use to reasonable times, require nighttime security, and also include a long list of other protective conditions. The operator will argue that he can't afford to implement these
implementar esto
conditions.
por costos.
As responsible
Y
government
conveniente a las
officials,
personas oficiales,
we can't afford
nosotros no
not to
podemos
implement these
no implementar
conditions.
estas condiciones.
Thank you.
Gracias.
Nancy Reeves, I'm a
Nancy
senior
Reeves,
lead
soy
officer
una
at North
elección de
Hollywood
North
Division.
la visión de North Hollywood.
This is a
Este
community
es una
problem,
problema
a
de la
community
comunidad,
government
un
problem,
problema de
and a
gobernanza de la
community
comunidad
solving
y el
problem.
problema de resolverse problemas.
And this bar
Y
is a
esta
neighborhood bar.
cantina es una
It's
cantina de
Rockies, 4141 Lankershim Boulevard. It's been in the area for over 50 years.
años.
The previous
En
owners,
dueños
there were no
anteriores
radio
no
calls to the
había
location.
llamadas locales
It was a
al local.
neighborhood
Era
bar,
una barra
no
del
police
lugar, no había
contact, no
policía de
problem.
contacto, no había problema.
The new owners took
Los
over
nuevos
April
tomaron en abril
2001.
2001.
We had 52
Hemos
radio
tenido
calls for
50 llamadas
service
para
in
servicio
16
en
months.
16
These radio
meses. Estas
calls
llamadas de radio
are loud noise
son ruidos altos,
ordinances,
ordenanzas,
parties,
fiestas,
drunk service.
servicio de
2 arrests
borrachos,
have been
2
made on the
arrestos se han hecho en
location.
el lugar.
ABC has
ABC
placed
ha puesto
conditions on this
condiciones en este
location
lugar
for the 2 arrests
por
that
los
were
dos
made.
arrestos que se hicieron.
You're going to hear
Usted va a
testimony
ver
here from people
testimonio
that
de
have lived in
gente
the
que ha
neighborhood
vivido en
for
los
40
vecindarios por
years.
40 años.
And these
Y estas
conditions
condiciones
will preserve
van a
their quality
preservar
of
la
life
calidad
to
de
the way
vida
it used
de
to
la
be.
manera que era.
And I urge you
Yo les
to
urjo
agree to
que
these
estén de acuerdo a
conditions.
estas
Thank you.
condiciones. Gracias.
Captain Bruce Crosby, I'm the area commanding officer, and I'd just like to add that, as has been mentioned by Nancy, the drain on the resources at the area level has been significant. Without the conditions due to the call load that's been placed on the officers, and I believe the conditions would have a beneficial impact as far as my ability to provide service to the area.
Okay. Thank you very much. Let's now go to members of the public wishing to address the council, beginning with Julius Korn, who's come forward.
Que venga para
You will be
adelante.
followed
Usted va
by
a ser
Eileen
herida por
Korn,
Eileen Korn,
Thelma and
Thelma y
Robert
Robert Kelly,
Kelly, and Jill Montes.
Jill Machas.
Can you all please come forward
Pueden
at this
venir para
time?
adelante, por favor, todos.
Go ahead.
Good morning. I'm going to speak on behalf as the Neighborhood Watch Captain for
vecindario para
Robert and Thelma Kelly
Robert
today.
and Thelma Kelly.
I live directly behind.
Su nombre?
Pardon me? My name is Jill Mangus.
Jill Mangus.
And I'm here today
Estoy
asking that you
aquí
uphold the
pidiendo que
conditions that
tengan
the
las
zoning
condiciones
administration
que el
placed on
zona
Rocky's
que
Bar.
puso en Rocky's
I live
Bar.
directly
Yo vivo
behind
directamente
Rocky's Bar,
de la barra
approximately
Rocky's Bar,
35 feet away.
35 pies.
My husband and I have been the head of the
Mi esposo y yo
Neighborhood
somos,
Watch for the last 2
los
years,
cabezas de
and we have been trying to work
hemos
with
tratado
this
de
bar
trabajar
and
con
the
esta
new
barra y
owners
los
that
nuevos
took
dueños
over
que
in April of
tomaron en abril
2001.
2001.
We've tried to talk to
Hemos
them
tratado de
about
hablar
the
con ellos
chaos that we're
acerca del
experiencing in
caos
our
que estamos
neighborhood. They told
experimentando.
us
A veces nos dijeron
that
que
if we didn't like it,
si
we
no
should
nos
move
gusta,
to the
deberíamos
country, that they're
cambiarnos al
commercial property and they can do
expropiado
whatever they
comercial
want
y
to
pueden
do.
hacer
So
lo que
that's
ellos
been the
quieren.
uphill
Esa vez
battle that
la
we've been
batalla
fighting
que hemos estado
for 2 years
peleando
now
por
with
2
no
años
relief.
ahora
Motorcycles revving up and down our street, bar
Motocicletas
patrons
para
hanging
abajo,
out in front of our
saliendo afuera en
houses,
nuestras
trash,
casas, basura,
drunken people,
gente
people arguing,
borracha,
yelling, talking
peleando,
loud, smoking marijuana in our
hablando
front lawn,
marihuana,
drunk,
entonces,
hiding behind our bushes on cell phones,
escondiendo
waiting for
en
people to come
nuestras-
pick them up.
que los
There's
vengan a
vomit and
hacer
trash on our
vomitadas
streets,
y
cigarette
basura en
butts,
nuestras calles,
car alarms
cigarros,
go off all the time,
alarmas de carros al incidente,
motorcycles revving for extended
motocicletas,
periods of
por
time.
periodos
Their
de largo
customers
tiempo,
give us
sus
dirty
clientes
looks,
nos
flip us
cambian,
off. There's
nos
only
tiran
one way
el
in and
dedo de
out
una
of our
manera para
street, and
salir de-
Rocky's is at the
y
head of
la
our
que está
street, so it's
delante de
kind of the
nuestras es
flagship
como
in and out.
la
This
bandera.
is no
Esto
way
no es una
to
manera
live.
para vivir.
They changed the style of
Cambiaron el
operation when
estilo
they
de
took
operación
over. The
cuando
bar
tomaron
opens
la
at
barra
10
se habla
a.m.
a
and
las 10
stays
de la
open
mañana,
till
se
2
queda hasta las
a.m.
2
7
de la
days a
mañana,
week.
7 días a la semana.
We think that
Creemos que
this is
esto es
imperative that you uphold the
imperativo que
conditions
tengan
at
las
this time. We have all
condiciones
worked
ahorita, ya
hard
hemos
and have
trabajado duro,
a lot of pride
y
in our
tenemos
homes,
orgullo en nuestras
and
casas.
we need your help in this
Necesitamos ayuda en
situation.
esta
Thank you very
situación.
much.
Gracias.
Thank you very much.
Muchas
Is
gracias.
Julius Korn still
Julius
with
Korn
us?
todavía está con nosotros.
Okay. Eileen's going to speak for
Aileen va a
both.
hablar para las dos.
Followed by, I'm sorry,
Seguida,
before you begin,
antes
followed
de que
by
empiece,
Martin
Martin
Crystal,
Crystal,
Carmen Michelli, and Robert Patrick.
Robert
If you can all
Patrick, si
come forward
pueden
and
venir
please
para
line up
adelante,
behind the podium.
pónganse en línea atrás del
Okay.
podio.
My name is
Mi nombre
Eileen
es
Korn, and
Eileen
I'm
Korn.
speaking on
Estoy
behalf
hablando
of my
por parte
husband,
de mi
Julius, and
esposo,
myself.
Julius y yo.
We have been homeowners at
Nosotros somos
10725 Aqua Vista Street
Aqua Vista,
for 44 years,
44 años.
and we're the second home
Y
from
somos
the
la segunda
alley
casa del
in very close
callejón y muy
proximity to the
cerca pues, a la
bar.
barra.
Since new owners moved
Desde que
into
los
that
niños se
space
cambiaron a ese
about
lugar
April
hace abril del
2001,
2002,
our nightmare began.
Empezó
You
nuestra
can't live in a house
pesadilla,
for
no pueden vivir en
44
una
years
casa
without
44
ups and
años
downs,
sin
and the last 2 years have really been downtime. The conditions imposed by the zoning administrator in response to our concerns were necessary and fair. He listened to us, he really heard our plight, and he acted accordingly. Rocky's Bar has chosen to appeal, and they have demonstrated no concern for our little neighborhood. They could have implemented some positive changes to show their good faith, but instead they chose not to. They put all their resources and energies into delays and avoidances. And there's no constructive activities to alleviate known problems that are on record. This is a very unhealthy environment for us, and it has created havoc with our lives. We're sick and we're tired. We don't need a sports bar with all the trappings operating 7 days a week until 2 a.m. and beyond. I taught for 24 years in a classroom for LAUSD, and I spent a lot of volunteer time in the classroom since my retirement. And I've learned one thing: you cannot reward people for bad behavior. It just doesn't work. You have to walk in our shoes, live in our houses 24 hours a day, and I assure you that every one of you in this room who have done that would be standing behind this mic right now. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Martin Cristall, good morning. Before you begin, I'm going to please ask once again members of the public to read your names. I'm going to ask you to stand behind the podium. That'll help us move things along quickly. Carmen Michelli will follow, Robert Patrick, and Sonia Gonzalez. Please come forward. Go ahead.
Good morning. So that the council has some perception of the problem here, you should recognize that the establishment which has filed for its appeal to the administrator's recommendations is at the entrance to a street that is dead-ended and composed of 15 homes. Of the 15 homes that are on that street, the majority of the homeowners are present today. That is a substantial comment on the extent of the problem, because these people have taken time out of their schedule to be here. Of those 15 homes, 3 of the homes are owned by myself at the beginning, the middle, and the end of the street. In those homes, my mother and sister live. The residents of this street consist of elderly people as well as young people, new arrivals as well as people who have been here a considerable period of time. All of those people are adversely impacted by this establishment and the operators as they are presently conducting business. They have totally disregarded and ignored the opinions, the comments, the feelings, and the daily lives that are impacted by the 15 homeowners who live on this street, who are subjected to countless hours of noise, disruption, drug use, fornication, and all sorts of activities that are going on this short cul-de-sac street. I think that the recommendations that were recommended are appropriate. They include limiting the hours of operation, controlling the use of the establishment by establishing an individual to monitor the use, controlling all sorts of problems that presently go unabated. We would urge this council to support that recommendation. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr. Michelli.
Gentlemen, my name is Carmen Michelli. I noticed this seems to be like a restaurant day. We had Greek people here today. You were honored. I was honored by this committee for being in business 50 years. That was 4 years ago. What I'm doing here is to explain that being in the restaurant business is tough. And in order to run a restaurant properly, you have to get along with your neighbors. Apparently, this isn't happening. I've been a customer of this restaurant for about 40 years. And I noticed that they just had a recent change from what it was to what it is today. What it is today is a sports bar. Now, how do you want people to act in a sports bar? And that's the way it is. I think this could be
Yo creo que
resolved
esto puede ser
between the neighbors
resuelto entre
and
los
the restaurant
vecinos y el
operator,
operador del
and
restaurante.
I'm sure
Y estoy
this
seguro
council
de que este
will
consejo
do the
va
right
a
thing.
hacer la cosa bien.
Thank you.
Gracias.
Thank you very much.
Gracias.
Robert Patrick, please. Sonia Gonzalez, Sam Sherman, and Maria Maldonado. Please come forward.
Vengan para adelante.
Members of council.
Miembros del concilio.
Your name, sir?
Su nombre.
I'm Robert R.
Yo soy Arpe.
I'm Robert R. Patrick, President of Rockies
Presidente de
Restaurant and Bar.
Restaurante.
Reflecting on my meeting with the Plum Commission, I came away knowing I didn't express myself. I didn't express myself as to how I'm trying to reinvent the place. As suggested by the members of the Plum Commission. In November the 2nd, even before the zoning board made any restrictions or suggestions, I promised our neighbors and the zoning commission I would implement some of their suggestions, which I did. None of that has been proposed to you. Nobody told you some of the good things that we did. It's all negative. Some weeks later, I attempted to call in the neighbors, asking if there were any other ideas that they had that I could implement and get it going to get along with people. Well, one lady, very nice lady, says, how about your phone number? If I have any problems, I'll call. So I gave her the phone number, that's fine. And that's one of the suggestions the zoning commission says, make yourself accessible, which we did. I had hoped that the feeling was mutual, that we could get along. But I don't know. As to the severe restrictions recommended against Rocky's restaurant, I'm not going to argue them. You have the paper in front of you. There's so many things, it's hearsay. But I do have a feeling for 6 employees with families that won't have a job if these are all implemented and it's revoked. At the last meeting, I didn't have a chance. I had a chance to express myself, but I didn't know what was going on. I was all hypered up. I was excited like I'm getting right now. But to give you counsel here, a little idea about something here. We weren't represented only by an attorney and myself. There was no staff there. In these things here, it tells you that there was a staff. There wasn't. Well, one thing that I have a little problem with, zoning says we were willing to give up some occupancy. We're not going to pay an attorney $3,000 to give up space where we can sell a sandwich. We're not going to cut our head off. But just a couple things here, and then I'm going to be done. 14 letters of support. No mention that the neighbors wrote letters. None at all. And there are neighbors on the street that disagree with some of the things that's going on. All we want is to be fair and to be heard and make your judgment. Another little thing. It's stipulated in here, and if you read it and you make your judgment on it, we were in business since 2000. No, sir.
No.
And there's several others. I'm here to ask, plead with you, be fair, give us a chance. Thank you.
Gracias.
Thank you very much. Sonia Gonzalez, followed by Sam Sherman, Maria Maldonado, Amber Costa, and Chris Messina.
Hello, my name is Sonia Gonzalez, and I live at 10735 Bacalis Street. I am not here to take sides, but here to let you know, the council know about my own observations about Rocky's restaurant. But let me say first that when the current owner of Rocky's took over, one of my neighbors came up to me and said, the person who just bought Rocky's is a low-life biker scum. Right then I knew I wanted to see this for myself, since Rocky is my street and I have young children. The owner before the current one would never sweep up the trash that was left behind. The current owner now makes it a point to clean up in front. Allegations of prostitution and drug dealers frequently Rockies
Rockies.
Wait, dealers feeding Rockies? I don't
Yo no
understand.
entiendo.
The vice squad went and
La
found
vi-
nothing.
Los
with
policías fueron y no
nothing.
encontraron nada.
I must be the one,
Yo debo
I must
ser-
be the
yo
prostitute
soy
and
la
drug dealer
prostituta o la droga.
myself,
Yo.
seeing their drinking
Viendo que tomando
Pepsi, because I do not drink.
porque yo no tomo.
Shady people going to
La gente
Rockies.
va a Rockies.
These people
Esta gente
that visit
que
Rockies are
visita
mostly
Rockies acá son
studio employees,
empleados del estudio.
plus
estudios.
myself.
Y yo.
Technicolor,
Technicolor,
BMW, professional
BMW para
people.
gente profesional.
A biker club?
Un club de
Haven't seen them.
nunca lo he visto.
The bikers that are
Los
heard revving the
motociclistas
engines
hacen sus
come from
máquinas,
City
vienen
Walk,
del
a
City Walk,
bikers club
un club de
that is
de
held.
motociclistas
I know
está.
because I
Yo
work
sé porque yo
at Universal.
trabajo en Universal.
You have your back,
Usted
you
tiene-
have your back lock,
Tienen mala
as well as
suerte
many
también
executives
con muchos
who like to go
ejecutivos
for a
que les
burger
gusta
or a drink.
una hamburguesa o un trago.
I can tell
Yo
you
puedo
that I have seen
decirles que yo he
celebrities
visto
such as
en
Fred
Libertades
Savage of the
como
Wonder
Fred
Years
en Los Años
and many
Maravillosos,
character
muchos
actors that
actores,
one would
actores que
recognize
uno
by
reconoce
sight
por
and not by
diseño,
name.
no por nombre.
A well-known committee
El
leader such
comité de
as
líder tal como
Father Gallagher from St. Charles
Padre de
has
Galdefonso
also come
también ha
in for a
venido
burger.
para hamburguesas.
Are these shady
Tiene
characters
estos
or
caracteres shady.
who are these shady
¿Cuáles son los
characters my neighbors
caracteres
have
que mis
seen
vecinos
or
han
gone
visto
in?
o han entrado?
How can they say
¿Cómo
that when
pueden
they don't
decir
come
eso cuando ni
visit
siquiera vienen a
or sit
visitar
down with
o se
us?
sienten con nosotros?
After baseball
Después de
games
los juegos de
at the
béisbol,
Toluca Lake
en
Little League,
Toluca League,
I as well as other parents like to take our children for a burger.
para una hamburguesa.
Why can't the patio be open for lunch?
Ma'am, can I ask you to
Puede decirle que
conclude soon, please?
concluya pronto.
I feel very
Me
safe
siento
walking
muy segura
down my
caminando
block
por
due
mi
to that I
cuadra, por eso
walk
yo
to work
camino al trabajo
and coming
y
back.
vengo de regreso.
I
Yo
I am obligated to
estoy
work some
obligada a
late
trabajar
nights
en noches
and
tarde
have never
y
had a
nunca he tenido
problem
un problema
with Rockies
con los Rockies.
patrons that are
Los
outside
patrones que están
smoking on
afuera
Lancashire.
fumando en Lancashire.
I felt
Yo he sentido
very threatened by the homeless
sentido por
who are
los
showing up
gente que están
more and
llegando
more
más y más
since the metro
desde que el
has been
metro
in
ha estado en
operation.
operación.
All this hearsay
Todo esto que
information is going to
información
close
nomás que
down
se
an
dice van a
establishment
hacer
that
un
generates
establecimiento que
taxes for
genera
the city.
impuestos para la ciudad.
Since I don't see
Yo
things
no veo
the way
cosas
some
de
of
la
my
manera en
neighbors
los
do,
vecinos
it has divided the
y se ha dividido
street.
la calle.
I'm going to ask you
Voy a
to
pedirle
conclude
que
now,
concluya,
please. We
por
do
favor.
have other speakers waiting to be heard. Thank you very much.
Muchas gracias.
Sam Sherman,
Sam Sherman.
Maria
María
Maldonado,
Maldonado.
My name is Sam Sherman.
Mi nombre es Sam Sherman.
I am the property.
Yo soy
the property owner.
Yo soy el dueño de la propiedad.
I built the building in 1961. Leased part of it for a bar in 1963. The bar was called the Circle. And was open till 2 a.m. every night. I have paid taxes on the building for 40 years. My renters paid their taxes. I also had a plumbing shop in the building, running the 3 machines, fabricating pipe outside under the carport. And what became Rocky's patio. The noise this created was tremendous. I never had a complaint from the neighbors. Now the new neighbors call the police if someone laughs too loud for their taste. When Rocky's patio was open, or for anything else that doesn't agree with it. The new owner of Rocky's has approved the building inside, outside, and out. What were once boarded up windows with faded painted pictures of hamburgers, and now windows again brighting up this inside and outside of the building. Fresh new paint inside as well. As the entire exterior of the building and new concrete wall was installed around the parking lot. The new owner keeps the sidewalks and street cleaners than any of the previous owners ever did. I believe the allegations
Creo que
against
las
this restaurant to be false.
son
I am
falsas.
there, I'm there all the time now.
Ahí todo el tiempo ahora.
It is not a biker bar.
No es una barra de
It has always been and continues to be primarily studio and business people
y
as
gente de
well as
negocios
local
también,
residents
residentes
of the
locales
area.
del área.
They get much of the business from
Todos los negocios
foot traffic,
del tráfico de pie,
bicycles, from the
escuelas del
studios.
estudio.
The new conditions
Las nuevas
placed on the
condiciones
restaurant are
puestas
not based on fact,
no están
but
en hecho,
hearsay.
pero nomás lo que se
They
dice.
are unfair
Son
and will
injustas
drive a
y van a
landmark out
manejar
of
una marca
business.
fuera del negocio. Gracias.
Thank you.
Thank you very much,
Muchas
Ms.
gracias, señor
Maldonado.
Maldonado.
Hi, my name is
Mi nombre
Maria
es María
Maldonado,
Maldonado.
and I'm a bartender,
Yo soy
waitress at Rockies.
mesera y
I've been there
cantinera,
for
yo he estado ahí
about
como por
2 years
como
now.
por 2
I've
años ahí,
worked
yo he trabajado
different shifts,
diferentes
evening
jornadas en
time,
la noche,
night, morning,
mañana, fines
weekends,
de semana.
and 80% of our
80%
clientele
de
is
nuestra
studio
clientela es
people,
gente del estudio.
little leaguers, I mean, just people that live
Pequeñas que
around the
viven
place
alrededor
there.
del lugar ahí.
The 80%
El
does not make up any
80% no
like,
es
bikers or anything like that.
motociclistas ni con
And,
así.
I mean, when cops
Cuando
go there, I
viene la
mean, they're
policía,
usually really
usualmente
nice to us
son
now. I
con
mean, I've been
nosotros,
there at
yo he
least
estado ahí
6,
por lo
7
menos 6,
times
7
when,
veces cuando
you know, the police has
la
been
policía
there.
ha estado
You know,
ahí.
they say it's usually
Y
routine for them to
usualmente
stop by
parar,
because when they get
porque
there,
cuando
there's
llegan ahí,
no noise.
no hay ruido,
There's hardly anybody in there. Now
casi
that the
nadie ahí,
patio's
que
gone,
los
we
patios
lost
se
at least
perdió.
half of our business.
Perdimos que
So I don't know where the noise is coming
no sé de
from.
dónde viene el ruido.
And, I mean, if the
Y
neighbors
si
ever
los
wanted
vecinos
to
alguna vez quisieran
tell us, you know, to stay
decirnos que
quiet or
estemos
anything like that, they
callados,
could have called any of us, any of the
podrían llamar
bartenders
cualquiera de
there. You know, we
nosotros,
could have closed the door,
cerrar
you know,
la
helped
puerta,
out.
ayudar.
We've had signs
Hemos
there now,
anuncios
you know,
ahí
telling
ahora,
everybody to be
diciendo a la
quiet
gente
and,
que se
you know, make
callen,
sure, you know,
estar
to
seguros de
respect
su
the
respeto a los
neighborhood.
vecinos.
And it just doesn't seem like they're
Eso no
trying,
parece que
you
están
know, with
tratando
us.
con nosotros.
In that case, you know,
En
we're
ese
always
caso,
there.
estamos
You know,
ahí.
if they ever need
Si
to talk to
necesitan
us,
hablar
you know,
con
to tell
nosotros,
us, you know,
decirnos,
do this or do
hagan
that.
eso,
I mean,
hagan
we're
otro.
always there to help.
Nosotros estamos ahí
You
para
know,
ayudar.
all of our customers
Todos
know
nuestros
what's going
clientes saben
on,
lo que está
and they
pasando
also
y
signed the
también
petition
piden una
of, you know,
petición
and
de
helped us
ayudar.
too. So, thank you.
Gracias.
Thank you very much.
Muchas gracias.
Amber Costa,
Amber Costa,
Chris Messina,
Chris
Steve
Messina,
Patrick,
Chris Patrick
and Ricardo
y
Nava.
Ricardo Nava.
I'm a business
Yo
owner
soy
in the
una dueña
area
de
for
negocio en
about
el
8
área como
years,
por 8 años.
and I've been,
Y he estado
do I sound okay? I've been
Yes.
Amber Costa,
Amber Costa.
and I've been going there
He
for about
estado
8
ahí
years,
como 8 años.
sitting on the patio,
Estando
having
en el
lunch
patio
with my
conversando
employees
con
and
mis
friends.
empleados o amigos.
And in the last
En los
year or
últimos
so, they took the patio
años
away.
quitaron el patio.
The restaurant's real
El
small. I
restaurante
can't
es
imagine
pequeño, no
them
puedo
really
imaginar que
surviving
deberá
without the
sobrevivir sin
patio.
el patio.
I haven't really seen
Y
any
nunca
of
he
the
visto
problems
uno de
that
los
I've heard
problemas
about.
que
I'm
he
not really
oído, no
there in the
estoy ahí en
evenings,
las
but
noches, pero
I've just seen the
yo nomás
place
he visto el
cleaned
lugar
up and
limpio,
painted and brightened up
pintado,
and just changes
alumbrado
for
y
the better.
cambios para lo mejor.
And I hope you give
Y
him a
espero
break.
que
Thank
les
you.
dé una
Thank you
chance.
very much.
Muchas gracias.
Chris Messina.
Chris Messina.
Again, if I can ask you to
Si
please
puedo
line up
pedir
behind
que
the
se
podium.
pongan atrás del
After
podio.
Mr.
Después de
Messina,
que
we'll have
Messina
Steve
venga,
Patrick,
Steve Patrick,
Ricardo Nava,
Ricardo Nava,
Armando Gonzalez,
Armando
and
Gonzalez
Thomas
y
Banker.
Thomas Banker.
Yes, my name's Chris
Soy
Messina,
Messina.
and I'm a patron of
Soy patrón de
Rocky's Bar and
Rocky.
Grill. And I'm also, I live across the street from there. I've only lived there about a year, but my brother lived there for 20 years, and Rocky's been nothing but a service to my brother. He was a diabetic. They always came across the street personally and brought him food, things like that. And I don't, you know, I don't know many of my neighbors and stuff, and I don't want to cause problems with the neighbors either, but as far as I'm concerned, these problems that I've been hearing about, I haven't experienced at all. At all. And I live right next to the alley, across the street. I don't see people going up and down the alley. I don't see any drug dealing. And as far as trash goes, yes, there's trash, but there's a Spielberg building across the alley from me. And I personally see people coming back from lunch, throwing glasses, cups, things like that there. I've never seen that from the patrons from Rockies. And that's the previous owners to the new owners. In fact, it is much cleaner over there than the previous owners.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Steve Patrick.
Steve Patrick.
Hi, I'm Steve Patrick, Bob Patrick's son, and
el hijo de Bob Patrick.
I've been there with the former owner, Ross Manzo, since April of 2001, and a fact is that Rockies has been in this location for close to 40 years. That's a fact. The police have been called many, many times to come to Rockies because allegations of misconduct were made. No arrests have occurred. The ABC did cite the bar for underage, a minor that was underage, and serving an intoxicated person who was overturned at the ABC office. No one was arrested. Not even one citation has ever been written to anyone. The claims are just to harass Rockies and work the system to make Rockies appear to be the nuisance. Rockies has been accused of being a biker bar. We were told by Plum that we need to attract a better class of customer. First, bikers are not our primary customers. But if they were, I believe Rockies has been discriminated against. It is not illegal to be a biker. What if our main customers were council members? Would that be fair to bring up? No, it would not. Maybe Rockies should exclude green-eyed people with one leg. Second, how can the council judge a class of customer when the current class of customer has not been defined properly? Third, Rockies' primary customers have always been and continue to be Universal Studio employees, Technicolor, Warner Brother employees, and other businesses in the area, as well as local residents, as evidenced by the 60-some letters of support for Rockies and several thousand signatures. Several thousand signatures. I feel these need to be looked at more closely, and I urge you to read these. Not to mention the 5 residents from Aqua Vista Street we have with us today, the 9 letters from homeowners on this block. Please take a look at this seriously. The few people who want this establishment to operate under unreasonable constraints have only provided opinion and accusations, not facts. Rockies has been working hard to make changes that seem reasonable. No loitering signs. Please be quiet leaving Rockies. Respect our neighbors. No bike parking. Going as far as asking the occasional bike rider not to come back on their bike. And Mr. Kelly, my father and I talked to him on his porch, and I believe he will tell you it's a fair statement. When we asked him how things were going and what we could do, he told us that it's been 3 or 4 months since he's heard a motorcycle. I'm sure he would agree with me that that would be fair to say.
Thank you very much. Any chance to conclude?
May I conclude real quick here, please, sir? We feel the neighbors are bent on closing us down, and they are having trouble doing this, and the incorrect accusations are fuel for you to put such unreasonable hours and other requirements that it may cause a favorite Valley landmark to go under, and my family not be able to continue its livelihood. Even after the last meeting last week at Plum, Renee Weitzer said to my father and I that she agrees that the conditions are harsh. She felt they were harsh. And sir, they would be a death sentence. But what's really happening here, we are the ones being harassed. There was never a complaint against Rockies until the new neighbors moved in, Stanley and Jill. And they started harassing neighbors with petitions and defamation of my character to these neighbors without ever meeting me before the ownership changed hands.
Thank you very much. I think we need to move on to the next speaker.
Thank you.
Okay. Ricardo Nava, Armando Gonzalez, Thomas Banker, and Luis Spiegel.
Good morning. My name is Ricardo Nava. I live directly across the street from Rockies. And I do not understand why this has come to you folks. The accusations against the business by this neighbor in question have gone too far. This establishment has been on this corner around 40 years, over 40 years. I myself have frequented Rockies for over 20 years and have even been there with some of the neighbors here before you on both sides of the bench. The fact that this neighbor had the patio closed by repeated calls to the police about noise A patio that had been open most of those 40 years. A patio where families used to come in and eat, where many employees from Universal Studios and many surrounding businesses employees went in for lunch and dinner. A patio where the noise that disturbed this neighborhood were sprinkles of laughter and lunchtime conversation. The sanctions against this business, however, have gone too far in my opinion. This is not a biker bar, even though it's not against the law to own a motorcycle. I hear no frequent motorcycle noise, even though Lancashire Boulevard is right there, and many vehicles pass. No, this complainant seems to be on a campaign of hatred, a campaign designed to close down a well-established business for personal, perhaps financial gain. Again, I tell you, the sanctions have gone too far. Jobs would be lost in a time of need. Mr. Patrick is a good man who I've come to know, friendly and compassionate to complaints. He moves when he hears anyone who has a complaint. Noise complaints, he puts up block walls to convince people that he is willing to work with them. I know of no other business which has put up signs saying, respect our neighbors by leaving quietly. The point I'm making is Rockies is not the terrible place that some people are making it out to be. If it were, you wouldn't see the children of Toluca Lake Little League there enjoying meals and beverages with their parents on weekends.
Thank you very much. Armando Gonzalez, followed by Thomas Banger.
Armando Gonzalez, live on Aqua Vista. My family's been there for 31 years. We've never had problems there. Like my sister said, we used to take football, basketball, baseball team. I see it as a good place. It's safe. My parents are greeted every time they come back from the store, and they're never sneered at. I just think we need to work together on this deal. Another big point I need to make, my brother was murdered 6 months ago. Mr. Patrick and his father had a fundraiser for him. They raised over $1,000 for my family. If it was such a bad place to go and see the people, I don't think they'd be helping us out. And they did. They sent every single day. They sent my parents food and my family without charge, no strings attached. I just don't see it. We have the MTA, and there's plenty of traffic from the MTA folks that can come and go. Lancashire is a major street. There's tons of people that own loud trucks, loud cars, loud motorcycles. I think it's unfair to say that it's just one establishment. I think, we need to see the burden of proof, and I'm not a biased person, and if in fact there is something there, I'd like to see it. My children go there with me. A lot of my friends from the business, the motion picture industry that I'm in. I don't see it, council, and I hope we can all work this out. And, like John Lennon said, give peace a chance.
Thank you very much. Thomas Bangert, Luis Spiegel, Mary Weaver, and Martin Sosa.
Hi, I'm Thomas Bangert. I live across the street from Mr. Patrick's Sports Bar and Grill, known as Rockies. I've always found Rockies to be a friendly place with great food, low prices. I live about 100 feet from Rockies, and I never heard any loud music, loud noises, or seen suspicious behavior. They've always been mindful of their neighbors. Rockies has been there for years, and I hope they'll be there for years to come. I'd like to point out we live in an entertainment area with Universal Studios within walking distance by my home. And jobs and services have been created because of the studios, and the folks at Rockies work hard to meet these needs. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Hi, I'm Louise Spiegel, and I live at 10729 Aqua Vista Street. I was the captain of the Neighborhood Watch for years until I passed the hat down to Stan and Joe. I was also PTA president, etc. Anyway, that's not what's at issue here. I want to enjoy my home. I've lived on Aqua Vista for almost 24 years. I raised a son who's in USC, a senior there.
Anyway, I want quiet enjoyment in my house like I had over 2 years ago before the new neighbors came in. I want to be able to sleep through the night without being woken up by bottles being deposited in trash cans. I want to be able to sleep through the night without being woken up by motorcycles. Neighbors who can see clearly the bar have witnessed cars coming and going in and out all the time. Some couldn't be here because they're at work. We have mostly homeowners here representing that we want the conditions to be upheld. There's no good faith as far as I can see. There's still blinking lights, flashing lights, doors left open, a fire hazard, a trash can for cigarette butts, bikes on the public sidewalk while the patrons are in the bar. Trash all over, vomit on the alley. Anyway, their trash can is left open, which attracts homeless people. Anyway, we had no problems with the prior owners, and we have nothing against the bar operating as a responsible business that has hamburgers and stuff. My son used to have hamburgers there. I felt safe with him there. I don't like the looks I've been getting from the patrons that go there. I don't like the way they flirt with me. I'm an old lady. I want them to leave me alone. Anyway, I have a boyfriend. He has to get up 5 in the morning. He works for public utility, and he has to get up 5 in the morning to get ready for work. And he's woken up by motorcycles in the middle of the night, and then he also, when the motorcycles start going, or when the patrons come out, yelling, then the dogs start barking, and it's a chain reaction, and it just is very difficult for him to sleep, and it's bad because he's responsible for us. Anyway, I would like peace on our street. I would like quiet enjoyment of my home. And we have a neighbor who's across the street who wrote a letter. I hope somebody will be able to read. She has malignant cancer, and so does her husband, and she can't be here today. But she's been there for over 40 years, and she cries about it. She cries hard about it because she babysits her grandchildren, and she's seen people come out of Rocky's bar. She's our eye on the street. She's our supervisor on the street. She watches everything coming and going. And she saw people come out of the bar and fornicate in her bushes. And she said it was horrible. She's terrified. And she cries all the time about it. And I think that's sad. Huh?
If I may ask you to conclude, please.
Yeah, I just want peace on our street. That's all I want.
Okay. Thank you very much. Ms. Weaver, followed by Mr. Sosa.
Good morning. My name is Mary Weaver. I live half a block down the street from Rocky's Bar. In the interest of time, I will not go into a reiteration of all of the complaints and petitions and information that has been submitted before this. I will just wish to go on record as saying that I am in favor of the conditions that have been recommended by zoning. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr. Sosa.
My name is Martin Sosa, and I live at 10738 Aqua Vista. I've been living there for over 15 years on that block, along with my parents. This is not the same bar that the owner says is a landmark. It changed. It changed 2 years ago when they became the owners. There was never any problems with the previous owners, and there is proof. There is proof of what we're saying. And please keep the conditions on this bar.
Thank you very much. This concludes the public comment period for this item. Let's now turn to council discussion, beginning with the chair of the public committee, Mr. Reyes.
Thank you, Council President. Colleagues, this was heard in committee. We did hear both sides. Bottom line for me, and I believe for my colleagues, was the report from the LAPD. And that Mr. Perigin just cited for us the amount of visits that occurred in the period in which you're doing analysis.
The police have indicated calls for service in an 18-month period, 2001-2002, 52 different calls for service, and after my conditions came out, a 3-month period between December and this month, 15 more
15 más
calls for
llamadas
service.
por
There's
servicio.
not a learning
No
curve
hay
here.
For
una
us,
curva de
it's an issue
aprendizaje,
of
esto es una
one,
cuestión de una
public safety,
seguridad pública,
how we
cómo
are
es que
able
nosotros
to allow our
podemos
communities
dejar
to
que las
continue to
comunidades
develop
continúen a desarrollarse
and exist in a
y
peaceful
existir de
manner.
una manera en paz.
We do support
Soportamos los
businesses, but the
negocios,
businesses have
pero
to
los
be
negocios tienen que
compatible
ser compatibles
and cognizant of
y
what's going on
combinación de lo
around
que está
their
alrededor,
particular venue.
compatible
The statement
la
that we were
declaración
being
de que estamos
discriminatory against
discriminados
this
en contra de este
establishment,
establecimiento.
point that was being made by
Punto
one of
se
my
hizo por
colleagues is
unos
that
colegas que
if this
si esto
establishment flourished
establecimiento florece
when it was handled a
cuando
certain way,
estaba ya
where
de
it was
cierta
more
manera,
family
cuando había
oriented,
más orientado en
that
familia, que
was
es que eso
the
era
suggestion
la
that
sugerencia
converted
de
itself into a
convertirse en un
family-oriented restaurant
restaurante
where the
oriental,
families in the
donde
area
las
can
familias
frequent
al
this
área
place
por
more
gente
often.
más
And
seguido.
that was the
Y
assertion.
eso fue la asserción.
It wasn't meant
Y
to
fue
in any way
realmente de
discriminate or
discriminar
defame
o de
anyone
firmar
or anyone's
o alguien más
character.
del
It
carácter
was
de
more
alguien. Fue
a
más
friendly observation.
una observación
But that
amigable,
being
pero
said,
eso que
I
se
hope we
dice,
can
yo
stick with
espero
the
que estemos
conditions.
con las
They
condiciones
are set for a period
que
of
están puestas un
time.
periodo de tiempo.
There is a
Hay
time
un
frame here
tiempo
by
que
which
lo
current
pueden
owners
los
can
dueños
continue to mend
pueden
fences and behave itself in such a way where
mantenerse de tal
perhaps
manera que
there be a
quizás
different
sea un
scenario
diferente
in the
escenario
future.
en el futuro.
So, I
Entonces,
just want to
yo quería
congratulate
felicitar
Councilman
al
Labange and
consejero
his
Labange
staff
y a su equipo
for trying their best
por
to
tratar
try
su
to
mejor
create
de
the
crear
consensus.
el consenso.
But again, this is
Pero
an
otra
issue
vez esto es
of
una cuestión de
let the facts
que los
speak for
hechos
itself. If
hablen
we
por
didn't
sí
have all
y
these
no
calls from
tuvimos
the
estas llamadas
LAPD,
del
we
Departamento
wouldn't
de
have a
Policía, no
problem
hubiéramos tenido
with
ahí.
it.
Mr. Burnson.
Señor Brinson.
Well, I think what
Bueno, yo
Mr.
creo que lo
Reyes
que
said
usted
is
nos
pretty
acaba
much summed it up.
lo suma.
We listened to quite a
Nosotros
bit of
hemos dado varios
testimony in
testimonios en
committee on
el
this.
comité en esto.
The one thing
La única
that
cosa es
is
que
clear in my
está
mind is that
claramente
the
es que
owners and
los
proprietors are
dueños y
very
dueños
sincere,
son muy
and I
sinceros
think
y
they
yo creo
mean
que
well.
quieren decir,
I don't have any doubt
yo no
about
tengo
that in
duda
my
en eso
mind.
en mi mente.
Unfortunately,
Desafortunadamente,
sometimes
a veces
certain businesses
ciertos negocios
attract
atraen
problems
problemas,
regardless of
es
how
algo
well
importante que
intentioned
te buena
the owners
intención
are,
sean
how
los
hard they may
dueños y que
try,
puedan
simply by
tratar
the nature of
simplemente
the
por la
business.
naturaleza del negocio.
In all due
Y
respect
con
to
todo
the employees
respeto a
of the
los empleados de
studios,
los
they too
estudios,
have
ellos
to be
también
good
tienen que
citizens.
ser buenos
They
ciudadanos,
have to respect
tienen que
neighborhoods.
respetar vecindarios.
And, you know, we just
Y
listened to
nosotros oímos
testimony,
el
and if there wasn't
testimonio,
a
si no
problem
había un
there,
problema,
we wouldn't have had
no
the police
hubiéramos
there
tenido
with
la
all the
policía con
reports.
todos los
We wouldn't have
reportes,
had all
hubiéramos
the
tenido a
neighbors
todos
there
los vecinos ahí
reporting.
reportando.
And I understand
Yo
that.
entiendo eso.
So I think this
Entonces
really
yo
is
creo
kind
que
of a
esa es una
wake-up call
clase
for the
de
new
una llamada
ownership. I
para los
think
dueños.
they
Yo
want
creo
to do
que
the right
quieren hacer
thing. I
la
think
cosa
they're
buena.
sincere.
Yo creo que son
I
sinceros.
don't know why
Yo no sé por
the
qué
patio was
el patio
closed,
se
but
cerró, pero
certainly if nothing else in
ciertamente
the
si nada
daytime,
más
that
por el
should
día
be
eso debe de
possibly
estar
something
posiblemente algo
open
que
for the public.
se abra para el público.
In the future,
Y en el
if
futuro,
things
si las
worked
cosas
out
están
with the
trabajando
community,
con la comunidad,
as far as,
en
I
cosa
don't
de que
think
yo
we
no
said
entiendo
that
que
class
dijimos
of,
que la
I'm the one
clase,
that made
yo
the
soy el que
comments
hizo
about
comentarios de la
what you said was a
lo que
class
dice
of
es
customers.
la
We
clase
weren't
de
referring
clientes,
to a
no
class
sobre
of
esa clase
customers.
de
Clientele
clientes.
sometimes
Clientela a veces
are attracted to a
se
certain
atrae a
type of
cierta
business,
clase de negocio.
and sometimes
Y
you
a
have to make
veces tienen que
adjustments
hacer
if those,
ajustamientos
that
para
type
esa
or that
clase,
clientele
la
is
clientela
causing a
está
problem.
causando
So this is
problemas.
kind of a
Entonces es
wake-up
una
call
clase de
perhaps
llamada para
for the council
el
office, for the
oficina de
neighborhood,
consuelo, para el
and the
vecino y para
operators.
los operadores.
And I think the
Yo creo
conditions
que
that
las
have been
condiciones que han
imposed
sido impuestas
are not
creo que
necessarily
no
forever.
necesariamente para siempre.
They're conditions
Son
that
condiciones
perhaps
que
can be looked
quizás
at
pueden verse
in a short period
en
of
un
time
periodo
to
de
see
tiempo corto
how
para
things
ver
are
si
going,
cómo
and
las
maybe we
cosas
can
están
have
y
some
pueden
dialogue with the
tener un
community.
diálogo con la comunidad.
But essentially, I do
Especialmente
believe
yo
these
creo
people
que
are
esta
sincere.
gente
I
son
don't think that
sinceros, no creo que
they're
disregarding the neighborhood. I think they're just caught perhaps in a situation where maybe one or two or a few of the clientele have caused a problem. So on that basis, I did vote to support the zoning administrator's conditions, and I'm going to do so today. But I do feel that it's worth another look in a short period of time, and perhaps these people can make some adjustments, even possibly with a patio. I know a lot of patrons like to, particularly in the daytime, when there's not a noise factor, would like to have a patio open where they can dine, but that they can work out with their neighbors and with the council office.
Mr. Zine.
Thank you, Mr. President and colleagues. I have I'm a biker. I am a Harley-Davidson rider, and I'm not against people who want to express their freedoms, and I'm trying to get Eric Garcia to join me on a Harley ride.
raíz de
We have a location in my
teníamos un lugar
district
en
called
mi
Yankee
distrito,
Doodles at
Yankee
Topanga
Doodles, en
Victory.
Topanga Victory.
And we had some
Y teníamos
concerns.
algunas
And we went to the
preocupaciones y fuimos
business
al
with the
negocio
LAPD.
con la policía.
And they were very
Y
cooperative.
fueron
We
muy
wanted
cooperativos,
additional light in
temas
the parking lot.
luz
We
en la
wanted additional
estación,
security
queríamos
guards.
más
Whatever we
seguridad,
wanted, they
lo
gave
queríamos
us.
nos dieron.
And the community is
Y
very
la
pleased
comunidad
with what
está
they've
muy a
done.
gusto de
And
lo
my
que han
question
hecho.
to the
Mi
police
pregunta a la policía, el
representatives,
frente de la policía,
have you attempted
¿usted
to
ha
work
intentado
with the
trabajar con el
establishment,
establecimiento
given the
dándoles
concerns,
las
the 52
preocupaciones
radio
cuantas
calls?
ciudadanas?
Have they been
Han
cooperative
sido
in that endeavor
cooperativos en
when
eso
you've asked
cuando
them
les han
to
pedido
increase
que
security,
aumenten
to
seguridad,
increase lighting, to do
permitir
anything
cualquier
to
cosa
rectify the
para rectificar
situation
la
that
situación
disrupts the
que
neighborhood? Because I know from my
molesta? Por ejemplo, mi
experience
experiencia
at Yankee
en
Doodles,
Yankee
they
Doodle,
have been more than
ellos son más
cooperative. They have
cooperativos.
assisted the
Han asistido a la
LAPD
policía
every which way
de
possible. In
cualquier
fact,
manera,
device
hasta
officers use that place
oficiales
as a
usan el
training
lugar
ground
como
to train officers how to do
para
device
entrenar
operations
como
because they're very
operaciones porque
cooperative
son muy
with the police
cooperativos con la
department. So my
policía. Entonces mi
question,
pregunta,
and I think our senior lead may be able to
creo que
answer
sí
that,
puede contestar eso.
has this new business
Este nuestro negocio
been
ha sido
cooperative when you brought to their
cooperativa cuando
attention
se atención
issues, and from your
cuestiones y de sus
experience,
experiencias?
and recognizing you have a number of years of service with
Hay
the police
muchos años de servicio con el
department,
puerto
your
policial.
recommendations
Usted
to them
recomienda
how
varios
to
cómo es que
rectify, how
rectificar,
to resolve these
cómo resolver
issues
estas
so we have
cuestiones.
a quality of
Tenemos
life
la
and
calidad de
reduce
vida
those
y
radio
hacemos
calls.
llamadas de
Answer.
pregunta.
The answer
La
is
respuesta es
April 2001, I met with Mr. Steve Patrick and expressed the community's
las
concerns.
preocupaciones de la
And
comunidad.
I told him
Yo
if
le dije
changes
si
were not
cambios no
made,
se
we
hicieran,
would be here
entonces
today.
estaríamos aquí hoy aquí.
That conditions
Estas
could be
condiciones se
proposed
podían proponer
and placed on
y
his
poner en su
location
lugar.
if these
Si
changes were
estos
not
cambios no
made.
se hicieran,
I warned him
le
numerous
avisé varias
times.
veces.
And I spoke to
Yo
him
hablé con él
yesterday
ayer
and told him
y
this
le
very
dije
fact,
hecho.
that I had told
Yo
him
le
back
había
in
dicho
April
en
of
abril de
2001,
2001,
if this was
si
not
esto no
corrected,
se corregía,
this is where we would
es
end up.
donde íbamos a
And here we
terminar y
are.
aquí
So they
estamos.
haven't
Entonces
They
no
have not
no
responded, no,
respondieron.
sir.
That's good enough for me
Es
because I
suficiente
know
para mí
clearly
porque
that
yo
if
sé
a business
claramente es
wants
un
to
negocio
run
que quiere
a
correr,
legitimate business
un negocio
and be a
legal
good
y
neighbor
es
to
un
the community
vecindario
and
para
work
la
with the
comunidad y
police
trabajar con la
to have a
policía,
good quality of
tenga buena
life,
calidad de vida.
then
Entonces,
oftentimes those matters
veces
can
esas
be put
cosas pueden
aside.
ponerse.
But if they're not
Pero si
complying
no,
with directions
con
from
las
you and you're
direcciones de
responsible
ustedes,
for
son
that
responsable
district,
por ese
and I know
distrito,
the radio units
y
should
ese
have to be
canal de radio
dispatched, if you
tiene que
look
ser
at
mandado así,
the
ven
resources that
las cosas que
responded to those
responden a esas
52 calls and then
52
additional
llamadas
calls.
adicionales.
An inordinate number of calls,
El
whether
número
it's
de
loud
veces
music or
ruido fuerte
bikers
o
there at the scene, and not to
motociclistas
say
en la
bikers are
escena,
bad, but there is a code of
pero hay
conduct
una
that
conducta
motorcycle
que
riders
motociclistas
normally adhere to,
se
not to
añade,
disrupt the neighborhood. And
no
if they've been
destruir
uncooperative
los
with you, that's good enough
vecinos
for
si
me
no
to
están
impose
cooperativos
the
con
conditions.
nosotros
And I know
por
there's
poner
always
las
two sides
condiciones
to a
siempre de
story,
la historia.
and I know from your
Yo sé de
experience
su
as being a
experiencia
senior lead,
de una
you know how to resolve these issues. And when it can't be
señor
resolved,
señoría que no pueden ser
then
resolverse,
there's no
entonces no hay
alternative for us to
alternativa para
impose
nosotros imponer
conditions.
condiciones.
So that's what we're here today for,
Todo lo
and
que
that's,
estamos aquí
I guess that's what you
es lo
want,
que
is these
ustedes quieren,
conditions
estas
imposed
condiciones
to
impuestas.
establish a quality of
Esa
life.
es la calidad
That's
de vida.
correct.
Es correcto.
Thank you.
Gracias.
Thank you very much. Mr. Labange.
Señor
Members,
Labange,
thank you very
miembros,
much.
muchas
I
gracias.
ask for an aye
Yo
vote
pido un voto de sí
on this
en
to
esto.
support John
Por
Perico,
soportar
our
al
zoning
John Perico, que
administrator.
es
I
administrador
also
de
ask the
zona, y le
community
pido a
to
la comunidad
work
que
with
trabajen con
the business.
el
This is
negocio.
not closing
Esto
down
no
a
está
business, this is
cerrando negocio,
applying
esto es
proper
aplicando
restrictions.
restricciones
This is
apropiadas.
also
Eso
following
estamos siguiendo
the
las
recommendations of the senior
recomendaciones
lead
del
officer who is so
líder que estuvo
involved
tan
with
envuelta
the
con
community
la
and is
comunidad
actually
y en
this
sí,
process that we all
este
talk
proceso que
about,
todos estamos
community-based
hablando,
policing,
el proceso
community-based government.
Lo menos de
52 and
policía,
15 is
52 y
67. That's an awful lot of
62.
times
Son muchas
police
veces que la
resources on
policía
Lankershim at this
que en
location.
Lankershim, en este
And I
lugar,
want you to
y
be
yo quiero que
successful.
sean exitosos.
But we have to be
Pero tenemos
partners
que
with
ser
community. The
socios con la
community
community has done a very informed job of telling us of their concerns. These conditions, at some point in the future, you can apply, and the zoning administrator will have a hearing to see what adjustments can make. I do like open-air eating. I do like seating out in front of the great atmosphere, but the impacts were too great to allow this at this time. But you can come back at a later date and apply, and hopefully you can get support from the community that wants to be supportive of their neighborhood. That's why they love it. That's why they live there. Mr. President, members, I thank you, and I thank all of you for hearing this testimony on this matter. Ask for support of the zoning administrator's recommendation.
Thank you. Chair recognizes Councilmember Gruen.
Thank you, Councilmember Padilla. This item, as I think Mr. Burnson mentioned, and Ed Reyes and I sat in planning land use and heard testimony from both sides and from the zoning administrator and senior lead officer. And I think that
It is never our intention as the Plum Committee or as a full city council to take away someone's rights. And we look at these items based on putting conditions, and we've done this frequently actually in Councilmember Jan Perry's office recently, or her district, put conditions that respond to community needs and yet still allow that business to exist. And I know that Councilmember Labange's office was present at that meeting and talked about the fact that if things do change and they do get better, then let's have another discussion in a year from now. Let's look at that. The one item that has been talked about was the actual patio area in the back. And in fact, that patio area was never allowed in the past. It's not that we took it away. It was never allowed under the current code. It was a parking lot that was illegally put there. So we're not taking away something that was allowable previously, is what I want to explain. And I think that when we did hear the statistics from our senior lead officer that since the decision had been made and publicized in December, there were still 15 additional calls. It's our hope that this mitigation measure that's being approved today, hopefully, will address both concerns, the needs of the business and the community who have had to deal with some of these issues. And the community spoke at our meeting and talked about Rockies being there for many years, and several of those years there were no problems. They knew when they moved there that that facility was there, and they experienced a community activity, but in the last couple of years that has not been the same. So I stand in support of Councilmember Labange today, and I know that he and his staff have tried to work diligently with the owners and the neighbors to try to come up with something that works and to work with our senior lead officers so we can't have the police on the street where we necessarily need them in our neighborhood. So I just want everyone to know that these are not easy decisions we make about communities because we appreciate businesses, but also when we have all the facts that have been outlined for us by the zoning administrator and the police department, we really need to take their advice and counsel at a time like this. So just want to stand in support of you, Mr. Labange, today.
Other members wishing to be heard on this item? Seeing none, Madam Clerk, please open the roll on the zoning administrator's recommendations. Please close the roll and tabulate the vote.
15 ayes.
Those are approved forthwith, please. And before proceeding to the next item, Ms. McCaskill.
Request at this time that we take item 56 out of order. We held this for Mr. Holden. I believe Mr. Holden is present, and we have Commander Paul Kim in the West Bureau to make the report. And there is other demonstrations going on right now, so he needs to get back on duty as quickly as possible.
Is there any objection to taking 56 next? Ms. Perry, do you wish to be recognized as well?
I just wanted to continue, ask for reconsideration on 4 and then continue it.
Okay, well, as the commander comes forward, let's do that. We have a motion for reconsideration on number 4. Please open the roll. Please close the roll and tabulate the vote.
15 ayes.
Item 4 is reconsidered and continued.
1 week continuance. Yes.
We have a request to continue that matter for 1 week to April 2nd without objection. Item 4 is continued. Okay, bringing us to item number 56. Let's begin with the staff presentation.
Should I start? Although there had been numerous demonstrations, the first significant date for the demonstrations as relates to war in Iraq was March 19th. So between March 19th and today, we experienced 22 demonstrations. And that means the police department dealt with about 10,000 people or greater than that number in terms of accumulated numbers of demonstrators. So far, we have made 150 arrests, most of which were failure to disperse. There were some individualized charges, such as interfering with police officers, assault with a deadly weapon on police officers, but most were for failure to disperse. We are still expecting demonstrations. We have one scheduled for West LA today. Of course, 2 for Saturday, one in Central Bureau and another one in West Bureau. Department is maintaining Department Operations Command Center, DOC, and all the geographical operational bureaus are maintaining a command post. Specifically at West LA, we are semi-permanently maintaining a command post. Because as you know, the Wilshire and Veteran location has almost become like a demo pit. So we are maintaining police presence supervised by a lieutenant. When these demonstrations are known to us in advance, we are able to handle them quite well. The ones we have some difficulties with are the ones that are impromptu and one that become very mobile, and when they split into different groups. However, with the assistance of Sheriff's Department, Highway Patrol, and City DOT, we have gotten additional resources, and we are achieving better level of cooperation and liaison. And we are committed to respecting First Amendment rights while not ignoring the rights of the neighborhood and trying to return the situation back to what was normal for that area of the city. I'll be happy to answer any questions you might have.
Members wishing to speak
Miembros que
on this
desean
item,
hablar en este asunto,
beginning with Mr.
empezando con
Garcetti.
el señor Garcetti.
Go ahead, you go first.
Vaya usted.
Mr. President.
Gracias, señor presidente.
Thank you for this
Gracias por
presentation.
esa
I made some
presentación. Hizo
communication
unas
with the
comunicaciones al
department on Monday,
departamento
I
el
think it was
lunes, creo que fue
received
recibido ayer,
yesterday, about some of these matters
acerca
as
de estas
well,
cosas,
because there were
porque
a number
había
of
un número de
individuals who,
individuos que
not having spoken
no
with each
habían
other,
hablado uno con otro,
contacted me, who had been on the ground, who
estaban
are
en la tierra,
in no sense
en un
anarchists
sentido
or provocateurs, peaceful protesters who have done participated in protests for many years, who were worried about some of the tactics that were being engaged by LAPD. I don't think they felt that it was necessarily endemic across. Obviously, there's some investigations going on with particular incidents. But let me share a couple of the particular examples, faces and people who I think were familiar with people like Victor Narro, who is a very modest individual, used to head Shirla. We know him here, who was in the midst of a group that there was force used against. Women who are in their 70s, who were in Hollywood, this is both in Hollywood and as well in the protests in Westwood. Pero hubo un par de ejemplos en los que sintieron que la falla de esparcirse, el intento de esparcirse es por las tácticas usadas por el patrón, pues yo entiendo las tácticas son tácticas urgentes en 3 lados, el 4 lados, frentes algunas veces algunos de los obradores en paz estaban abogados tuvieron que negociar para las mujeres estatales para esparcirse y tácticamente no pueden esparcirse. Y eso lo llevó a algunos de los conflictos. La secundaria fue un par de instantes donde individuos se encontraron en acepto contra la policía. Nunca nos soportaron una demanda en contra de la policía. Y contestaron de ser la primera vez que se fueron a las protestas y vieron una protesta en Westwood con una mujer que tuvo un bebé enfrente de ella. Y luego uso fuerza juntos en la cabeza de ese niño y contra de alguien estaba provocando a la policía. Yo no he estado ahí, no he podido verlo en la calle, pero uno de estos por sí me dio paz y pero prueba 3 o 4 individuos otra vez que no. Son mujeres radicos, se menciona eso que se puede hablar acerca. La falla de dispersarse. Eso no lo está anunciando que se sirve para dispersarse. La segunda es que el uso de fuerza, que han venido para alentar algunos de sus ambiciones, no puede hablar en detalle, pero es lo que puede tomar en pie. Puede tener mi tiempo.
Yes, Councilman, I'll address the failure to disperse issue first. When we issued that order, it's a very formalized order,
una orden muy formalizada.
and it's documented,
está documentada.
and we have our own
Y tenemos
persons
nuestras propias personas que pueden verificar que fue oída para que la gente no tuviera ningún problema si no veíamos que la orden se había dado.
Usualmente, these orders are given as a last resort.
La última cosa.
In most cases, we are able to coordinate the movement of the crowd with the organizers.
gente con respecto a la fuerza de sus derechos, aunque cuando no tienen permisos se los dejamos. Y en hecho los acomodamos o los facilitamos. El problema viene cuando ellos supuestamente tienen que ir a cierto lugar y parar. Están de acuerdo en hacer eso, pero no lo hacen. Ahora, en West LA, si recuerdo, en el pasado tuvimos ciertos problemas cuando la gente va a causando ciertos daños de propiedad. En algún punto, como objetivos de policía tenemos que dar una decisión que ellos quieren tomar esto suficientemente lejos y tenemos que poner fuerza de bloqueo diciendo que no pueden más a este punto. Y si no paran ahí, como están de acuerdo en hacerlo, tenemos que detener esa línea. Y en momentos, uso de fuerza es necesario. Y claro que si hay una alegata que sea más allá, o es razonable y necesaria, nosotros personalmente hacemos investigación personal. Y puedo confirmar que nosotros tenemos eso ahorita. ¿Puedo confirmar sobre mi tiempo otra vez cuántas investigaciones fue el número? Tenemos 5 quejas en este momento. ¿Y cómo es que esa fuerza es ejercitada así para tener un poco? Si hay gente que está pasando mal de esa barra y a veces para elegantes que está odiando las calles que la gente en medio de la ola, ni siquiera las orillas necesariamente están jugando para adelante, que han sido golpeados por los oficiales de policía. Otra vez esto detiene un par de gentes individualmente que ni siquiera es parte de protesta de policía que no tienen. Eso, pero me preocupa desde el decreto de consentimiento con la litigación que estamos viendo ahorita del DNC. Tiempo que nosotros nos reentremos a un lugar donde tenemos nuevas partes en litigaciones potenciales con nosotros. Déjame responder esa pregunta en 2 partes. Nosotros tenemos supervisores de los ciudadanos que están en la línea. Tenemos supervisores más transversales, y los de policía son humanos, a veces son emocionales, a veces su percepción no puede ser razonable. A lo mejor probablemente es más alto de lo que realmente eso es que empieza a bajar. Pero también lo que hemos hecho es, no sé si puedo enseñar esto, pero traje el material de entrenamiento que usamos para entrenar a los oficiales y supervisores. Y hay pequeños libretos como este que usamos para entrar a nuestros oficiales. También es cámaras especiales, todas estas demostraciones. Es un pequeño libreto de declaración de independencia, condición y todos los amendamientos. Usamos esto para ganar entrenamiento. Cuando todas estas medidas precaucionarias fallan y lo son legatas de mal conducta, vamos a investigarlos.
Mr. Zine.
Thank you.
Gracias.
Commander Kim. Councilman Parks and I have been on
hemos
skirmish
estado
lines
en
in the
líneas
past,
seccionales en el
and
pasado y
we've seen some of the
hemos
situations
visto
that have
algunas
occurred.
situaciones que han ocurrido.
Some questions that I
Algunas
had. You
preguntas
mentioned
que
22
tengo mencionado.
demonstrations. Does that
Dos
include the ones
demostraciones
in
ocurren
Central
las que
Bureau,
del centro de la
or is that
Cámara
just West
Central, no
Bureau?
más el centro del oeste. Incluidas en la Cámara Central.
Insignificant
No,
ones, the small ones.
significantes
And the deployment of officers.
y para
Do you have
desplazar
the
los
number of officers that have been
oficiales de los
deployed
filas que
in
se
the
han
20
mandado en las
demonstrations, the
22
total count of
demostraciones
officers?
total de oficiales? No, no lo
We will
tengo.
have them in our
Vamos a
after-action
tenerlo
report,
después en el
but I
reporte,
can tell
pero
you
puedo
it ranges
decirle que
from
es
maybe
entre
20, 30 officers
20 y
to
30 oficiales
several
para
hundred
varios
officers, depending on
oficiales,
which one you're
dependiendo en
talking
cuál
about.
está hablando
What
usted.
about the cost
¿Y qué
involved?
tal
We
la
know what
costa
we spent
envuelta?
to this
¿Sabe lo
date
que gasta
as far as
lo
deployment?
que hemos gastado
No,
usted?
sir, I do not
No,
have
señor,
that,
no
but
tenemos eso, pero
usually we use about
usualmente usamos
$60
como
an hour
$60
for police
por
officers. You
oficial
can
de
imagine
policía.
if
Pueden
300
imaginar que
officers
300
showed up
oficiales
and they stay
llegan
there
y se
for
quedan
10
ahí por
hours
10 horas.
and then multiply
Y
that by
multiplique eso por
60,
60.
you can come up with a very
Puede
high
salir
dollar figure very
una
quickly.
figura muy
And when we get
rápida. Y
assistance
cuando
from the
tenemos
Sheriff's
asistencia
Department
de
and the
parte de
California
policía,
Patrol, do we have to do a reimbursement
tenemos
to
que
those
hacer
agencies?
reembolso para esas
I'm not
agencias.
sure we
No
have
estoy
to
seguro
reimburse
que
them,
tenemos
so I don't
reembolsado.
know.
And on 128,
Y en
use of
128
force,
uso de fuerza.
does every, you mentioned
Todo
5, I
mencionó
believe,
5
the 120 investigations or administrative investigations,
investigaciones de
Do you have the
¿Tiene
total
usted
number
el
of use of
total de
force
uso de
reports
fuerza de
that were
reportes que
completed
fueron
by
completados por
officers
oficiales
in the 22
en las
demonstrations?
22 demostraciones? Bueno, por lo menos tenemos 5.
Well, those are administrative
Pero esas
investigations.
investigaciones,
120 personnel
unos
complaints.
128 quejas.
But is every use
Pero
of
es todo
force
uso de
report
fuerza,
then
uso de
correlated?
fuerza
In other words, you've only had
exagerada.
5 uses of force
Reporta nomás
in the
tenemos uso
22
de fuerza en las
demonstrations.
2 demostraciones.
One thing I can
Puedo
tell you, we have at
decirles que
least
por lo menos
5 or
tenemos
less use
5
of force.
menos
I'm
uso de
not
fuerza.
sure how
No
many
seguro
actual
cuántos
reports we have
reportes
at
en
the
sí.
moment.
So that would be
Entonces
with
eso sería con
baton or the
con
PR-24.
la batuta
No, sir. There are two,
macana o
I'm
con
sorry,
tengo
three
3
excessive force allegations.
alegatas
The
de
others
fuerza excesiva, las
are
otras son
improper remarks.
Improper remarks.
Yes, sir.
So as far as use of force
en
reports,
fuerza,
use of force
uso de
action,
fuerza en
the
acción
officers,
de
the
los oficiales,
PR-24, the
el
baton,
PR-24, la
non-lethal weapons, were there only 2
Entonces,
incidents
nomás
where
hubo
they
2
used
incidentes donde usaron.
non-lethal weapons?
One was pushing.
Uno fue empujar.
So the protester was
El
shoved.
protesto fue
Correct. And that's the
aventado
use of
y eso
force.
es uso de fuerza.
And then one
Y
officer
un
with the
oficial
baton.
con la macana.
Two
Hay 2
incidents where
incidentes
the
donde
allegation
el
of
alegato
improper
es
use
el
of baton
uso de la macana
two
fue usado.
allegations of a baton,
Alegatos
and
de la
then
macana y verbal
Yes, and the pushing.
y de empujar. Okay.
Any attacks on
Algunos
the horse
ataques
detail?
en
Any
el detalle de
attacks on the
caballos, en
officers
los
on the mounted
oficiales.
unit?
I'm not aware of this,
No
so
sé
I
de
don't want to
eso,
answer
no
that
quiero
question.
contestar esa
I
pregunta.
don't have answer for
No
that.
tengo respuesta para eso. Entonces, con 10,000 demonstrantes, 22 incidentes,
You have
han
approximately 5
tenido
people
5
complaining.
gente quejándose.
Yes, and we
Sí.
also have 2
Y también
officers
2
who have been
oficiales que
injured.
han sido
That's my other
lastimados.
question.
Esa era mi otra
Yes.
pregunta.
Out of the situation, 2
De los
officers
otros
injured
2 oficiales lastimados
and
y
protesters injured.
protestas lastimados,
Not to my
no
knowledge.
de mi conocimiento.
Okay, so when you look at
Entonces,
the
cuando
numbers
ven los números
for 10,000
por 10,000
confrontations, if we want to
confrontaciones,
call them
si queremos
confrontations,
las
people fail to
confrontaciones,
disperse.
la gente
Those are
que
the
falla
numbers that have been
de
generated for
esparcirse,
complaints.
pero
And are all
y
these
también todas
protests
estas
videotaped by
protestas
the
son
police department?
grabadas por el departamento de
Yes, they
policía.
are.
Sí
And
son.
I
Y
cannot
no
say
puedo
for
decir
every
por cada
demonstration from beginning to
demostración
an end, but
empezando
for
hasta
any
terminar, pero
significant
cualquier
demonstrations,
demostración
we do
segura
have a video
tenemos
capability.
capacidad de
I
videotape.
have to tell you,
Pero tengo
though,
que decirle
some of
que
these
algunas de estas
demonstrations
demostraciones
cover a large
cubren
area.
un área
I can't really say that we
grande y
have
no puedo decir
everything
que
on tape
tenemos
for
todo
every
en videotape
demonstration.
para todas las
Okay,
demostraciones.
thank you, Commander.
Gracias, señor Holden.
You hold my time
Yo tengo
while
mi tiempo
I
mientras
show a film
enseño
of
una
some of the
película de algunos de los
demonstrators in West
demostradores en West
LA.
LA.
That's the issue that we're
Es la
discussing
cuestión de la que
today.
estamos discutiendo.
Would you let it roll?
Córralo.
Watch the film. All right, cut it off.
Córtelo.
Mr. President,
El
members,
presidente, miembros,
what we just
lo
witnessed
que
and
acabamos
saw
de
on
ver, vimos
television screen is a
en la
replay
televisión
of the incident
el
that took place
incidente
at
que tomó
the
lugar
demonstration which
en la
occurred
demostración que
in
ocurrió
West Los
en West
Angeles.
Los Ángeles.
I
En
received,
la
as you
vista,
have,
y
I'm
como
sure,
recibí como usted
a number of
un
telephone
número de
calls
llamadas de teléfono
of citizens
de
complaining
ciudadanos
about
quejándose
how they were treated,
cómo fueron
not allowed
tratados
to exercise their
en
First
ejercer
Amendment
sus
rights.
derechos del primer amendamiento.
There are a lot of police officers we saw
Muchos
in that
oficiales que
film,
vimos en esta
and it appeared to me
película
at least
parece que
that
por lo
only one,
menos nomás uno,
it appeared to me,
me pareció a mí,
one primarily was
uno
out of line,
primeramente
the
se
others
fuera de
were
línea, los otros
holding
estaban
their own
deteniéndose
without
sin
crossing the line and
cruzar
abusing
línea abusando
the citizens'
a los ciudadanos
rights and denying the right
derechos,
to
a negar los
protest.
derechos de
You
protestar.
testified earlier
Usted
that
es
you
un
hold the
hombre que
line,
detiene la línea
and you held the
y si
line maybe
detiene la línea
because
porque
they didn't
no
have a permit
tenían el permiso,
to
It was necessary to
era
hold the
necesario
line.
detener la línea. ¿Tenían permiso?
No, sir.
No, señor.
Without the permit,
Sin
we
el permiso
facilitated
les damos facilitados y los
movement.
acomodamos su movimiento.
Prior to that,
Antes
they
de
left
eso dejaron
westbound from
para el
Wilshire
oeste de
and
la
Veteran
Wilshire y Veteran
to Wilshire
a la
and
Wilshire
Federal.
y Federal.
And we
Y
facilitated
entonces
that
facilitamos el
movement, and we we also
y también
facilitated their
facilitamos un
movement back
movimiento de
to
regreso a la Wilshire
and veteran.
y veterano.
The agreement was
El
for them
acuerdo
to
era
stop
para que
there
pararan ahí
by the federal government
por
property.
la propiedad del gobierno federal, no ir más para allá.
Westwood Village.
Westwood
The
Village.
line you
La
saw,
línea que usted vio,
the blocking force,
la fuerza de bloqueo,
was placed
fue
on
puesta en la
Wilshire
Wilshire,
between
entre
Veteran
Veteran
and
y
Midvale
Midvale,
to stop the
para parar a
demonstrators from going
demostradores
into
de
Westwood
entrar a
Village
Westwood
area.
Village.
That's why
Por
the
eso es
blocking
que
force
esto es la
was
fuerza de
necessary.
bloqueo fue, pero no hubo permiso para demostrar ahí. Es lo que está diciendo, no había permiso. Nomás fue de momento, entonces sí no vamos a ir a caminar.
Well, I wouldn't say it was a spirit
Decir que
moment.
fue de
They
repente
did
ellos que
communicate to
se
us
comunicaron
at
a
the scene
nosotros en la
after
escena,
everything
después de que todo
started that
empezó,
they
que
wanted to
ellos
march.
querían marchar.
So we
Entonces,
You designated an area
ese era un área donde
in which they can march
ellos pueden
and not
marchar.
go outside of that area.
No, we did not
Nosotros
designate.
designamos.
They are the ones that
Ellos son
told
los
us
que nos
that they
dijeron
wanted to go
que
to
querían ir
Wilshire and
a la
Federal
Wilshire
from Wilshire and
de la
Veteran.
Wilshire
And stop.
y parar.
No,
No.
They wanted
Ellos
to
querían
turn around and come back
regresarse y
again.
regresar otra vez.
And we, the police,
La policía
discussed and made a
hablamos de eso,
decision
hicimos una decisión
to facilitate rather than
facilitarles en
stop
vez de
them right there
pararlos
and
ahí,
then, to allow
dejarlos
them to
que
demonstrate
demostraran
and to
y que
participate in
participaran
exercise of
en
their
ejercicio
constitutional
con los
rights.
derechos de constitución.
All right, my only
Mi
concern,
única
Mr.
preocupación,
President,
señor
members, is
presidente y
that
miembros, es que
we are under
nosotros
consent
somos
decree for
decreto de consentimiento
so-called
que se
officers
llama oficiales
crossing the line and using
cruzando la línea de
excessive force.
fuerza excesiva.
The majority of those
Esa
officers,
mayoría de
except
los
for one,
oficiales,
I can see,
excepto uno que puedo ver,
we're cognizant of
se
the fact
fueron
that not only did we
conscientes del hecho de
protect
que
the people who
protegemos a
were
la
there
gente que estaba
and
ahí
did not cross the
y no
line.
cruzaron.
I'm sure that
Yo estoy
in the
seguro
case where
de
there
que
one
en
or
el
two
caso de uno o dos
might have done this
podrían haber hecho esto
outside of your guidelines,
afuera
which
de
you
sus líneas
showed
que
us.
usted nos enseñó.
There may be some
A lo mejor hay
hearing on
algún,
that. I'm not saying
en
that
eso
it
no
hasn't
estoy
started yet,
diciendo
but
que ha empezado ya,
I think the
pero yo
evidence
creo
speaks
que la
for
evidencia
itself.
habla por sí
That
misma.
if that officer can be
Que ese oficial
identified,
puede ser
certainly you should
identificado,
go ahead for
ciertamente
counseling,
habrá para
and you
consejo
should discuss with him what
y
his
discutir cuál es,
what excessive force
qué su
really
fuerza
is.
excesiva es.
I'm not saying
No
that
estoy
it
seguro
has
que
already happened.
no ya
I
pasó.
trust
Yo
you
confío,
will take the message
va a
back to
tomar el mensaje
to those who are in
a
authority
esos que están en la autoridad
to initiate
que inician
that kind of a hearing
esa
and
clase de audiencia
discussion
y
and
discusión
to share
y compartir
what the guidelines
lo
are
que
with
las
all
líneas
the
son
police
con todos
officers,
los
given
oficiales
the
de
fact
policía,
that
dando el
there's so
hecho
many
de que hay
people out
tanta
there
gente
today
ahí hoy
who are on both sides of
que
the
están
issue.
al lado
I
de
think
la
all of
cuestión.
us
Creo
want
que
to
tenemos a proteger,
wish the best
desear lo mejor
for men and women
para
who
los
are in
hombres y
front
mujeres que
line.
están en la
And they just
frente a
express
la línea y
themselves in
expresan
different
de
ways.
diferentes maneras.
And only in America
Es
that you can
solamente
do
en
that.
América
And
pueden
here
hacer eso y
in Los
aquí en
Angeles,
Los
we
Ángeles
expect people to
esperamos
have
que
the
la
right
gente
to
tenga el
exercise
derecho de
their First
ejercitar su
Amendment
primer
right,
derecho
without
primera
being,
sin tener que
in fear of
miedo de
the city of Los
de los
Angeles
de Los Ángeles
representantes
representantes
abusing and misusing
ver
them
esta
or using
amenazar
any
cualquier
thing known as excessive
eso como
force.
fuerza
So I
excesiva.
would just say
Entonces
to
yo
you
le
that
diría a usted que
I thought the
yo
public should
hablé que
hear
el público
and see
debe
what
oír y ver qué es
our
lo que
concerns are.
nuestros
And that's why I
preocupaciones
brought
son,
it to
por
your
eso traje su
attention. I
atención.
just want to say,
Más quiero
further say
decir
that
que
they sent the right guy over
este es
here.
mandaron al hombre bien aquí porque nadie quiero que sería más duro.
Well, Councilman,
Bueno,
for your
concejal, para su
edification,
desviación,
I will confirm
voy
that
a
there is an
confirmar que hay una
investigation to look
investigación
into the
para
matter.
viendo en la
And
causa.
once it's all
Una
done,
vez que
I'm
todo
sure
termine,
proper
creo que
things will
sus
be
cosas propias
taking
van a
place.
tomar lugar.
And we are
Y que
focused
estamos
on
enfocados en
delivering police service
entregar
to
servicio de
everyone,
policía para
including
todos,
the
incluyendo a los
demonstrators.
demostrando.
Councilmember Padilla,
Compañero, señor Padilla.
did you want to speak?
Quería usted
Councilmember
hablar,
Garcia.
señor Garcete.
Thank you.
Gracias.
Let me be clear
Déjeme
too,
estar
colleagues. I
claro
mean, this could be a pro-war
puede
march, it could be
ser
an
para
anti-war march. That's the
guerra,
content of the
lo
march.
contento de la
Never be
marcha
any of
nunca
our
debe
concerns.
ser una
Obviously, we're protecting
preocupación.
First
Estamos
Amendment
protegiendo
rights here.
el
It's the tactics. Let me
las tácticas.
políticas. Además de decir dos cosas, quiero estar claro que no creo usted que yo y nosotros queremos estar aquí sentados en mesas de finanzas y viendo millones de dólares de demandas dentro, porque no, por ejemplo, el comportamiento del partido está aquí, por eso queremos estar haciendo este diálogo, pero quiero estar muy claro sobre esto. Yo quiero possibly to
Estoy
respond
parte
with
de
whether you'd be willing
que
to sit
sí
down
va a
with folks
sentarse
who
con
are
la
not
gente que
interested
no
in
están
litigation,
interesados en
who simply
litigaciones,
were
que
people on the
simplemente
ground there
gente
who
en
could
el
describe from
piso
their
que
perspective
describen
as
su
residents
perspectiva
and
como
have that
residente.
communication. Too often we
Tenemos
wait
comunicación,
until
muchas
we
veces
get to
esperamos
that
hasta que
litigious
llegamos a
point
ese
and then we're
punto
very different, we have a very different relationship
tenemos
with our
diferente
residents
relación con
than
los
at an
residentes
early
que con
point
los
when
punto
folks can
temprano
sit down
cuando
and
la
say,
gente
look,
puede sentarse a ver.
you can tell me
Me
about what
puede decir
tactics are
acerca de
supposed to be
tácticas
used, I
deben
can learn
usar,
about
si yo
that,
puedo
but let me
aprender
tell
eso,
you,
pues déjame
as
decirle,
a woman who had a
como
baby with a
mujer tuvo
baton
un
being
bebé
swung
con
right by its
una
head, what it was like
macana,
there on the
sabes que es lo
ground,
que estaba en el piso.
and to engage in
Y
that. So
hacer
would you be
esa
willing to
clase
sit
puede
down
usted
with a
sentarse
couple
con un
folks
par
who have
de
been
gente
there
que
at
han
some of
estado
these
ahí en
protests and have
las
seen some of
protestas,
this,
ver
just
algunos de
to
estos
hear
para
from
que
a policy
ver
level
de
what we
la
might be
de
able to do to
policía
make sure
para
we
poder
get
ser
this
seguro que no
Answer is
la
definitely yes.
contestación es definitivamente
We'll
sí.
do it as soon
Vamos a
as
hacerlo
that
tan
can be
pronto se puede
arranged.
hacer arreglado
We're open
y vamos a estar
to
abiertos para
discussion
discusión
with anybody
con
at the
cualquiera en la
scene.
escena.
At the scene,
At the scene.
not X number of
No
days
número
later in
días
this
después
setting.
en este set.
Wherever they are, they
Donde
can
están
approach us.
pueden acercarse a nosotros.
We are open.
Estamos
And as far
abiertos.
as
Y
risk
lo que hemos
management issues,
cuestiones
we are very much aware of it. I want
realmente yo
to
que sabemos de eso, quiero
tell everyone
decirle
here
a
that the
todos que
proper
el
procedures are
procedimientos
being
son aprobados,
followed,
están siendo
and we
seguidos
understand the
y
spirit of the
entendemos el
policy
espíritu
for
de
the
la
city.
policía para la
And I
ciudad.
think
Yo creo
overwhelmingly
que
right.
usted
Obviously, we have
derecho, yo
some
creo que tenemos
investigations, and we
algunas
can't say across
investigaciones,
the
no
board
puedo
we know
decir por
100%
todos que
the procedures have
100%
always been
procedimientos se han
followed,
seguido,
but
pero
that is a matter
es una
to
cosa
resolve
que
elsewhere. I
resolver
will
otra
arrange
parte,
those
voy a
meetings
hacer esas
with
juntas
you,
con
maybe we can
usted,
talk
quizá podemos
right
hablar
after this and make sure
después
that
de para
communication
saber
is
esa
happening, so
comunicación
we can
está
just be the
pasando, para
best
estar ser el mejor
policymakers and best police
policía
department that we know
y
that we
la
do
policía
have
que
and make that
tenemos
best
y
city
ser
that we
la
do
mejor
have that
ciudad que
protects
tenemos
those
y
free speech
protege
rights
sus
while at the same time allowing the city to
derecho de
function. So thank you for coming in and giving us that briefing, and we'll depend
expresión
on that
en
communication.
esa comunicación.
Thank you, Mr. Garcia.
Gracias, García. Ticio Macas.
You mentioned how many demonstrations we had over a period of time since March 19th and the number of demonstrators that we had probably seen on the streets throughout this period. How many officers have been participating in the specific deployment in the areas that you're aware of, and just roughly to handle these issues?
Para llevar estas cuestiones.
You know, I'm sorry, but I
Lo
don't have
siento,
the
pero yo no
exact
tengo
figure,
la
but
figura
I
exacta,
can
pero
give you
yo puedo
some
darle
brackets. You know, some of the significant
paréntesis
ones, like the ones we
significantes
had
son
in
como los que
West LA
tenemos en
and
West LA y
Hollywood.
Hollywood.
It involves several
Envolvió
hundred
varios
officers.
cientos
Some other ones maybe
varios
20 to
cientos
30
de
officers.
20 a 30 oficiales en otras.
Unfortunately, I don't have
Desafortunadamente no
the
tengo yo
figures with me,
las
but it is very
figuras, las
significant and
cantidades, pero es
substantial.
substancial y
All
substancial.
right, and
Y
following up on what Mr.
diciendo lo que el señor García
Garcetti indicated, you
indicó,
indicated
usted
here, even
dijo
though there
aquí,
had
aunque
not
no
been
ha
a
habido
permit,
su permiso,
you worked with
usted trabaja
people
con
who
gente que
were perceived to be
está
able to be
presente para
organizers
ser
and understand what the
organizador, sí,
parameters and
entender
framework
con los
of what you were
parámetros
going
de
to
lo que
allow
estaban
literally on the street
literalmente
as
en
it
la
was
calle como
occurring.
era
Is
ocurriendo.
it equally clear
Está
to the
igualmente claro para el
department and to the people
departamento,
who
a la
are
gente que es parte de la demostración,
who is in charge
quien está a
at
cargo
LAPD? I mean,
en
is
el
that
departamento de
essentially
policía, es
easily able to be
esencialmente bajo
identified
para
so
ser
that people
identificado
have a
porque la
place to
gente tenga un
go
lugar
to
donde
either
ir
discuss and
para
negotiate these
discutir y
things
negociar
or
estas
call
cosas o
into
llamadas,
question if there is a
preguntas si
question,
hay
so
una
that
pregunta
obviously a
para
lot
que
of
oficial,
folks on the street,
mucha
all in
gente en
a
la
similar
calle
police uniform, it might
uniforme
not
de
be so
policía no
easy
es
to
tan
identify.
fácil
So
para
I think
identificarse,
it might be
entonces
useful
podría
just
ser
as part of your policy
uso para
proactively to make sure that
proactivamente de la
whoever is the
policía que
command leader,
cualquiera
whether
es
it's
el
a
líder,
lieutenant
como
or
sea
some of the captains who might be
uno de
there,
los
that
capitanes
it's
estén ahí,
clearly
que esté
identifiable
claramente
for the majority of
identificable
people
para
who
la
are
mayoría de la
present
gente que está
who's in
presente,
charge.
que está a cargo.
Just to
Nada
let you
más para
know,
dejarles
because
saber,
most
por
of
muchas
these
de
demos
estas
occurring
demostraciones
in
están
West
ocurriendo en
LA,
West LA.
we have
Nosotros tenemos
a semi-permanent command post set up there northeast
permanente en el
Wilshire
oeste de la
Veteran.
Wilshire
It's
Veteran.
very obvious. We
Está muy
invite
obvio,
people to come
invitamos a la
in,
gente que
including
venga,
press.
incluyendo a la
They have
prensa.
all been there. They're
Todos
well
están
aware
ahí,
of that
están de
location.
todo ese lugar.
And for every one of
Y
these
por cada de estos
demonstrations, we identify,
demostradores
we walk into
caminamos
the,
dentro de la
we stay there with
punto y
them and
estamos
their
con ellos
attorneys,
y
the
sus abogados,
organizers and their
organizadores
attorneys.
y sus abogados.
Usually these attorneys
Usualmente
have
sus abogados
certain
tienen
hats
ciertos
on, so
sombreros
it's
para
very easy to identify them.
identificarlos.
We have no
Entonces
problem
tenemos
communicating
problema
with
comunicando
anyone,
con
and we
nadie.
want
Y
to
si
do it
nos
right there
queremos
and then, not
estar
later
ahí,
on
no
in
más
terms of
adelante
risk
en
management
términos de
issues or
cuestiones de
in terms of
riesgos,
possible
cuestiones de
misperception of police
expresión
department's
de
reputation.
hostigamiento de la
All right,
reputación de la
thank you.
policía.
I
Muchas
wanted
gracias, más
that
quería eso,
made known, just so
que se
everyone there is
supiera y
aware
todos
that if they
supieran
are
que
on
lo
the
que
street
están en la calle
protesting and becoming
protestando, haciendo,
involved,
están
that there
muertos,
is
que
also
hay otra
identification, as you say,
identificación,
particularly in
como
that
dice,
area
porque
where it's
en esa
become
área
almost a
donde está casi
semi-permanent command center to go in,
para
get
entrar
information
y
clear,
dar información
understand
clara
what the
de
parameters of
lo
the
que son
framework
los
and the rules
parámetros de
will
las
be in
reglas van a
allowing
ser
peaceful
dejar
protest to go forward.
la
Absolutely.
protesta
That's why
en
we
paz que
have
se
for West
adelante.
LA,
Tenemos
we
para
have a
West
lieutenant
tenemos
there
a
at all
un
times supervising that
ahí
command
supervisando
post
eso.
location.
Thank you.
Gracias.
Mr. Zine.
Señor Sainz.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Señor presidente,
War in Iraq looks
la
like it's
guerra
going
en
to
Irak creo que
continue,
va a continuar.
along with, I believe, the
También creo que en las
protests.
protestas.
At the point
En el punto
that the police
de que la
department
parte de policía
moves the protesters,
mueva a los
if they're on the
protestantes que
sidewalk,
están en la banqueta,
that's permitted.
esto está permitido.
Do you engage at the
Ustedes
point
hacen
they're
al
taking
punto
over
de que están
intersections?
agarrando
At
intersecciones.
what point
¿En qué
do you
punto
call it
lo
unlawful assembly
llaman
and disperse? If they're just on the sidewalk
asamblea
protesting, is that permitted?
ilegal?
And at what point, as we saw in the
Decirse,
videotape,
cuando vimos
where
en
the
el video de los
officers are in a
oficiales
skirmish line
están en una
moving,
línea
can you just
moviendo,
briefly
pueden en
describe
pocas
the
palabras
part where
describir
you
la parte
then,
donde
as the
ustedes
police
entonces como
department,
parte policía intervienen.
It depends on several
Depende en
factors.
varios factores.
It depends on their
Depende
past
en
and
el
cumulative
pasado,
behavior
acumulativo, comportamiento,
as a group of people.
como grupo de gente.
I'm
Y
inclined
yo estoy inclinado
to give in a
a
little
dar un poquito.
if they have been
Si
peaceful.
hay este de
And the
estar
only thing
en
we
paz,
have is
solamente
that
que
they're not
tenemos que
staying on
no
the
están
sidewalk.
quedándose en
But
la banqueta,
sometimes,
porque a veces
logistically, it's difficult for
logísticamente
them
es
to stay
difícil
on the
para quedarse en la
sidewalk. I think
banqueta.
you know that.
Usted que lo sabe eso.
So we will
Entonces
not
no
make an
vamos a hacer
issue
una
out
cuestión
of that.
de
A
eso.
lot of that depends
Mucho de
on
eso
their
depende
past
de
and
su
cumulative
pasado
behavior
y
in terms of doing
comportamiento, como le
something
estoy haciendo
violent
algo violento
and or destructive.
o destructivo.
And on
Y
other
en
issue
otras
is
cuestiones,
police resource we
la
have present
policía
at that
tenemos
location.
presente en ese lugar.
Is it realistic
Y si
for
es
us to
realista
take
para
action
nosotros
with what
tomar
we
acción
have?
con lo que
We
tengamos.
may choose to
A
wait
lo mejor podemos
just because we
escoger
don't have
esperar porque no
sufficient
tenemos
resources at the
suficientes
scene.
policías.
So it depends
Entonces
on
depende
those
en
factors.
esos factores.
So you don't have a group of
Entonces no
officers
tiene un grupo
standing
de
by
oficiales parados.
when an incident
Cuando un
takes place,
incidente
you need to
toma lugar,
muster
no tiene que
resources.
realizarlo.
Those personnel
Ese
come
personal
from
viene
throughout the
de
bureau
por
of the
toda la
city
Cámara por la
Yes,
ciudad de
to then
Cecilia.
muster the
Deben
resources,
de
which then strips the
entonces
city of police
entonces
service
quita la
to
policía de
handle
servicio
that
público para llevar esa
situation.
situación. Absolutamente.
It depends on
Depende
how much we know
cuánto
about this
sabemos
plan
de este plan
demonstrations
de
in advance.
demostraciones.
If we have good information,
Si tenemos
obviously we
información,
deploy
entonces
in advance,
mandamos en la
then everybody
adelantado, entonces todos.
is better off.
Está mejor.
Demonstrators, the police
Demostradores,
department, the
la
community, the
comunidad de los
businesses.
negocios.
But if
Pero
these
si a
demonstrations
esta demostración
occur
ocurre
without us knowing
sin
in
que nosotros
advance,
sepamos en
that means
adelantado,
we have to
entonces quiere
get the
decir que tenemos que
information
dar
and
la
we have to
información,
get the
tenemos que
resources
llegar
out there. And
afuera.
sometimes
Para
it is very
veces es muy
difficult
dificultoso
to round up sufficient
tener
number of
suficientes
officers to
oficiales
handle
para
these
llevar estas
demonstrations. And when
demostraciones.
they
Y cuando
respond,
ellos
wherever they
responden,
come
donde
from, it
quiera
might be
vengan,
San Pedro, it
puede
might
ser
be
San Pedro, puede ser
Devonshire,
Devonshire,
they may go down to
puede ir a
50% strength,
50%
or even below
o más
50%
bajo de
strength.
eso.
You mean the uniformed personnel?
El personal uniformado.
Yes.
Now, are you working
Ahora usted está
with Homeland
trabajando
Security
con
operations within the police
operaciones de
department?
seguridad de
Of course.
Okay.
Claro.
Oh, you mean my assignment?
Yes.
So my assignment is
Asignación es
Westfield.
No, I understand that, but Homeland Security,
Pero
where they're
Homeland
beefing that
Seguridad ya
division
está
up, are they
aumentando más la
monitoring
seguridad, están
the
monitorando
protesters, the demonstrators,
los
and are they
demonstradores
feeding information
y están
in
información
to the various
a
bureaus?
todas las diferentes cámaras, absolutamente.
Okay, thank you.
Gracias.
Mr. Holden.
Señor Holden.
So, Commander, in response to
Respuesta
Mr. Zion's
a
question,
la pregunta del
where you,
señor Sain.
if you knew in
Si ustedes
advance, you
saben en
could
adelantado, entonces
plan by
pueden
having
planear
more officers
tener más
there
oficiales
to
ahí
cope with
para
the
hacer
crowd of people
con la
demonstrating.
gente
But in case where you don't
demostrando,
know,
pero donde no
then
saben,
back to my
el
original
hecho de que
question,
me
is a
preguntó originalmente
spontaneous
es espontáneo,
response to whatever they decide they want to do in terms of
deciden hacer
demonstrating.
cosas de demostrar.
And then you
Y luego
respond to
ustedes
that by
responden a
bringing
eso
in
trayendo
officers from
oficiales
the
de
Hop, San Pedro,
San Pedro, del Valle, de
Devonshire,
Belchar,
elsewhere.
de otras
And their
partes,
strength
y
may be
entonces
reduced
se quedan
by half
reducidos por
because
la
you need
mitad
these
porque
other
necesitan a estos
officers
otros
online. I think
oficiales en
that's
la
what I
línea, es lo
heard
que
you
usted
say.
que dijo.
In any case, do
En
you
cualquier
find
caso,
that
usted encuentra que
since these demonstrations
desde
are
que
going
estas
on,
demostraciones están
that some of these
pasando,
officers are
algunos
working
oficiales que están
overtime?
trabajando
I mean,
tiempo
they're
extra,
312, you
esos
know,
son 3
days a week,
días a la
12
semana,
hours a day.
2 horas
They're working 3
al
days a
día
week.
están trabajando.
Do you
3 días a la
find
semana
that
encuentra que
the numbers
el
in other
número
areas
en
that you
otras
have to
áreas que
protect is
tienen que
depleted by
proteger
the
está
crowd?
bajada por el hecho de, a menos que traigan más tiempo oficiales, los oficiales nomás no están.
If I understand your question correctly, yes, sir, it
Correctamente, sí,
is true
es
that
verdad
some of the
que
officers
algunos
are
oficiales están
working
trabajando
overtime because
overtime
of
por estas
demonstrations.
demostraciones. Eso quiere decir que no hemos tenido esa cuenta todavía, pero lo vamos a dar.
Mr. Pacheco,
Señor Pacheco,
I brought this motion
yo
in
traje
for a
esta
number of
moción
reasons.
para
One,
varias razones. Una es porque después de ver Rodney King en televisión,
that incident,
ese incidente,
after seeing
después de ver
Rampart
Rampart
and all the
y
lawsuits
todas
over
las
and over
demandas
again,
una y otra vez,
after seeing the
más de
Democratic National
ver
Convention where all the
Comisión
delegates
Demócrata
came
de
here
las delegatos vienen aquí
to as delegates to
como delegados para nominar.
the standard bearer, the part of the standard bearer. And I saw those incidents. Barbed wire fence around just to control the crowd. I thought the police did a good job. Under those adverse circumstances, they throwing rocks at them and pellets at them. And they did a good job. But there were still lawsuits. And we had to settle those lawsuits. And I don't think those police officers acted nothing in excessive. Some of these pellets went off and somebody got hit in the eye or something like that. But they were there under adverse circumstances. So I voted for that settlement, even though I wasn't supporting it. But you can see what's happened in the past. And to the extent possible, we will prevent those kind of lawsuits in the future. We just don't have enough money here, the taxpayers don't, to pay out money because some guy crossed the line and excessive force.
Cruzó la línea usando fuerza excesiva, entonces queremos traerlo a la atención de esos que que esta clase tenemos la preocupación de que la gente le importa y tenemos que mandar esa información. Por eso el pensamiento es dejar a la gente desarrollar sus derechos, la mente que usted no use fuerza excesiva, como lo hacen esto, como ejercitan derechos excesivos, porque tienen derecho a eso bajo la Constitución y eso es por el traje de la moción. Y quiero decir, cerrar, señor presidente, no voy a empujar mi botón otra vez. Que yo trabajo con usted, y yo lo he visto trabajar con capitanes y tomarlo a la comunidad, y la gente sabe de su que son los servicios de muy dentro de West LA también. Dios, estoy seguro de Gracias. Muchas gracias. ¿Son menos que descensores en este momento? Dígase ninguno, creo que la acción apropiada es para entregar ese archivo. Les comando por estar aquí. Sin objeción. El reporte está anotado en el archivo. Próximo asunto, por favor. Asunto número 20, llama espacial al señor concejal Sainz. Y es un comité de personal en el sentido con recomendaciones del superintendente Sanseo. Asunto 26.
Mr. President,
El presidente petición para que movemos el reporte del CEO en esta causa. Miembros que deseen ser oídos en este asunto, uno por abrirse la lista en el reporte del CEO, cierre la lista y tablece el voto. 14 sí, está aprobado. Próximo asunto. Asunto número 28, llama espacial al concejal Holden. Señor Holden, asunto 28. Señor presidente. Yo creo que el 28 y 29 resolución con el decreto constituyente venga al equipo para adelante. Si no pusieron 28 y 29, vamos a considerar concurrentemente. Creo que deben empezar con una presentación del equipo en estos asuntos.
Barb Garrett with the Chief Legislative Analyst's Office. We were in council at the end of January with our last status report, and since that time, several significant actions have occurred. On February 3rd, we submitted, the City of Los Angeles submitted a semi-annual status report to the court. On February 15th, the Independent Monitor released their regular quarterly report. And on January 31st, a significant milestone is that the U.S. Department of Justice approved the design document for the Risk Management Information System. As you know, we have negotiated that for an 18-month period with the U.S. Department of Justice. That action by the U.S. Department of Justice starts our clock. We have 21 months to complete the Teams 2 development projects under the consent decree. As we reported to you at the end of January, in looking at where we are with the consent decree, it's a 5-year agreement. However, in the last 2 years, we must be in substantial compliance in order to close out the agreement. We are now coming up on June 15th, 2003, which is our 2-year anniversary, indicating that we have 1 year left to get everything in place and in compliance in order to meet our goal of getting out of the decree in the 5-year period. In January, we reported to you that we had identified some issues that
algunas cuestiones que eran de preocupación. Esas cuestiones mayormente se volvían alrededor del concepto donde identificamos deficiencias y cuestiones no estaba actuando para remediar estas deficiencias tan rápidamente. Asuntos de tipo categóricamente de fuerza, investigación de fuerza, procedimientos de arrestos y
search warrant implementation procedures. Many of those procedures are documentation issues. They're not substantial issues, but we need to make sure that we come into compliance. Based upon those findings at the time, we recommended to City Council that on a monthly basis, LAPD be brought into Public Safety Committee and report on those issues. In the last meeting of Public Safety, we got reports on those. Orders are coming forward. We indicated that we would have those orders by the end of March in draft, and we are looking forward to receiving those and moving forward. We identified a new issue. The independent monitor had identified, and we identified some issues associated with separation of officers after categorical use of force event. In many instances, there are a number of officers involved, and it's not practical to transport them separately or put them in separate rooms. However, in some instances, that is easy to accommodate. And so that we are trying to better codify and give directions to officers. In addition, we provide public safety briefings at a site. In an incident, when you arrive on the incident, the supervisor gets debriefed on where the suspects are, if you've had any weapons fired, where they went, where you shot into, to make sure that we identify if there are any victims, and we can remedy those issues quickly. That is not an official interview, and so what the independent monitor has indicated to us is while they support that and they understand the need for that for public safety, they would like us to codify procedures to make sure that they're codified and everyone understands what they are and we can monitor and follow those. That is in progress, and we have asked LAPD to come back and report on that on a monthly basis. Largely within the decree, we're moving forward and we're continuing to resolve and identify issues. There is a concern
una preocupación de que ese proceso pase más rápido.
One of the integral parts of that is the audit division. The audit division actually goes in and does audits on all of the things that we are supposed to accomplish. And when they find problems, we then can fix them. It's a good process. The difficulty, as we've been to council before, is we're having difficulty with the audit division completing the audits in a cyclical, regular cycle so that we can identify those issues, remedy them, go back to check to make sure that the things that we put in place in fact remedy the problems and deficiencies we identified. Finally, as we reported to you and discussed yesterday, the Internal Affairs Group, as of January of this year, all of the required significant investigation categories were transferred to Internal Affairs for misconduct investigations, including unauthorized use of force. That has put an additional workload on the Internal Affairs Group, and we are continually monitoring that to make sure that we're meeting the 5-month investigative goal. However, we have a staffing concern. In October, we brought forward a staffing plan. We'll continue to monitor that we are achieving the goals of that plan, and thus the need for additional staff and the unfreezing for the positions that we had identified. In recent conversations, the independent monitor is currently in the process of reviewing complaint investigations and non-categorical use of force investigations. And this is the first time that they have done such a comprehensive review since implementation of the decree. They have identified some areas of concern with the 5-month investigative goal and some other investigative issues. And so we're looking to, once we get those identified, to resolve them expeditiously, and that will require staff resources. With that, I will close my presentation. Brought around to you what is the February 28th report that we provided to committee. If you turn to the back, there is a matrix of every individual paragraph of the consent decree. It highlights where we believe we are in compliance and where the independent monitor's most recent monitoring effort indicates our level of compliance. The shaded areas within that report indicate where we have a disagreement with the independent monitor on those issues. Some of those disagreements we've been to you previously regarding the policy procedures and the requirements of the decree. Others are newly identified issues. We continue to work with the independent monitor and U.S. Department of Justice to resolve those areas of disagreement.
I'll just make one comment. Our job
que nuestro trabajo les dice que lo que estamos haciendo mucho, bastante bien. Hemos objetivos dos, hemos recibido pedazos en el proceso de evaluar esos. Estamos en el proceso de, estamos en contratos con el sistema de quejas, el uso de fuerza. Como parte estamos a estar viendo 10-15 en la fecha que viene el equipo. Yo creo que la división de auditoría ha tenido sustancial mejoramiento en operación. Es juez de los ojos en la acción de policía, información que cuando no de manera disponible fue puesta en lugar. La división de auditores merece mucho crédito para hacer mucho un progreso que debe de ser en cuestiones de equipo. Pero yo creo que en el tiempo van a probarse uno de los mejores mejoramientos sustanciales en la manera que el departamento de policía puede monitorear lo que está pasando en las correcciones, se deben tomar los ejercicios. En general, estamos haciendo bien. Los 5 años creo que es optimista, pero de todas maneras estamos cambiando cantidad sustancial de organizaciones. Y creo que estamos progreso mayor para con ellos. Señora Makowska. Gracias, señor presidente. Creo que ayer tuvimos una discusión interesante de que había ese reporte frente a nosotros. Primero hubiera sido la discusión de ayer más pertinente. Como creo que la dijo, tenemos un decreto de consentimiento que tenemos de 3 meses, 3 años para ver las cosas corriendo. Y el monitor para asegurar que por 2 años corre de la manera que debería. Lo más pronto que tardamos poniendo a la gente para correr y las metas. Lo más pronto que podemos hacer el Departamento de Justicia del monitor, lo que usted tenemos que hacer, y ahora podemos resolver el decreto de consentimiento. Tardar en contratar a las gentes, particularmente como se habla en las investigaciones internas, es el decreto de consentimiento, es la relación que tenemos con el sentido. Y ayer no fue dinero, no fue dinero, por supuesto fue de escoger esas personas que nuestra línea debíamos a tener. Y como estamos esos reportes
from the independent monitor, the monitor says, how come you haven't hired them yet? What's going on? Or you're looking like you're slipping back because these positions that you said you wanted aren't there. Members, I would like to say, granted the monitor is a stickler and looks at details in some of their reports. As we indicated, we think that there's not a good understanding of how we're reporting. But there is also good news. I tell you to turn to page 11 of the CPED report and page 13. And the good thing about that, it shows compliance rate in terms of achieving our goals. Where we were when we started, where we are today, from a 47% compliance rate on processing complaints to a 94% that is sustained monthly now for the last year and a half. Same thing on processing of complaints in a 14-day period on non-tribal use of forces. We saw that we were making a commitment. We saw that we were putting people there and achieving a goal. We now have to sustain that goal and even more importantly, as we do more audits, just to make sure we're doing what we ought to do. Put the bodies there to do it, because the sooner we do it, get it underway, systemically making it a part of this department, the sooner we can save the Department of Justice. We've done it, now let's get released. And that's the goal of everybody in the department and the city. I would also like to just briefly mention that there's an amending motion that I brought in on the desk that deals with the field data report forms and allowing us to revise them. These are the paper forms that one
el
need to be
papel que
printed, and there's
necesitas
money
en
for that in the this report, but also it's changing
pero está
the
cambiando.
apparent
Imprimirse,
descent. And again, this is asking
Esto
officers as
pidiendo
they
a
approach
ustedes cuando
somebody,
se
stop
acercan a
somebody
alguien
with
para
their
alguien
traffic or
con el
pedestrian
tráfico
stop,
o
to make a
alto, estación de
determination
determinación.
of the descent of
descendente
the person that they're
de la
stopping.
persona que está
There have
parando.
been in
Ha
there
habido ahí
the categories
la categoría
of
de
Japanese,
japonés,
Chinese,
chino,
Filipino,
filipino.
which an awful well, some people might
Una
not be able to
junta no
make a
puede hacer
discerning
una-
judgment
un
about
juzgamiento
that, and so it's all been
en
now
eso,
changed
entonces
to
ya
just say
cambiar
Asian,
nomás de
which is
asiático.
simpler, it
Es simple,
coincides
es
with what the
coincide de
California
lo que
Highway
la
Patrol
paz
used,
de
and again, the
patrulla
Department of
de
Justice and
caminos
Independent
hace
Monitor had no
y
problem
no
with
tuvieron
it.
problema
So
con
that
eso,
is the
entonces
amendment
es el
to
mandamiento
allow that
dejar esto que
form to be printed, going with
se
Scantron,
forme,
they can print
que
it
ya pueden
more cheaply than we
ponerlo,
can internally.
que
And again,
internamente y otra vez.
each of these small
Cada de
details,
estos
and I really
detalles
commend the
pequeños
CLA
el
because
SLA,
they are,
porque ellos son,
and particularly Ms. Garrett, are
son
masterful at
son
monitoring
maestros
the
en
small
monitorear
details
estos
that are going to
pequeños
get
detalles
us
que nos van a
finished with this and
terminar
through
con
this
esto y
in an
pasar por
effective
esto y
and timely
efectivamente
manner.
de
So
manera
I
a
ask
tiempo.
for
Entonces
an
pido
adoption of this
una
report,
adopción de
both
este
reports,
reporte, los dos
and
reportes,
particularly the recommendations made, and also just to reinforce that one of the biggest hurdles is the agreement of the Department of Justice and the sign-off on our framework for Teams 2. Teams 2 is going to be the most important element, I think, of the whole consent decree. This information tracking data system on officers' behavior, on trends, etc. We've got the agreement on the matrix. It now triggers a new time frame of having something done within 18 months and a beta form out there and available. So as I said, it was one of the biggest hurdles to get through. We're committed to it in this report. We have a good milestone. But again, we've got to keep moving forward because if we don't and divert, delay, we're going to get more negative reports and ultimately more time with DOJ living as a part of LAPD and the city of Los Angeles.
Mr. Garcetti.
Thank you, Mr. President. And thank you for the report and congratulations on the progress. I just had two questions on two areas of disagreement. If you could just detail a little bit what the disagreement is. One is on the non-discrimination policy and the other one was the police integrity training.
Non-discrimination policy is paragraphs 102 and 103, and it requires the City of Los Angeles to have a non-discrimination policy and to have processes and procedures to ensure that that is enforced. What the independent monitor has indicated is that we will not be in compliance with the non-discrimination policy until we have completed data analysis of the data collected under paragraphs 104 and 105. It is the city's position that data analysis is not required under the decree. We have indicated that our non-discrimination policy is in place. We have complaint processes. We review those complaints. The Inspector General most recently actually did a review of all of those types of complaints to make sure that we were investigating them appropriately, taking them seriously, made some modifications to how we should accept and review those complaints. So we believe for the policy process, which is required under those paragraphs, we are in compliance. For the integrity training, there are a couple of issues. We are required to do regular and periodic training. We have identified that as a 2-year cycle. That means that we are required to have every officer go through that type of training once every 2 years. When we looked at it, when we reported to the court, we indicated that we were in close to 80, I think it was 75 or 86% compliance. I apologize, I don't remember. But we believed, looking at the numbers that had already been through, we would be able to achieve that goal by June 15th. The independent monitor looked at those numbers and had some concerns of whether we would achieve that goal.
Mr. Stein.
Thank you, Mr. President. Colleagues, the complaint policy on Los Angeles Police Department was recently modified. Does that have any impact on the consent decree?
The complaint process that was modified is consistent with the requirements of the decree. We provided that revision both to DOJ and the independent monitor and ensured that we were not making any modifications that would impact compliance with the consent decree. We believe that that process will streamlines the complaint review process that will further assist us in achieving our 5-month investigative goal.
As I understand the manner in which complaints taken
se
and
toman
generated,
y
the
se
formal
genera
versus the
la
informal,
formal que la
was
informal fue
modified
modificada.
recently, and that complies
Recientemente
with the
eso está
federal
con
consent
el
decree, the federal
decreto del
monitor.
Yes, it
consentimiento
does.
federal.
The
Y sí,
non-disciplinary complaint or
las quejas no
informal
disciplinarias o informales,
complaints
quejas,
are investigated
son
by the chain of
investigadas por la
command.
cadena
Those
de
complaints
esas
that were
quejas que
allocated for
fueron
IAG,
llevadas a
investigative
IGT,
responsibility under paragraphs 93 and
párrafo
94 of the
93
consent
del
decree,
decreto.
have to go to
Tiene
IAG, and IAG has their
tiene
investigative
su protocolos de
protocols in place.
investigación, se
So it
supone.
just serves to
Entonces, nomás
streamline the
sirve para
process.
hacer el
It
proceso
clearly
más rápido.
indicates
Y
that if
indica
they are
que
those
si
significant
esas
complaint
quejas,
categories, that they go to
categorías
IAG
que
and they
van a
have to be
IG y tienen
investigated
que ser
consistent with the
investigadas
requirements of
constantemente
the
con los
decree.
requerimientos del decreto.
And regarding
Y acerca de
personnel
el
that are
personal que
necessary
es
to carry out
necesario
the
para llevar
functions,
las funciones.
does the federal monitor
El
and the
monitor
federal
federal y la
court
Corte
care if they're
Federal
sworn
les
for
importa si
civilian
sean jurados o
personnel,
personal
or they just
jurado
want
o
the
nomás
job
quieren
done?
el trabajo que se haga.
We just have to get the
Nomás
job
tenemos
done.
que ir a hacer el
If
trabajo.
we can find a
Si
way
podemos encontrar una
to
manera
put
de
civilians in
poner
those
civiles en
categories to
estas
do that work
categorías para hacer ese
and
trabajo,
relieve sworn personnel to do
personal,
police work,
para todo policía.
that has no bearing
No tiene
on the
nada que ver
consent
nada
decree or
en
the
el
federal
decreto que se
monitor.
envió
So
para
the
el
23
monitor.
positions out of the
Las tres
62
posiciones de los
that are sworn,
62
if we could
están
find
juradas, si
civilians for
podemos
those
encontrar
positions,
civiles para estas
that would be
posiciones,
acceptable
eso sería
on the
aceptable
monitor
en el
for
monitor,
the consent decree.
por
Is
el
that correct?
decreto de consentimiento.
Okay. Mr. Deaton, I
Señor
don't need an
Deaton,
answer.
no
I already
necesito
have
una
the answer.
respuesta, ya
I
tengo la
wanted to thank you
respuesta.
very
Muchas
much.
gracias.
Mr. Holden.
Señor Holden.
This Crow outfit, that's the independent monitor?
¿Es monitor independiente?
Yes.
Sí.
Before Chief Brad
Antes
became
del
chief,
Chief de si será jefe.
his firm was a consultant to this Crow outfit?
Bufete fue consultado
Do you
para
know?
esto, ¿sabe usted?
Yes or no?
¿Sí o no?
Chief Branton was
Chief
a
Brandon era un
consultant.
consultor.
Yes, he
Branton
did.
was a consultant.
Well, he was part of the,
Él
he
fue
was
parte.
not only worked for them, but he was actually part of the proposal.
Fue parte de la propuesta.
some
Usted identificó
problems in
algunos
this report.
problemas en este reporte.
And now he's the chief,
Y ahora es el jefe, él,
which suggests to me
me sugiere a
that he
mí
has a
que él
knowledge
tiene
of what's
conocimiento de qué es lo que
wrong, what
tiene
needs to
mal,
be
que
fixed,
necesita
and now
arreglarse.
he's in a position
Y
where
está en una
hands
posición que
on
donde tiene las
in
manos
terms of
en
correcting
términos
the
de
problem
corregir el
before
problema.
you get too far out of
Antes de que
compliance.
se estén muy lejos de
He's
la
helped pretty much write this report.
es decir,
And so
tiene
what I'm
derecho. Entonces
saying
lo que
is
estoy
that
diciendo es que
we should be making more
nosotros
progress than we're
más
making.
progresivo y
I'll
hacer
give you a
eso
summary.
en sumario.
Compliance, not in compliance, and the list goes
Y
on.
la lista sigue.
The thing that troubles
La
me
cosa que me
is
molesta
that people always
es
talk
que la
about
gente siempre
you
habla,
just can't fight City
no más
Hall.
pueden pelear al City Hall.
And I agree at
Yo
this
estoy de
point in
acuerdo
time,
en
as
ese
I'm about to
punto,
leave
cómo
it,
voy a irme.
that you can't, it's a
Usted
moving
no
target.
es un
You can't fight.
punto.
Now, when you had a previous
Que
administration
giro
in that
en la
department,
inversión en ese departamento.
all the civil rights
Todos
groups,
los grupos
all
de
the
derechos,
protesters are
todos
here
los
saying what was
protestantes que
wrong.
están diciendo que es lo que está mal.
And we know it was in
Y
place at
nosotros
that
que se
time. You
puso
had
lugar en
someone
aquel tiempo
who
tenía
worked for
alguien que
Crow,
trabajó para
the
Crow,
council advisor,
causalmente
and you still had
y todavía
compliance. The
tiene
bottom
que
line, the
hacer.
independent
Piensa
monitor,
que
the
el
federal
monitor
government is not saying
independiente no está
anything.
diciendo nada,
Just
nada más
filling out papers.
llenando papeles.
You're not informing this
Están
council
informando este
that
consejo
they're upset
que
about
están
the
molestos
city
de la ciudad
not being in
que no
compliance,
están
and that they're demanding that we do
que
something
están
about
mandando
it
hacer
in a
algo
certain period of
en
time.
cierto periodo de
I
tiempo.
don't hear that at
Yo
all.
no digo eso para nada.
So,
Entonces,
my question
mi
to you,
pregunta es,
what's the impression you get
¿cuál es la
from
impresión que
the Justice
reciben
Department
del
regarding
Departamento de Justicia
being in
acerca
non-compliance?
de no estar en regla? Que tengan mi tiempo.
Depending on the
Dependiendo
issue,
de la cuestión,
to say the least, we have
por eso lo
spirited
menos tenemos
discussions about spirited discussions
discusiones
about
bastante
how we
de
believe
lo
we're
que
in
creemos que
compliance or
estamos en
how we
regla
believe
o
what they
cómo es que
want to
creemos que es
do
lo que quieren hacer.
may or may not be
Pueda o no
what we
pueda
think
ser
is
de lo que
appropriate
creemos
given the
apropiado dando las
circumstances. I would
circunstancias.
say that
Yo diría que
my staff is in
el equipo está
communication
en comunicación
with the Department of
con el Departamento de
Justice virtually
Justicia
on a daily
en bases
basis.
regulares verbales,
either verbally or
sea
email
verbalmente
or
o correo
combination
electrónico,
thereof,
combinación de estas dos.
I think in
Yo
general
creo que en
that
general
I would
I suspect
Yo
that the
sospecharía
Department
que
of
el
Justice thinks
Departamento de
that we're
Justicia cree
making
que estamos
reasonable
haciendo
progress.
progreso
Are
razonable.
they 100%
¿Están
satisfied with the
100%
progress? I
satisfechos
would
con el
say
progreso?
no.
Yo diría que no.
Am I 100%
¿Estoy
satisfied with
satisfecho
the
con
progress?
el progreso? No.
On the other
En
hand,
otra
I think
manera,
we've
yo
made
creo que hemos hecho
substantial progress, and we're
progreso
on the
sustancial.
verge
Estamos
of,
en la
as I said
punto
before,
de,
making
como dije hace,
progress on several
progreso
systems that
en
I
varios
think
sistemas
will be very beneficial to the
beneficiarios
department and to the city,
en
and
la ciudad.
will make us that much closer
Y van a ser
to
más
compliance.
cercanos
The Teams 2 is very
parece que
complex,
está muy
but
complejo.
I believe
Creo
we're
que
on the verge of a
estamos al
contract
punto
and
de un
beginning the
contrato
development of that in
y
accordance with the
desarrollando ese
design that
acuerdo
was
en
just
el
recently
diseño que nos tenemos
approved.
de aprobar.
So,
Entonces,
are they, well, just summarize, I don't think they're
summarizar, no
100%
creo que 100%
convinced we're doing everything we can, but I
convencidos de lo que
think
estamos
they
haciendo,
think
lo
we're
que podemos,
substantially
pero sustancialmente estamos
substantial
acerca de
progress.
progreso sustancial.
Only in mathematics we
Nomás
have
en
a
matemáticas
negative times
tenemos
negative
negativo, negativo,
So
tenemos
there's still a
positivo,
negative.
todavía un
It
negativo,
should be
y si deben de
reviewed
estar
by
a la
the
vista del gobierno
government.
federal.
And maybe we should add some more
Debemos
years
esperar
to
más
set
años y
decree
decreto
when
de
you accept the
consentimiento
fact
cuando
that you're not
aceptan
in
el hecho
compliance.
que no están
And one final question
en
is,
regla. Hay una pregunta final es
in the field where you
en
take the
el
data,
terreno
you
donde
start
agarran la data
these
de
individuals,
información
you
de
have to
agarran
write down the
estos
data,
individuos,
et cetera,
escriben
et
la
cetera. It was
etcétera,
discovered
fue descubierto
that
que
racial profiling didn't exist based on information we had available to
estuvimos
us.
disponibles
We're
para
just talking
nosotros,
more
nos paramos más
African Americans
americanos que
and
hispanos.
so on.
Y
Now you got
ahora
a
usted
contract
tiene un contrato
to look at this.
para ver esto.
What have you learned so
¿Qué es lo que han
far
aprendido
from
hasta ahora del contrato? Estamos para salir para pedir propuesta para eso, porque la dificultad con esa información
is that due to the
hecha
nature
por la
of the city of Los
naturaleza de la ciudad de
Angeles,
Los Ángeles.
the people that
La gente que
cross our streets,
cruza nuestras
our
calles
various neighborhoods,
son diferentes vecindarios.
it is not, in my
En mi
opinion,
opinión,
clear from the
claro,
data
desde la
exactly
data,
what that data
y
means.
lo que quiere decir esa data.
I'm also in
También
the process
en
of being
el
involved in the
proceso
consent
del
decree
decreto de
that there
consentimiento
is
de que hay
no one
que
who
nadie
has conducted a
que ha
study or
conducido un
completed a
estudio o
study
terminado un estudio
that is in a position
que
to
esté en la
analyze
posición
that
de analizar
information
esa
as well.
información también.
For example,
Por
in New
ejemplo,
Jersey,
en Nueva
early
Jersey,
on, it was clear that
hace un
the
rato
number
que
of
era claro
stops
que la
by the
para
Jersey
eso
State
el
Police
departamento de policía
were
de New Jersey
a higher percentage
era un
of
porcentaje más
African
alto de
American
afroamericanos
than had been
que
the
habían
case of the
sido en
general
el caso de la
population.
población en general.
New Jersey then
Nueva
made a study
Jersey
of
hizo un estudio
how many of the
como
stops
muchas de las
for
paradas eran
assistance.
para asistencia.
How was that breakdown?
Como
It was the same
era
breakdown
en
as the
el
breakdown for stopping for
para
other
parar a
reasons.
otras
It is
razones.
a very difficult job to
Son muy
determine
dificultos para
based on
determinar
what the
basado en lo
demographics of
que
the
las
neighborhood are,
demografías del
what are the
vecindario son, cuáles
demographics
son
of
las
the people in
demográficas
the
de la gente,
automobiles that are
los automóviles que
crossing
están
our city,
cruzando nuestras calles.
vis-a-vis how we
Estas
stopped
son
and
las
why
cómo
we've
paramos
stopped.
y
I
por
think
qué
we
los
have the
paramos y
beginning of that
creo que tenemos
information,
de parte de esa
but we
información,
do not have a
pero no
complete
tenemos
view of
una
what
vista
that actually
completa de qué
means.
quiere decir.
And I think it's
Yo creo que
inconclusive
está
of what that data
inclusiva de
says
lo que
today.
les fecha
Mr.
quiere decir.
Deaton, I can
El
understand
yo
you
puedo entender.
not knowing what that data means to you. Well, you kept the clock running as he spoke.
No, I know, but you were over after
No.
speaking, so why don't you get your back one more question? Okay.
It's inclusive for you, I can understand that. But for the people that I
Pero la
represent
gente
and the
que
ones who are
represento
affected,
que
it's
fueron
not a matter of
afectados,
crossing the
bueno,
street.
una
The
cosa
public,
es la que
I
en
mean, the
las
report specifically
reportes
stated
específicamente dice
how this stop was
cómo
made,
paran, cómo se hizo,
when it was made, where it
cuándo
was
se
made,
hizo, dónde se hizo
and who
y
was being
quién
stopped.
estaba siendo parado.
Period. And so it's conclusive
Entonces,
to them, and they
conclusivo
know
para ellos, ellos saben
that, and many of them,
que muchos de
there's no
ellos
citation written.
no hubo infracción
After they searched,
después de que
after they
buscaron,
inquired about
después que
them, and
pidieron
after they
acerca
ran
de
a
ellos, después de
background
que
check.
corrieron un
To
chequeo de
them,
ellos.
that's
Para ellos
racial
es
profiling. To you, it's inconclusive
para
because
eso es
you would
inclusivo
not be
porque usted
subject,
no estuviera sujeto,
no matter what part of the city you were
porque parte de la
in,
ciudad
to that
estuviera
kind
para
of
esa clase de
harassment.
hostigamiento.
I don't think, unless
Yo
you
no creo,
I've been harassed by the police department for 38
he
years.
sido hostigado por el derechos y una demanda
Mr. Parks.
Señor Parks.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Gracias,
I just had one
Quiero hacer
question.
una
I didn't quite
pregunta. Yo no muy
understand the
entendí
issue of
la
the
cuestión
intake
de
on complaints
el
of the
tomarse
change.
quejas
I
en
just
el
wanted to
cambio.
explain that.
¿Puede explicar eso?
When you said it's now an
Dice que hay
informal
ahora
and a formal
un formal y
process.
un proceso formal y
It's now
informal.
called
Ahora
under the
se
new
llama bajo el
program a
nuevo
disciplinary and a
programa de
non-disciplinary
disciplinario y no de
format.
formato
That
disciplinario.
is
Es
a modification
una
that was made
modificación
by
que se hizo por el
LAPD to
Departamento de
streamline
Policía
the
para
process
hacer el proceso
for minor
para
complaints.
quejas
There
menores.
is also
También
proposed to
hay
be a
propuesta para
mediation type
mediación,
process that
proceso
can
que
be
puede
encountered.
ser encontrado.
One of the things,
Es
this
una de las
just comes
cosas
from
que
the
viene
community,
de la comunidad.
and it's something that we
Y
try
es
to
algo que
correct in the
tratamos de
past,
corregir en
that
el
you
pasado,
often
es
don't
que
know if it's a
ustedes no
minor
saben
complaint
si
till
es
the
una queja menor
investigation is
hasta que la
completed.
investigación se terminó.
And we're getting back
Y
to the
estamos regresando hacia
situation
la
where
situación
people
donde
come
la
into the
gente viene a las
stations and someone
estaciones
makes a
y alguien hace
determination
una
it's a minor
determinación,
complaint
una
on its
queja menor,
face,
nomás
as
de vista,
opposed to waiting for the
en vez de esperar
investigation.
la investigación.
And this is something
Y esto
that
es algo que
we thought we've corrected
creímos que
one
habíamos
time, and it's
corregido
now
una vez y ahora
slipping
está
back to where people
regresando
actually
donde
being
la
sent
gente
away
está
from the
siendo
station
mandada,
because
recorriéndose
they
de la
believe that
estación porque
someone's
crees
made a
que hizo
determination
la
at a local
determinación
level
en un nivel
that it's
local
not a
de que no
significant
es un
complaint.
queja
And
menor.
so
Entonces,
that's an issue
eso es una cuestión que
I think we need to
creo
look
que
at if it's
necesitamos
going
ver
to be
si
in
va
that
a ser
and
en ese.
one of the things also,
También
as
es
we
que
label
cuando
issues
estamos
such
en
as
cuestiones
discourtesy as minor complaints,
cortesía,
in the 8th district,
y en
people
el
don't view
distrito no ven
discourtesy as a minor
descortesía
complaint.
como queja
They view
menor.
it as a
Ellos lo ven
significant
como
deterrent to having a
deterrente de
relationship
tener
with
una
police,
relación con la
and it's
policía.
something that
Y es algo
creates
que
a
crea
situation in
una
which people
situación en la cual la
build
gente
on
se
over and over in years,
construye
and then
durante los años y
blow
luego
up,
hay
and
una
then we try to
explosión y
rebuild
luego
the city
tratamos de
again.
reconstruir la
But if you
universidad
go
otra
through
vez, pero sí
every
pasan por
city
todas
in the United States
en
where there
Estados
is a
Unidos donde
conflict with the police, it
de lo que la
starts with
policía
discourtesy,
empieza con
begins with
descortesía y
discourtesy and
termina con
disrespect.
descortesía
So if
y
you label it
respeto,
as
si lo escrita como
insignificant, the officers
insignificante,
will view it as
ustedes lo ven como
insignificant, and it will
insignificante
carry on
y va a
through. The
llevarse
community
y la
does not view
comunidad
it as
no lo ve como
insignificant.
insignificante.
So if we can, that issue of
Esa
that
cuestión de esa
classification is a major
clasificación nos vamos a regresar en eso. Déjame añadir que
It's not an automatic
no es
placement in
un
that
lugar en
category.
esa
The area
categoría. El
captain
área
has
del
to do it.
capitán
It's
tiene que
reviewed by
ser
the bureau
repasado por la
commander
Cámara
and
de
audited by internal
Comandante
affairs.
y
And there's a whole
Relaciones
list of
Internas y una
criteria
lista
that
de
have to be
criterios
met.
que
And
debe
it's
de hacerse
basically
básicamente
trying to set up a
tratar de
situation
una
where it's
situación
not
donde no está
disregarded, but where the
deshace,
community
pero
member and the
los
police
miembros de la
officer come
comisión
together in
se
a
juntan
mediation
en
kind
una
of process, and they can talk to
y
each
pueden
other,
hablar
which
uno con otro,
some of us
donde
believe,
algunos nosotros
myself,
creemos.
that is,
Yo
in
creo
the
que
long run,
eso
is more
va a ser
productive to
más
achieving
productivo
what you were
para
just
llegar a
talking
lo que
about, which
estaba
is
hablando,
community-police
con las
relationships.
relaciones de policía.
Let me just say that
Además, déjame
if there's
decir
no
que si no hay
documentation to keep
documentación
that,
para mantener
and you
eso,
have the meeting
y
and that
tiene la
goes
junta y
away,
eso se va,
then there's a concern as
entonces
to
hay una
whether you
preocupación
can go
de que
back
se
and
puede
determine if
regresar y
it's your
determinar
first,
si
second,
se fue
third
primera, segunda o
discourtesy
tercera
complaint.
queja de
And
descortesía.
the
Y
issue
entonces
is,
la
I think,
cuestión es, creo que
that is most
y creo
concerned
más
for people in
preocupada
the
de la
8th
gente
district
del
is that
distrito octavo que
if you walk in the
si
station, you
caminan
should
la
be able to make a
estación de puede
complaint,
ser
not
una
have an
queja y
arm
no
wrestling
tener
contest
un
with the
movimiento
supervisor,
con
and there should be some
pelea de brazos
response
con el
later. And
respuesta y respuesta más
when you
adelante.
label it
Cuando
as
la
insignificant or
pone
minor,
como
again,
insignificante o
the
menor,
community doesn't
la
view it
comunidad
as
no lo ve como
insignificant and
insignificante
minor.
o menor.
I'd just like to
Vamos a
clarify that
clarificar que
all of the complaints
todas
are
las
still
quejas
accepted
todavía
and
son
documented.
aceptadas y
They are
documentadas.
still forwarded
Todas
to
están
IAG
mandadas
within a
a
10-day
IAG con
period,
el
and
periodo de
IAG
10
can
días y
take
IAG
any
puede tomar
investigations
cualquier
that they would
investigación
like.
que les gustara.
That there is a process where the
El
complaint has
proceso
to
de
be
la queja tiene que ser
investigated,
investigada,
adjudicated,
adjudicada,
closed, and a letter
cerrada
sent
y una
back.
carta mandada de
That
regreso.
applies
Eso
to all
aplica a
complaints,
todas las
regardless
quejas
of what
acerca de
category
lo
they
que
go
categoría
into.
entre.
The
La
categories were given
categoría
to
que se le
provide
dan a proveer
discretion if
discreción
there
si
isn't someone
es
to
no es
interview,
alguien
if
para
it's an anonymous
entrevistarse, es
complaint
una
over the
queja
phone,
anónima
to
por
do the best that you
teléfono, hacer
can,
lo
but it
mejor
can
que
go
puedan
into
para
this
entrar
separate category.
categoría separada.
It also
También
requires you to
requiere que
review
usted
the
repase
previous record of the
récord
officer to
previo
see
del
if there
oficial
were a
para
number
ver
of
si hay
other
un número
previous
de otras
complaints,
quejas
and in those
previas y
instances you
en
can't
ese
use
instantes
the
pueden
shorter
usar el
process, you have
proceso
to do the
corto para
normal
hacer
phone
la investigation.
So those types of protections were tried to incorporate it into the process. Just so you are aware, the consent decree work group wanted to work with the Inspector General, who under the consent decree has an obligation to audit complaints, to ensure that we're auditing those minor complaints as well, to make sure that there's not misuse of that system, and we're not just focusing on the larger complaints when we do our audits. So we think that what LAPD has come up with is appropriate. Are there opportunities to misuse the process? Perhaps, but we're trying to put the appropriate protections in place to allow the process to proceed expeditiously and close out those complaints as appropriate. But in every instance, the complaints are documented and put into the team's record.
Mi preocupación es que la cuestión de los motivos que
in the last 10
en los
months, as
últimos
we
10
walked
meses
the
hemos
community,
cambiado la
the number one
comunidad. El nombre de
issue is
cuestión número
that they're not being
y
taken
no se han sido
because people are being
tomadas
sent
porque
away
la gente
from the
se
front
les
desk
manda del
because the
escritorio.
general
Porque
perception
la
is
percepción general
that
es que
minor complaints can
quejas
be judged
menores
by the
pueden ser
person
juzgadas por la
listening
persona
and the piece of
oyendo y
paper
la
is not
pedazo de
being
papel
made.
no
So
está
that's
haciendo. Eso
my
es.
input to you.
Thank you, Mr. Parks.
Gracias,
That is our last speaker.
Último morado.
Any other members like to
¿Algunos
speak?
miembros que gustaría hablar?
Yes, Mr. Holden.
Mr. Parks, Chief,
Will you press your button again?
Presa el botón.
just made a comment that
Es un comentario
as
que
he went door to door,
cuando fue
he
puerta a puerta, él confirmó
we
lo que
know to be
nosotros
true in my
sabemos que es
district,
verdad en mi
where
distrito.
the complaints,
Las quejas
these minor complaints
menores
are not being taken
no se toman
there at the station.
en la estación.
If that being the case,
Si eso es el
and we have
caso,
substantial
y
information to
tenemos
suggest that it
información
is,
social que
then
parece,
I'm prepared to make a
eso puede
motion
parecer una moción.
that we
Que
commence to do
nosotros
that.
comencemos a hacer eso.
Well, how you deal with them later on is really up to the administration.
De la
But those, any complaint should be
Cualquier queja
taken
debe ser tomada.
anywhere, and I so move.
Y yo muevo.
It should not be at anyone's discretion as whether or not a
Porque
complaint should be taken.
debe tomarse.
Mr. Chalif, were you about to respond to that?
Just say we do, we take every complaint, it's documented, the procedure that Mr. Parks, then Chief Parks put in, that every complaint receive a number is still in place, and we are auditing the fact of whether or not people actually take, the officers take complaints when people walk into the station. Every officer is instructed that they either have to take a complaint or assist the person wanting to make the complaint to make the complaint. So we're very well aware of that, and that's in place.
Have to take the complaint
Or assist.
or assist.
Yes.
Take the complaint and assist.
Well, the point being, if a patrol car drives by, sometimes you have to get the form, they may not have the forms, we take them into the station, but the officer has to do that. He can't just say go to the station.
For the PR, good PR for the police
Pero
department.
relaciones públicas, lo
It says,
puerto
"Oh,
es
sure,
que
we'll
claro,
take it."
vamos a
So
tomar.
then, no, out of here.
No, fuera de aquí.
It's not good publicity.
No es
If you want to
buena
improve the
publicidad, si
image
quiere mejorar la
of
imagen.
the LAPD, and I think
Tanto
we should,
policía que lo que lo
where
debe
it's
hacer
needed,
es donde se
that we say,
necesite.
just take the
Entonces, tomen la
complaint.
queja.
You review it later
Pero
on, and
pasa
if
más
it
adelante,
has
si
some
tiene
merit, it has merit.
mérito, y
If
si
it
tiene
doesn't, it
si no, no.
doesn't. But the person,
Pero la
at least will know
persona
they've
que
been
pagamos
heard.
fue nuestra proveída.
You see what I'm saying?
Every complaint is taken.
Las quejas toman.
I mean, just the difficulty, I
La
believe here
dificultad que creo que es
is that in one case,
En un
the
caso,
policy is
la
clearly
póliza está
to take
clara
every
para
complaint.
tomar todas las quejas.
The question,
La
I guess,
pregunta
is
que yo
whether or
creo
not
que
the
es que
policy is
si la
being followed.
póliza está siendo seguida.
And I would suggest that if
Y
you,
sugeriría que
in our next status
en
report, we
nuestro
will try to
estatuto
address
vamos a
how that
ver
might
cómo
be
es que puede
approached.
ser ahí verse eso.
To in fact,
Para, en hecho,
monitor and check
monitorear.
whether or not the policy is being completed. So if,
Y la póliza se
I think the intent
completó. El
is
hecho de
clear, we
intención
will
está claro.
report back in our
Vamos a
next
reportar
status
el
report on how
estatuto de cómo
that might be addressed.
eso puede ser llevado.
Is that okay, Mr. Holden?
Señor Holden.
Thank you.
Okay. We had a motion, but I think it's been
Tuvimos una
withdrawn
moción, pero
now.
que fue se quitó ahora.
Okay, that will be suggestion and it'll be noted. So we will receive and file this.
No, there are two committee
No hay
reports
dos
to be
reportes.
Committee
adopted.
reports.
And
Okay.
as amended, approve the committee reports.
As amended, we have
¿Cómo está amendado?
the committee report before us. If we'll please open the roll on that.
la lista en
Close
eso.
the roll
Cierre la
and
lista.
tabulate the
Y
vote.
tabules el voto.
That has 11 ayes for the record, and that item has been approved. Forthwith on that item, please. Madam Clerk. Thank you. Next item, please.
Item number 55, call special by Councilmember Hahn.
Councilmember Hahn?
Apriete su
I
botón.
did, and it got unpressed.
Presione.
Thank you,
Gracias.
Mr. President, colleagues.
Colegas.
I brought this up
traje esto
because I wanted Ellis
quería
Stanley,
Alice
our
Stanley,
manager of emergency
manager de
preparedness, to
preparación
come
de
and
emergencia
talk
que
to the
viniera a
city
hablar con el
council
concilio de la ciudad
about how
acerca de cómo
prepared the
preparados
residents of
los
Los
residentes de
Angeles
Los
are
Ángeles están.
in the event
En el
of
evento
an
de
attack
un ataque.
anywhere in our city. And what
Cualquier
prompted this
pertenencia,
for
lo
me
que trajo para mí
personally
personalmente es que
was a front page article
un artículo en la
in the
página
Daily
enfrente de eso, en
Breeze
el Daily
last
Breeze la
month
semana
showing
mes pasado,
the
enseñando
Port
que
of Los Angeles
Puerto
as
Los
being ground
Ángeles ha
zero
sido
if in fact a
terreno
dirty
cero,
bomb
que es un
happened to
bomba
get
sucia si es que
through
se puede pasar
in one of our
en
containers,
alguno
and
de
it
los contenedores
proceeded to
y
actually show
procedió
the
a
rings
los
of the
anillos
5-mile,
de los
10-mile,
5 millas, 10
20-mile
millas, 20
radius
radios
around the Port of Los
20
Angeles, and it described in grotesque language
en lenguaje grotesco
what people could
lo que la
expect
gente podría
if in
esperar
fact
si
we
en hecho
had
tuviéramos
major chemical biological attack
un
at the
ataque
port, and it
bioquímico
described everything
y
from
describe
instant
todo
death
de
to
muerte
a more
instantánea
gruesome,
hasta más
slow dying once you've been
una vez que
exposed
estás
to
siendo
the
expuestos
chemicals.
a las
Well,
químicas.
you can
Entonces, ¿cómo ustedes
imagine
pueden
the
imaginarse?
number of phone calls that
El
my
número de
office
llamadas a mi
got
oficina
immediately after that
inmediatamente después de
newspaper
eso,
article appeared
artículo
were
salió,
enormous.
fue enorme.
And while I
Mientras
certainly
yo
think
creo
the city of Los
sinceramente que la ciudad de
Angeles
Los
is
Ángeles
prepared, I
está
believe
preparada,
we've
yo
done
creo que
everything we
hemos
can
hecho
to
todo lo que
protect
para
our
proteger a
airport.
nuestro
I
aeropuerto.
believe with all my
Yo
heart
creo
that
que
the Port of
todo
Los
corazón que el
Angeles
puerto de
is
Los Ángeles
as secure as it can be. I think
seguro
our
que
city
puede ser
hall
con
and our
nuestro
civic center
centro
are
cívico.
certainly much more
Ciertamente están
protected
más
and secured
protegidos y
than they were
asegurados que
before
estaban
September
antes de
11th.
septiembre 11.
But I don't know about the
Pero
rest
yo no
of
sé el
you,
resto de ustedes.
but I think my
Pero yo creo
residents
que mi residencia
are not feeling like
no
they
sé si
know what
eventos
to
no
do
sienten como
in the
qué hacer
event of
en el evento
emergency.
de
And that's why I've asked
emergencia. Y
Mr.
por eso
Stanley to
digo que el
come
señor
and
Stanley que
tell
venga y
us
nos diga
what his
qué es lo que
department
su
is doing
departamento
to
está haciendo
prepare
para
citizens
preparar a
in Los
ciudadanos en
Angeles
Los Ángeles
on what to do in the
qué
case
hacer en caso
of a
de
disaster or
un desastre
emergency.
o
And
emergencia.
I don't have much
Y
time
no
left.
tengo
I'll
mucho
push
tiempo, no
my
voy a
button
apretar mi
again.
botón otra
And
vez.
we'd like to hear your report.
Gustaría su reporte.
Thank you.
Gracias.
Councilmember
Concejal
Hahn and other
Hahn
members
y
of the
otros
City
miembros de la
Council
ciudad de Los
have with me
Ángeles,
here
yo tengo
today
conmigo
Ms.
hoy
Carol
aquí
Parks.
señora Carol
Ms.
Parks.
Parks is
Parks
in
es
my office.
en mi
She's
oficina y
in
es
charge of community
a cargo
preparedness
de
and the
preparación de
training
comunidad y
division.
entrenamiento en división.
You all have
Ustedes
a written
tienen un
report
reporte
from
por
us, and
escrito
I
de
won't, in
nosotros,
the
y
interest
no
of time, won't belabor you by going through
interés de
that.
tiempo no
But
voy
I
a
will
repasar eso,
say
pero les voy a decir que
specifically that
específicamente que
not only in
no
the
solo
port or in
en
the
el
harbor,
puerto o en el
or
harbor,
specifically in the harbor,
solo
we
en el harbor,
work with
trabajamos
the
con
fire department
departamento
very
de
closely. We
bomberos
work
muy
with the
cerca,
police
trabajamos con el
department.
cuarto
We've
policía.
held some
Hemos
meetings
tenido
in the
algunas
port
juntas en el
and at some of the
aeropuerto y
recreational
algunas de la
facilities where we
recreación
actually brought the
y
community in,
conversar la
and we
trajimos a la
had the
comunidad y tuvimos
university,
que ir a la universidad.
actually Cal State Long
Cal
Beach
State
came
Long
in and
Beach
we
que
did
vino
went through the hazard
repasó
vulnerability analysis
vulnerabilidad
with
de
the
peligrosas
community.
con la comunidad.
And we tried to
Y
get them to
tratamos de
understand
que
what
entendiera qué es lo
systems are in
que
place and
sistemas
how
están
they
en
can
lugares,
get
cómo pueden
information.
agarrar
Having
información.
said that,
Habiendo dicho
we
eso,
also find that
también
we
nos
are missing
encontramos
out
que
on some
estamos perdiendo
opportunities
unas
for some of the
oportunidades para
systems that
algunos de
we
los sistemas
could
que
have in place.
podríamos tener en
I've
lugar.
gone before the
He ido yo
King
enfrente
franchise
de franquicia de cable
board process,
del
and
proceso
we're
de
trying to
cable y
get in
estamos
this new
tratando
cable
de meter
franchise
la
in the
franquicia de
city of
cable en
LA,
la ciudad de
cable
Los Ángeles.
override capability so that we can
Habilidades para que
override the
podamos
TV
a
and
la
give
televisión y dar
specific emergency information and details on what we have
lo que
to
tenemos que
do. You
hacer.
also understand that
También
Alameda
entiende
Court
que
is
la Corte
leased
de
in that
Alemania
area, so
está
we have products
endossada
coming
con
through our
productos que
communities,
vienen a
and
nuestra
we
comunidad.
work with the fire departments for making sure that they have their act together as far as responding and alert notification
Y
of the
notificación de
citizens
alerta a los
as
ciudadanos.
well. Not only do we
No tan
want to
solo
make sure
queremos
that
estar
we
seguros
use
de
our
que
cable
usamos
systems to
los
get
sistemas de
emergency
cablevisión
information
para agarrar
out, we
información.
want also
También
our public
queremos a nuestro
service
público
spots that we've
puntos de
produced. We work
servicio
very closely
producimos
with the
juntos con
ITA, and we've produced some
estamos
what we think are
produciendo
very
lo que
good
creemos que es
award-winning spots, but they usually come on at
puntos
2
para
a.m. in the
mirar a las de
morning.
la mañana.
And we think that
Pero
with the new
creemos que
cable
con
franchise, we can
franquicias de cablevisión
ask them
podemos
to put them
pedirles que
on
los
better
pongan
times.
en mejores
What
tiempos.
will be happening
Lo que
on
va a estar
April
pasando en
the
abril
5th of this
5
month
de
with the
este mes
Neighborhood
con
Congress,
Congreso
we
de
will be
Concilio,
going,
vamos
we
a
will be
estar
doing training that day for the neighborhoods, and then we want to be able to make sure and be able to audit that we're going back into those neighborhood councils and making sure that they have a plan. It's going to start with individual at home, and we want it to spread out from around the neighborhood to the broader community and make sure that they understand that type of information. Also, every year we've made April Emergency Preparedness Month. Also in the harbor puts on the Emergency Preparedness Fair. For 10 years we did this fair with the zoo and Dodger Stadium, but
en el Dodger
past
Stadium,
couple
pero
years,
los últimos
we're
par de
moving
años
them out
estamos
into the
viendo
neighborhoods,
afuera
and
a
we've
los
always
vecindarios,
done
siempre
one
lo hemos
in the
hecho
Harvard
uno
Port of Calls,
del
and along
Puertos
with
y también con
supporting the
soportando
Harbor Department, they
Departamento
will
de
put
Harvard
one
y van
on
a
as well.
poner uno
We've done
también.
nights,
Hemos
weekends,
hecho noches, fines de
during the
semana,
day.
durante el día.
We try to reach out
Tratamos de
as
salir
broadly as we
a
can.
lo más que
We're
podemos.
working with the American
Estamos
Red
trabajando
Cross.
con la Cruz
They
Roja
have a program
Americana y
called
tienen un
Together
programa
We
ya
Prepare.
nos
We
preparamos.
recently met with them
Recientemente estuvimos con
about
ellos acerca de
co-branding so that we could get
para
some
marcar
synergy from their distribution
de su
list
distribución
that they have
que
and see if
ellos
we can
tienen
get more
para ver si pueden dar más
information out
información
to the people.
para la gente.
We're trying to do it
Estamos
one
tratando de
Angelino
hacerlo
at a
con
time, and
Angelino,
the
con
port is
Angelino y el
no
puerto esto no es
different. The
diferente.
hazards are different,
Los
and we think we
riesgos
try
son diferentes y
to tailor all
tratamos
of
de
our
llevar todas
presentation and
nuestras
our training
presentaciones y
for those
entrenamiento
particular
para
hazards.
esas
I'll
molestias.
stop now and
Pero dígame
ask
si voy a
for
parar
any
y puede dar
questions.
alguna pregunta.
Thank you.
Gracias.
And it does sound like you
Suena como que
are
usted está
doing some
está haciendo
significant
algo,
efforts and
esfuerzos
outreach, but it's
significantes.
still my
Pero
feeling
todavía siento yo
that there is a disconnect
hay una desconexión
between the average
entre
resident
el
in Los
residente
Angeles
promedio de
and
Los Ángeles
what's available to
y
them
lo
in
que está
terms of
disponible
emergency
para
preparedness. You know,
preparación de emergencia.
does your department have
usted tiene
capabilities, or are there
capacidades
capabilities through ITA, sort of reverse 311? And the point of a disaster, can we actually call residents in Los Angeles and alert them to the disaster? I know the refineries, for instance, have automatic dial when a refinery explosion happens and they're in a certain radius of the refineries, and that homes are dialed and told to safe shelter. Although I think a lot of people don't know what safe shelter means. I think that's what I'm trying to say is I want this to be a household word. I want people to understand what safe shelter means. I mean, people joked about the plastic tape or the plastic sheeting and the duct tape. But that's part of safe sheltering. But I think most people don't know what that means if we were to tell them the safe shelter. You know, do we have a way to contact residents in a split second if a part of Los Angeles has been attacked, for instance?
Councilwoman, you're correct. Many of the refineries do have a system called CAN, Community Alert Network. And they actually dial out to those people in the particular area. 311, I know we're looking at, it has the capability to be expanded to do those type of things. I'm actually looking at a proposal as we speak that we're trying to get the Washington, D.C. area, the CDC, not the CDC, Department of Health Services, they are looking at an alert system that I'm trying to get in as a pilot that would put little monitors in your home and you could put information out. So there are technologies out there that would allow us to do that. We've not employed it as effectively and as fully as we could right here. And that's some of the things that we will be looking at as we look at grants
fondos para aumentar nuestra capacidad.
I'm over my time. I'll press my button again, but I know other council members would like to chime in on this.
Thank you, Councilmember Hahn. Councilmember Weiss.
What I'm going to do is I'm going to give you my time. The first thing I'm going to say is you're just absolutely right. You're absolutely right. I agree with everything you've said here. And it's good that we have the beginning of a process to involve neighborhoods. But, you know, there's this just huge disconnect. There's a huge disconnect, and the reality is people want to know this stuff. They want to know. They want to know how they can help. Companies want to know how they can help, and government has not been a partner to people. Government has taken on this issue of homeland security as if it's just about government. And you know, maybe we agree, maybe we disagree. I always thought it was a mistake when we started putting up those K-rails around City Hall, because it's not, that's not what people want to see. They want us helping them in their neighborhoods. That's our job, that's our responsibility. And I'll do everything I can to support you in this, and to help you in this, and I yield the rest of my time to you, Jonas Scott.
Ms. Hahn, with Mr. Weiss's time.
San Pedro. Thank you for that, and I agree. One of the things I know you've got award-winning PSA spots that are now being shown at 2 a.m. And I like your idea of having, working with cable franchises. That's certainly something City Council can get involved before we award franchises or at renewal time with franchises. We give our emergency parents department the override capabilities that at any time they can break in. But we do own the station, Channel 35. I mean, that is ours. It's up to us to decide the programming for that in many ways. What are you doing to work with Channel 35? It's amazing to me. I thought it was only my mother that watched me on Channel 35, but frankly, a lot of people in the city watch Channel 35. They watch our council meetings, and many times when I turn on Channel 35, it's that traffic map. You know, on the majority of the time, which is okay, but it seems to me right now, particularly, we could use Channel 35. And I know your resources are extremely limited, but if there was a video or a short PSA that just 1, 2, 3 told people what they needed to keep in their home, what safe shelter meant, you know, who to turn to when they hear news, we could run that on Channel 35. What are you doing with that station?
You're absolutely right. 35 is actually responsible for those PSAs that we spoke about. Channel 35, as we activate, they are available to the public, and they're willing to do that. It's a matter of just coordinating that and getting it in the plan. Before I move off of that, I really would be remiss if I didn't share a success story in the community in council, a woman, Mr. Kowski's area, with the emergency response corps, in which the community has really come together, and it is a grassroots effort.
Es un esfuerzo de ellos donde se han juntado y están expandiéndose. Estamos trabajando acá tratando de soportarlos en todo.
Pero 35 está dispuesto a hacer eso. Es cosa nomás de decir. Necesita hacer un mapa para aquí poner otras cosas.
And I know we don't want to overuse DWP in our inserts, but certainly during the month of April, particularly if we're still at orange alert, I mean, I certainly would think some orange insert in DWP saying, you know, emergency, this is important. And again, listing just basic supplies that people should have, and again, what to do in the event of disaster. We really want to work with you. With Channel 35, I don't know if that takes a letter to the programming director from the City Council, you know, asking them to begin airing these. I mean, I just think people are right now unsure, they're unsettled, and I think they want to know what to do to be prepared. I think we should, in the 50s, we had the civil defense volunteers. They were, you know, deputized, and I think we really need to work on that level in every neighborhood to make sure that we really do have a network that begins to get into motion when something happens. Okay.
Heretofore also, DWP, during the month of April, which is our emergency preparedness month, they have been getting stuff out, but I understand you're concerned about maybe more frequently.
Thank you.
Gracias.
Councilmember Grewal.
Thank you, Mr. President. Pleased to support and glad that Councilmember Hahn brought this to our attention, because we oftentimes are out in the community where individuals are concerned and have that problem, and I think we're afraid that if something does occur in Los Angeles, that they'll call 911 instead of 311. And I think we do have some efforts, and it may be at some point we should have a presentation on the 311 line again for the city, because I want to make sure that, again, people understand that that's available. I don't know about you, Janice, but so many of my constituents still don't know that 311 exists. Have we done training for our 311 operators, particularly on the issue of response and so forth, and what to say to callers who may call during this time when we're, one, concerned about it, but then secondly, if in fact there is an emergency that occurs?
Yes, not only internally for resources, but externally as well as for state resources and county and other resources.
And additionally, have we, and I'm not sure, you may have asked this question, Janice, but in our neighborhood councils, have we done any communication, particularly to our neighborhood
neighborhood councils.
We have, and the big kickoff will be April the 5th at the Neighborhood Congress. We will actually be training the neighborhood councils on how to start this process in the program. Yes.
So that will be on April 5th. So I think that, again, the more we can share with individuals to make them understand, not only, as I think Mr. Weiss indicated, that City Hall is protected, but the rest of the city is protected, and that we want to share that information on where they can be helpful. As someone who responded to the Northridge earthquake when I worked for the federal government, you can never quite prepare for everything, but there is a system in place to be able to do that, and we worked with, obviously, the FEMA board at the time. But this is unique. Unfortunately, we've had a lot of earthquakes, but thank goodness we have not had terrorist attacks or other things here in Los Angeles to the extent they have in other cities. I think we just want to be prepared, and just want to acknowledge Councilmember Hahn for bringing this up today so that we can have a discussion and further report back.
Councilwoman Grohl, since you brought up the training of some of the city staff, I would also offer to do senior executive level training for the council members.
I think that would actually be great. I don't know if my colleagues heard that, but I think it is a great idea for our staff similarly to be briefed and trained, because we are out in the community so often and interact with individuals. So I'd welcome that opportunity, and we'll work with your office, and maybe we can do something jointly with all the council colleagues, so you don't have to do it more than once. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councilmember Holden.
This is a different kind of conflict. They told me, I wasn't there, in the Second World War, they had the sirens go off, they had black cops, school kids run to their dads, they taught them everything about how to protect themselves and save their life in the event of an attack. They disseminated information to parents, neighborhood, churches, etc. And I think what this motion is asking for is ways and means by which you can share information to the general public, whether it be at the Harvard or through any other parts of the city, about how they can go about protecting themselves. The sirens used to go off, they're still in place. They're not in place anymore? What, you took them all down?
In the 80s, yes, sir, they did have...
80s, I know the last time they went off. They disconnected, but they still in place.
Right, they're still there.
Well, just hotwire them again. Hook them up. And let the signal 1, 2, or 3 as it represents whatever is being done to us in our neighborhood. To alert. And when you have an alert, then you should know what to anticipate and what you should do in those circumstances. There's a lot you can do in terms of sharing information with us. You can still request, because you just can't do it all by yourself. All right? So there are things that you can do under certain circumstances to warn the public. Just write them down. I can do A, I can do B, I can do C, and then how do you accomplish that? And that's how you develop your plan. I'm sure you know how to do that with people without my suggesting it. Thank you.
Gracias. Thank you, Mr. Holden. Mr. Labange.
Thank you, Mr. President. I understand the mayor is having a community conference on the 5th of April. Is that right? You're going to do neighborhood conference. Okay, what happens the second Saturday of every May in Los Angeles? Started in 1958, Mr. Stanley. You know what that is? Second Saturday of every May. Council members? It's open house at every firehouse in the city of Los Angeles. And we have to point our constituencies to get awareness, not just for the situation as Ms. Hahn so eloquently spoke of earlier, but also every day, whether it's an earthquake, whether it's a natural disaster. The mustard is deep this year. The rains have really soaked the hillside, and I believe the brush season is going to be tough for us this year, as well as other potential natural disasters here. So we must focus on pointing to our open houses to get people to know where to go. I know a lot of the hillside areas, they know to go to get sandbags and other things. It could be a very very important routine. I know
es
Chief
una rutina,
Amatri and Chief Franco very effective in trying to deal with that issue. But that's another point that you must make. And also, I truly believe, Mr. Stanley, that information that we sometimes give people, just give them the basic awareness and then where to get more, because all of a sudden it becomes overload for someone to understand what needs to be done, how to be prepared in a situation, but also looking at areas, as spoke of earlier, the Port of Los Angeles, certainly downtown near high-rise, and how people have to react in a situation like this, in the areas where there's reservoirs, and if there's a potential challenge in a reservoir, whether it's in the Santa Monica Mountains or Hollywood Hills or in the urban area, how that handles. And I'm sure Ms. Hahn, Water and Power will be a partner in any way to help promote the information necessary to get to the people. So I just wanted to make this strong point about our Fire Service Day, which started in Los Angeles in 1958 as the first open house for any fire service, and now it's a national day throughout, but to get awareness for folks and also our Department of Water and Power. Thank you, and thank you again, Ms. Hahn.
Thank you, Mr. Labange. That's correct. We do use our fire stations, our police stations, all of our public cameras to make sure we get information out. And we recognize that we're in a soundbite generation, and we try to keep the information down to tidbits of information that does direct one issue.
Una hoja y se necesita más.
Thank you very much, Mr. Labange, and Ms. Hahn, take us home.
Llévenos a casa. Gracias.
I do appreciate what you have been doing, and I do want to thank you, Mr. Stanley, for what I think your department has done with limited resources in terms of really preparing the city in terms of emergency preparedness. And I want to work with you and encourage you to do even more to prepare the residents in the case of a major terrorist attack, not just for those of us who live around the Port of Los Angeles, but certainly for the entire city. What I'd like to ask or move is that you begin working closely with ITA and develop an emergency preparedness. If you want to make it another PSA or maybe a video, because I'm very aware of your resources, but I do think if you prepared a good short video on Channel 35 to begin running on a regular basis could really stretch your staff and really stretch your resources. I'd also want to make sure that your department is inviting people to these emergency preparedness fairs. I still don't quite know how people are learning about them, how they're being invited to them, how they know that those are part. Maybe again, that's something Channel 35 runs on a regular basis. And the last thing I would like to ask is that you work with DWP, and particularly in April and beyond, you have this orange alert insert that basically gives step 1, 2, 3 on what people should do in the case of any disaster. But I think people right now are a little more concerned about something that's related to the war or to terrorism. So I think that would move us along greatly. I think neighborhood councils are going to be a great network throughout the city to alert their neighbors in case of emergency. But anything we can do to help you, we want to. But I think those would be good 3 steps to move this whole thing along a little more so we connect our residents. Thank you.
Gracias.
Thank you very much, Ms. Hahn.
Muchas gracias, Hahn.
Colleagues, that
Colegas,
completes
eso
this item.
termina este asunto.
Do we have a report before us?
Otro
This is just
reporte
received
puede
and
recibirse en archivo.
Okay, do we have a motion then to
Tenemos a
adopt
moción
the
para
findings?
adoptar las investigaciones.
Okay, we have a motion.
Tenemos una
It's moved
moción,
and
está
seconded.
muy bien
Please open the
secundada.
roll.
Ábrese la lista.
Close the roll.
Cierre la
And
lista.
tabulate the
Estamos el
vote.
voto.
11 ayes.
11 sí.
That item is
El
approved.
asunto está
Colleagues,
aprobado.
at
Colegas,
this time,
este punto,
Mr.
el
Reyes
señor Reyes
has requested,
ha
without
pedido que
objection,
sin
to take up
objeción
special
tomar
item
el
1
asunto
at this
especial
point.
1 para este punto.
And we have
Y tenemos
a speaker. Is that part of special
ahora
meeting?
este
Or
es
is
el
that
punto
just no
especial,
special item 1,
asunto
the
número
rule
especial de
23? So we need
regla
the city
número
attorney
23
to
del fiscal
make a comment
que haga
on the
comentarios en las investigaciones en ese punto.
Thank you, Mr.
Gracias,
President
señor
Pro
presidente.
Tempore. I'll read into the record the
Voy a leer
findings of council to consider.
récord para considerar.
Since the posting of
Como
today's
la
and
puesta
Friday's
de
agenda, the
la
city
agenda
is
del
limited.
viernes
Senate Bill 60 will be heard
aprendió que se
before the
nos va a subir
Transportation Committee in
la comité de
Sacramento.
transportación
Next
Sacramento
Tuesday
el
morning,
próximo
Chief
martes.
Bratton was
Chief Bratton
requested
se
to
pidió
testify
que
at that
esté
hearing.
bueno en esa audiencia.
Immediate action is
La
required
audiencia
so
se
that the
requiere
city's
para que
position
la
on this
posición de
issue
la
is
ciudad de esta
clear before
cuestión y
Chief
ese reporte.
Bratton testifies
Bratton
pursuant to the
testigo
government
por
code.
el
Council
código
must
de
first
documento
determine
debe determinar
whether there is a need to
de
take
que es
immediate
necesidad
action
tomar
and
acción
that the need
inmediata
for
o que
action
necesidad de acción
came to the attention
puede
of
ser la
council
atención
after
del
the
Consejo
posting of
de
today's
poner
agenda.
la agenda de
If the
hoy
determination is made,
y
council may
se
then
hace
consider
el
the
Consejo
substantive
puede la
motion.
sustancia de la moción.
Anybody wish to be heard on the
Debe ser
findings? Not, please open the
por
roll.
favor, se la lista.
Close the roll.
Cierre la
And
lista y
tabulate the
tablamos
vote
el
on
voto.
findings.
En las
11
observaciones,
ayes.
sí.
That item is approved and
Eso
is
está
before
aprobado,
us.
está
So the
frente a
time
nosotros.
Mr.
Está
Reyes.
aprobado, señor Reyes.
Thank you, colleagues. I'd
Los
like
colegas
to
nomás
ask
que me a pedir.
Commander Dan Connick to
Commander
the table,
Connolly
please.
para la mesa.
You can hold my time.
Puede tener mi tiempo.
We do
Y
have
tenemos
a speaker,
al
Senator
orador del
Cedillo's
senador
office is
Cedillo
represented
está
here
representado
by
aquí
his staff,
por su equipo.
Iris Miranda.
Iris Miranda.
If I'd like to
Sí, me
have her
gustaría
give a
tenerla que dé una
presentation.
presentación.
She's been waiting all
Está
morning
esperando toda la
patiently, so I
mañana
want to thank you for
pacientemente.
that.
Usted las gracias por
And that way
eso.
we can hear directly from the senator's office his point of view and why this is important. And then we can move on to a presentation from the commander.
Okay, we'll take our public comment card at this point. Welcome, Iris Miranda from the Office of the Great Senator Gilbert Cedillo. Welcome.
Thank you very much. I'd like to thank everyone that's present today, all the council members. On behalf of Senator Cedillo, I bring greetings from him, and fortunately he is unable to be here, but is in Sacramento working on legislation. One of the bills that we are presenting today is SB 60. Last year we heard it as AB 60, which is a bill that came out of chambers and was successfully brought to the Senate, and now we're having it presented as SB 60. What I'm going to read to you is basically what SB 60 is. SB 60 would improve public safety and accountability. This bill would modify the Social Security and lawful presence requirements to ensure that virtually all drivers on California highways are properly trained, licensed, and insured. SB 60 would maintain current security standards requiring applicants to submit a valid Social Security number, but would allow those who do not have a Social Security number to provide an individual taxpayer ID number. Under this bill, all California motorists would be eligible to obtain a driver's license provided that they pass a driving and a written test, submit proof of identity, and comply with all other licensing requirements. I spoke with Senator Cedillo before going on earlier today. He wanted me to mention a couple of things. One is that this bill would bring to our highways public safety. Locally, that is an important issue because, as we all know, whoever's been involved in an accident, typically what happens is if the person does not have a driver's license, we end up having to be, as insurance drivers, the ones who pick up the tab for it. It would also enable the state to be able to receive revenue from the person who's going to get a driver's license to be tested. Requiring them to buy a car eventually would require them to get insurance. This becomes revenue for the city and for the state. This is all good for the city and for the state economically. It revitalizes our communities. Also, one thing that he wanted me to mention to everyone is that we're in a place right now where war is going on. We don't have, for some of these people, unfortunately, don't have any identity. And we need to be able to bring them out of the shadows to identify who they are. I'd like to thank also Councilman Reyes for bringing this up as well. He sends his greetings and very much thank yous for everything that you've done on this bill. We really appreciate it, and we're looking forward to having this passed today. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Reyes.
Thank you, colleagues. In the theme of safety, this is very consistent to all our discussions throughout this morning. I have passed out for you Californians for Safer Roads and Highways. And these are fundamental points that are being made. The reason why it has the support it has. We have Chief Bratton going to the Senate on Tuesday, making a statement of why he supports this. My understanding, the mayor's office is supporting this. I felt it's important the council participate in this very important discussion. I'd like to make an amendment to my motion that we ask Chief Bratton to come back to this council, report to us, let us know what happened, what is the feel of what's
cosa que
going on with
siente que es
this
lo que está
bill.
pasando en esta
Again,
cuenta. Otra
as a
vez,
council, we should
concejal,
be
debemos de
together, united, along with the mayor and
unidos
the
con el
chief,
alcalde y el
in
jefe.
making
Y
these kinds
hacer
of
esta
assertions,
clase de
these
asociaciones,
positions.
estas posiciones.
They have to do with some
Tiene
very
que ver
pragmatic
con
issues of
cuestiones
safety.
pragmáticas de seguridad.
The more trained people are
La manera que
to
están los
drive on the
instrumentos
roads,
para manejar las
the more
carreteras,
we can identify
como
them,
podemos
the more
identificarlos,
certain we know they'll have
pueden
insurance,
tener
the
aseguranza,
more certain we'll have, they'll be
aseguran que
safe for
tienen
both autos
seguros
and
para
pedestrians
los
of that.
autos y
Commander
peatones.
Connick could just give us a quick
Contarle
summary.
apenas un sumario.
Good afternoon. I'm
Buenas
Commander
tardes, yo
Dan
como
Koenig from Administrative Group.
Grupo
I'll
Administrativo.
keep this
Voy a
short due to
mantener
the
esto
hour,
corto por
but the
la hora,
bottom
pero
line
la
is
cosa es que
we find ourselves in a
encontramos en una
situation in
situación en
California where in
California
order to get a
donde para
driver's
ganar una
license you have to
licencia
have a
tienen que
social
tener un
security card.
social.
And this
Y esto
effectively, although
efectivamente,
unintentionally,
aunque no
precludes
intencionalmente
undocumented aliens from obtaining a driver's
tener una
license.
licencia de manejar.
That means they
Eso
don't
quiere
take
decir que
the
no toman
basic written exam
examen
to operate a motor vehicle. They don't take the basic
vehículo, no
proficiency
toman el
exam to
examen de
operate a
proficiencia
motor
para
vehicle.
manejar un
And
vehículo.
also
Y
importantly,
también
they do not have
importantemente no tienen
insurance because they don't
aseguranza
have a
porque no
driver's
tienen
license.
licencia de manejar.
This bill
Esta
basically
cuenta
removes that
básicamente
obstacle,
quitaría ese
would allow
obstáculo,
someone
dejaría a
without
alguien
regard
sin
to
importar
immigrant
el
status
estatuto
to
inmigrante
obtain a
de
driver's
obtener una
license, to
licencia de manejar,
obtain
obtener
insurance, and
aseguranza y
certainly the motoring
ciertamente
public
el
as
público
well as the
motorista,
walking
también
public
como el público
in the city of Los
caminando en las
Angeles has
Angeles
a vested
tiene
interest in
mercado
everyone
de
who
todos que
operates a motor
operen
vehicle in
un
this city
vehículo en la ciudad.
passing a basic proficiency test, and it's just about that
Eso es
simple.
todo tan simple.
Thank you, Commander.
Gracias, comandante.
I know it's been a long
Yo sé
morning.
que es una
We've been
mañana muy
discussing these
difícil,
issues, but I felt it was important that we
que era
make
importante que
our
hiciéramos
point very clear.
un punto muy claro.
In these times, we need
Esta
to know
vez
who's on the
necesitamos saber
road
quién está en la
for
carretera
a multiplicity
para
of reasons.
por una razón
And now more
múltiples.
than ever, we need to understand
Entender
how we are
cómo es que
able to control
podemos controlar
our issues of traffic and
cuestiones
traffic
de
safety.
tráfico y seguridad de tráfico.
So with that, I'll
Pues con
conclude,
eso voy a concluir.
and I ask for
Y voy a
unanimous
preguntar
vote.
un voto unánime.
Thank you very much, Mr.
Gracias,
Reyes.
señor Reyes.
Mr. Padilla.
Señor Padilla.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Gracias, señor presidente. Primeramente quiero mandar al concejal Reyes por su liderazgo en traer este asunto de regreso al Consejo por consideración urgente. El más importante recuerda que el Consejo de Premedia tomó la posición en soporte de esta legislación, la forma anterior de esta legislación en su última sesión legislativa, entonces constante es una gente por las mismas razones en la ciudad de Los Ángeles. Cuando tomamos la posición el año pasado fue una de las primeras más articuladas por la seguridad pública para soportar esta cuenta, como ha sido articulado ya por el entrenamiento y preparación de choferes que están en la carretera. Esto no es tiene potencialmente por añadido a la carretera, eso es gente que está manejando al trabajo todos los días. Esto cubre a la gente que maneja sus niños a las escuelas todos los días ya. Entonces hay que la gente que se entrena, educarse y prepararse y asegurarse tiene su beneficio económico también. La otra seguridad que quería añadir esto era que cuando hay incidentes en nuestros distritos a veces lo vemos muy peligrosa o una carretera. Una de las cosas que pensamos que es estadística hablando de Puerto Policía, vamos al norte, sabemos cuántos accidentes han estado, que son accidentes médicos o cuando la gente no está asegurada, es suficiente que se va de la gente, o mucha gente que incidente no va a ser reportado. Entonces yo creo que no más gente con licencia educada y asegurada. Entonces una participación grande de mantener récord, eso va a ser mejor impresión para nosotros como policía para hacer operaciones de decisiones. Entonces más quería apuntar a eso también. Gracias al Reyes, su mandamiento para tener al jefe reporte. El consejo es muy bueno. Relaciones de comité comunal. Invitar a todos los miembros que interesan en esa discusión que estén en la junta del comité. Yo quiero transmitir la cuenta del previo soporte del jefe, el que ahora es concejal Parks, que previamente considera este asunto. Y esperemos que continúe la cuenta con soporte para esto también. Gracias.
Is that a formal second,
Es
Mr.
una
Padilla?
segunda sección,
All right, we have a second to the amendment. Mr. Parks.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just had a couple of
Nomás un par de
questions. We
preguntas,
did
como
support
si
this before,
soportamos
but
Santo, pero
I wasn't familiar
no
until
está
today
familiar hasta ahora
about
acerca
the
de
process of the
el proceso de
ITI
ITI
number. And just for public
Y después
consumption, what is that? How do you get it?
cómo lo
So people
agarran
are
para
fully
la
aware
gente
that it's
estén
not
que no es
an imaginary number, that it is an official number.
es un
That
nombre
the
oficial.
Taxpayer ID number.
Es
It's an official
es un
number
nombre
that you
oficial
get
que usted
obviously
agarra
through
obviamente por
IRS or state
del
tax
Estado
revenues.
por
And it is your identification number for tax
para
purposes.
propósitos de impuestos.
So again, I'd like to
Entonces,
lend my
otra vez me
voice
voy
in
a poner
support
voz en
because I
soporte
believe,
porque yo
as we
creo,
said
como
a year or so
dijimos,
ago, it's the best way to make
la
sure
mejor manera
that
está
people are
la gente
driving cars and
manejando
that
los
they are
carros que
going through
estén
training,
van
they
a
are
entrenamiento,
licensed.
tengan
Like we also
licencia, pero
found
también
that
encontramos
a high percentage of our hit and run
de
accidents
accidentes
are caused by non-licensed drivers. And so it will also, I think, reduce that load on the Los Angeles Police Department and the city. So thank you.
Gracias.
Thank you very much, Mr.
Gracias,
Parks. Mr. Holden from Mr. Jefferson.
Right, I'm a lot of comment over here, but I just sit here anyway. Now,
Ahora,
we supported this measure
soportamos
last
esta medida
year.
el año
Yes,
pasado.
sir.
It cleared both houses.
Claramente las dos casas.
What was the final decision?
¿Por qué la decisión
The
al final?
concern was
La preocupación
the
era que
possibility
la
of
posibilidad de
identification theft, or the
identificación,
concerns about
la
identification
preocupación de
theft,
identificación,
which certainly are
que
legitimate.
ciertamente son legítimas.
That's a legitimate
Es
concern
una
in
preocupación
any
legítima
form
en
of
cualquier
identification.
forma. El gobierno lo vetó.
I don't believe
No
he
creo
did,
que
or
lo
did he?
hizo.
I'm getting a nod
Está
from
agarrando que le hacen
the councilman. It was over the identity
de
issue.
la cuestión de identificación. El gobernador lo vetó.
All right, fine. And then the question
Y
is
la
why?
cuestión es por qué.
It was the issue of
La
identity,
cuestión
potential
de
identity
All
theft.
right, now this being remedied,
esto está
I
remediado.
believe it is
Yo
being
creo que sí
remedied.
está
I
siendo
believe
remediado. Yo
that
creo que
the thumbprint that you take
la
when you give a
imprenta que
driver's
tienes con la
license with
licencia
the
de manejar con la
digitization
digitación,
availability
la
today
habilidad de
can
hoy
be run
puede
against
ser corrida
databases
en
very
bases
easily.
muy
You don't have
fácilmente,
to
no
sit there
tienen
and
que
count
sentarse a
swirls and
contar.
loops anymore.
Ahora
It's
más
a
ahora
long number
es un número
that
muy grande que
identifies that
identifica
thumb
ese
uniquely.
huella.
Oh, yeah. Did anybody run this by the
Alguien
governor?
corrió
Mr.
eso por el
Diaz, run it by the
gobierno.
governor? How does he feel about it this time?
¿Cómo se siente ahora?
The changes that have been made to
Los
the
cambios que
legislation,
se
I'll
fue en la
let the staff
legislación, voy a dejar al
from the
equipo de
Senate
la
office
oficina del Senado
speak and
que
answer more
hablen de
directly, but I
contestar
do
más
believe
directa, pero
they've
creo
been
que
addressed.
ya se han
Mr. Chairman,
sido.
then I'll
I
give you
didn't
some
hear the
time.
question.
No oí la pregunta.
The question
La
was,
pregunta
is the
fue,
governor okay
¿el
with
gobierno
it
está de acuerdo
now?
con esto
And
ahora?
from what I
Y de lo
recall,
que
the
recuerdo,
governor's
el
veto
gobierno
last year
lo
was
había
after
vetado
the
el año
legislative
pasado, era
session
por
under
la
the
sesión,
timeline
bajo
of
el tiempo
if he
de...
didn't veto it,
Si
it
no
would
lo
have gone
vetaba,
into
pasó en
effect within
efecto
30 days.
en 30
This
días.
is a
Esto fue
post-9/11
puesto en
environment where the concern was
de la
twofold. It was
promoción
identity
para
theft and
identidad,
fraud concerns and
de
considerations,
su
but
consideración,
also safety
pero también
and
seguridad
security
y
considerations about who's in this
de quién
country
estaba
and
en este
you know,
país
who's accounted
y
for
quién
and
estaba
who's
contado y
not.
quién no.
I think it's been properly
Creo
remedied
probablemente se ha
to actually
remediado para
help
en sí
us
ayudarnos
in that regard,
en
because there
acerca
are
de eso,
people,
porque
again,
hay
who
gente
live
en
here,
contra que
are
viven
paying
aquí, están
taxes, are
pagando
working,
impuestos,
have
están
kids in
trabajando,
school,
tienen hijos
but
en
they're
escuelas,
living
pero
under the
están
radar.
viviendo
If we're
bajo el
able to
radar.
document
Si podemos
people,
documentar a la gente
enfranchise
y
people, that can only
franquiciarnos
help
para
Homeland
ayudar
Security efforts, and I think there have
fuerzas,
been
creo que
changes
ha
to the
cambiado
language of the
el lenguaje de la
legislation to
legislación
accommodate
para
that, which
acomodar
should make
eso
the
que debe
government
ser
much
el
more
gobierno
comfortable.
más justo.
You're right. The
Tiene
governor did
derecho el
address those
gobierno llevó esas
concerns when
preocupaciones
he
cuando
presented at the end of
al
the
final
legislative
del
year.
año
And
legislativo.
we are going
ahora
back
van
with the
regresando
language so
con
that
el
it's
lenguaje
secure
para
enough
que
that we
esté
don't have a
asegurando de que
problem.
no tenemos un
That's why we
problema.
have
Por
Chief
eso
Bratton on
tenemos
board
a
who is
Bratton ahora en
supporting this.
cámara
We
que está
realize that
soportando
there
que
is
no
a need out
hay
there
necesidad
to know
afuera
who's
para
out
saber
there
quién está
right
afuera
now. There are
ahorita.
people out there
Hay gente
that are living in the
que están
shadows
aprendiendo en las
and without
sombras y sin
identifying them and having a
identificarlos, sin
thumbprint,
tener
having an address,
huella,
to have
una
anything to
dirección,
go
cualquier
on.
cosa
Right
para
now
seguir.
we're
Ahorita
going
estamos
blind. We don't know
ciegos.
who
No
anyone
sabemos
is,
quién
where
es
they
nadie,
live,
dónde viven.
and we don't have
No
anything.
tenemos nada.
This would secure
Esto aseguraría
our state
nuestro estado
and make it
y
easier
hacer
for
for us to identify who they are. Earlier, the gentleman from LAPD mentioned that there is a need when you stop someone on the street for jaywalking. That sometimes people can't identify themselves. Even if it's not driving, either way, people are not able to identify themselves, and this would allow us to do so. Thank you.
Mr. Michael Kosh.
Señor Michael Kosh, ¿todavía está aquí?
For comment.
Comentario.
Yes, sir.
Sí, señor.
What do you know, if anything at all, about the
¿Qué sabe usted sobre la presión del gobierno en la medida? Yo pedí preguntas al Senado esta mañana.
Has the governor
El
signed on to this? And they said no.
dijeron que no.
So,
So he
Entonces,
vetoed it last
lo
year.
vetó
We have
el
no
año pasado,
indication
no
whether
tenemos
he will sign
indicación de
it
que lo va
or
a
not
firmar o
this
no.
year.
He's taking no position.
¿De qué quiere tomar
He
la posición?
he hasn't indicated
No
what
ha
position he
indicado
would
qué
take, if
posición
any.
tomaría. Correcto.
Well, we'll
Bueno,
send it to him
vamos a
one
mandarlo
more
una
time
vez
and see what happens. I
Vamos a ver
think
qué pasa.
that if I were there, I would
Si yo fuera ahí,
have a little quiet talk with him.
una habladita
The
con él.
message would be
El
that
mensaje sería que
you have to sign this
tiene
bill
que firmar
or it's
esta
not stopping the world
ley o disparar al
and
mundo.
get off.
Y va
And
a
I think he'll
salirse.
do
Yo
that.
creo que va a hacer eso.
Yes, sir.
Sí, señor.
Thank you, Mr. Holden. And
Gracias,
before
Holden.
calling on
Antes de
Councilmember Zine, for the
decir para el
record,
récord,
Councilmembers Reyes
José
and
Reyes y
myself,
Padilla y yo.
Mr. Pacheco spoke
Señor
with the
Pacheco
governor
habló
last
con el
year,
gobierno el año
Mr.
pasado y
Holden,
el señor
and he
Holden
reiterated
y
his
reiteró
general
su
intent to sign a
intención de
bill.
firmar la ley.
Mr. Zine.
Señor Stein.
Thank you, Mr.
Gracias,
Sitting President.
presidente.
I got a question
Yo tengo una
regarding,
pregunta acerca
and I
de
was
yo
out talking to someone
estaba
during
hablando
your
con alguien en
comments,
sus
Commander.
comentarios.
The police department
El
supporting
departamento
this
está
matter?
soportando
Yes,
esto,
sir,
sí,
we
señor.
are. Okay, and from your
De
experience
su
and my
experiencia y mi
experience and
experiencia,
Councilman Park's
y la
experience,
experiencia
when
de
we
los pájaros, cuando
stop
nosotros
individuals
paramos
without
individuos sin
identification,
identificación,
it leaves us with
nos deja
this
con esto,
unresolved question, who the person
¿quién es
is.
la persona?
Exactly. As I understand
Cuando yo
this
entiendo esta
proposal,
propuesta,
the individual
el individuo
would have to show
tendría que
some
enseñar
type
alguna
of
clase
proof
de prueba
of residency or
residencia,
federal tax ID or
Entonces,
Certainly, it's a federal tax identification
Dirección
number.
Federal de
And what is the
Impuestos y cuál es el
requirement
requerimiento
to
para
receive that?
It's a number
es
issued
un
by the
número
federal
dado por el
government
gobierno
for tax
federal para
purposes. It
propósitos
uniquely
de impuestos
identifies each
únicamente identifica
taxpayer.
cada uno.
And is there
Pues,
any
¿y hay alguna
information that
información
is required to
que se
obtain
requiera
that
para
federal
obtener
tax
eso?
ID?
I don't know.
Yo no sé.
So as far as,
Entonces, en lo
we
que
know
usted
there's
sabemos que
phony driver's licenses.
licencias falsas.
We know there's phony
Sabemos
green
que hay
cards.
tarjetas
We know
falsas
there's a lot
verdes,
of
hay
phony
muchas
credit cards.
tarjetas
and,
créditas falsas,
identity theft, et cetera.
robo de identidad y
This
etcétera.
will
Esto
assist the police
asistiría al
department
departamento de
in
policía en
investigations, criminal
investigaciones
nature, et cetera.
naturales.
It will assist
Eso asistiría
in identifying,
identificar a
enabling the
la
identification of
identificación
people,
de gente.
but most
Pero que más
importantly is it'll
importante
ensure that
es que
each of the
asegura que
motorists
todos los
has the
motoristas
basic
tienen
skills to operate a
para operar
vehicle
un
on our busy
vehículo en las
streets, and that's
calles,
really
eso
the
es
safety
debería ser
issue,
la cuestión de
and the
seguridad.
insurance and the license.
Seguridad,
Now, when they apply for that driver's license, will they be required to provide a fingerprint or a
Sí,
thumbprint?
sí, sí.
Then that would be
Huellas,
part
eso sería
of
parte
the state of
del
California
Estado de
identity
California.
process of
Presente.
individuals.
Exactly, and that's, as you know, that's a very dynamic area right now with the digitization of the prints. They are much easier to compare than they were in years past. It can be almost
Puede ser
instantaneous today.
instantáneamente.
So an individual,
Entonces,
just
un
give me
individuo,
one
nada
more
más dame un
moment,
momento.
an individual who may have
Puede
some criminal
tener un
intent,
intento
who
criminal
does
que
have
tiene
the California driver's
licencia
license
manejar de
with
California
the
con
state,
con
with
el Estado,
the print
con
and the
la huella y
information
la
that would
información.
assist
Y
law
eso sería
enforcement
la
in
policía
apprehending someone who may go
aprender
out
a
and commit a
que puede
crime.
cometer un
Absolutely.
crimen.
Okay, thank you.
Gracias.
Thank you, Mr. Zine. Mr.
Gracias,
Reyes.
señor Reyes, otra vez.
I just want to
Nomás
reiterate
quiero
and
reiterar
emphasize
y
that
enfatizar que
Councilmember
Pacheco,
Padilla,
Padilla,
Garcetti, and myself
Garcetti y
did
myself
speak with the
hablamos
governor
con el gobernador
last year.
el año pasado.
My understanding is Senator
Entendimiento del
Cedillo
senador
has been
Cedillo
able
ha
to put
podido
together a
poner
package
un paquete
that we assume will be
que
more
asumimos
comfortable
va a
for
ser
him
más
or he
justo
will
para donde
support.
va a
Although officially
soportar
he's not telling
oficialmente
our
no está diciendo
representatives that,
representante esto.
I just want to
Nomás quiero
recount
yo
that
recontar esa
conversation
conversación.
to my colleagues here
Con
and
mis
let them
colegas
know,
hay que
let
dejarles
us know
saber
that
que
we feel that this
asumimos
package
que este
is much
paquete
more
es más
acceptable to him, if you
aceptable
will,
para él si es que
and
quiere
that
usted
we can get the
y que
support that we
podemos el
need
soporte
to
que
move this
necesitamos
forward.
para mover
So
eso para adelante.
we
Entonces,
are going through those
vamos a
discussions. We
esas
have had those
discusiones, hemos hecho
discussions.
discusiones
And with the unanimous
y con
vote
un
today,
voto
we can send
unánime
a
ahora
strong
podemos
message.
mantener un mensaje fuerte.
Thank you very much,
Muchas
Mr.
gracias,
Reyes.
señor
Any
Reyes.
other members
¿Otros
wishing to be
miembros
heard
que
on
deseen
this?
ser oídos en esto?
Seeing no other members
Son
wishing to
otros
be
miembros que
heard,
deseen ser
we have
oídos.
the item
Tenemos
before
el
us as
asunto de
amended.
nosotros como está
We
amendado.
can open the roll,
Podemos abrir la lista.
close the roll,
Ciérrese la lista.
and
Tabúlese
tabulate the
el
vote.
voto.
11 ayes.
11 sí.
That item is
Eso
approved.
está aprobado.
Forthwith on that.
Para adelante por eso.
If we can go
Sí,
back to the
podemos
regular
regresarnos a
agenda.
la
Next
agenda
item,
regular.
please.
Próximo
Next
asunto,
item is
hermoso
item
asunto,
number
ese asunto
59, and
número
that was called special by
59,
Councilmember Holden.
especial por Holden.
Mr. Holden, if you press your button. Thank you.
Puede apretar su botón.
Mr. President, members, the piece of plot of land that's located on Jefferson Boulevard, right adjacent to, is that it's in the sphere of influence of the Ball Hill Park, known as Kenny Hahn Park. And there's been some interest in that parkland by the Cameo Woods, the residents who live there, and also the Conservancy, I believe. Conservancy. What we need now, what we don't need is another landfill site in the inner city of Los Angeles, especially at that particular site. And so, Mr. President, members, we're asking that we reject that notion. And two, that the Bureau of Sanitation reports to the Environmental Quality and Waste Management Committee within 30 days on alternative sites for the proposed West Los Angeles transfer station. And there's no opposition to the motion tonight, so moved.
Okay, we have that motion before us. We hear a second for it? Okay. Do I hear a second? Okay, it's been seconded. Oh, just the motion is before us. Okay. We can open the roll on that item. Close the roll and tabulate the vote.
11 ayes.
That item is approved. Next item, please.
Mr. President, do you wish to recess the regular meeting and take up the special meeting items now?
Yes, let's do that. Take up the first item of the special meeting, please. We can call the roll for the special meeting, please.
Brinson, Galanter, Garcetti, Grohan, Holden, Labange, Mizikowski, Pacheco, Parks, Perry, Reyes, Weiss, Zine, Padilla, 11 members present and a quorum, Mr. President.
Great, thank you. We're now in special meeting, colleagues.
And this is a two-item agenda. Both items, public hearing has not been held. There is a substitute motion that has been distributed on the second item.
Okay. Let us take up the first item. Is there any items that members like to call special? Yes, Councilmember Miskowski.
Item one, I'm not sure if people who are here want to speak, but it is, we should have special.
Okay. Item number one. Why don't we take that up? Does anybody want to take up two special as well? If not, why don't we open the rolls on item two? Is it mini consent? Close the rolls and tabulate the vote.
11 ayes.
Okay, that item is approved. We can go back to the first item, please. Councilmember Miskowski.
Let me present this briefly. Members, as we know, about a little bit more than a year ago, perhaps, the Police Commission forwarded to the Police Department forwarded to the City Council an increase in fees for a number of areas where the Police Commission staff does reviews for permits. Primarily among those, there were some issues with some rather significant increases that we went back and looked at again, or have been asked to look at again, and particularly it relates to the issues of pawnbrokers, which I think had more than a 2,000% increase from their fees, which had not been raised since 1987. And in looking at it again, in terms of the CAO's recommendation and the
Excuse me, Councilmember Miskowski, I'm sorry to interrupt you. There's somebody from the MTA here. I don't know if you're leaving right now. I think you filled this out as special too, so we thought it was for an item that we have as special too. We will reconsider item number 2 from the special agenda if you'd like to stay and we'll hear that testimony, because we haven't heard the public comment for this yet. So if you want to hang on to that, we will take that up. Sorry, Councilmember Miskowski.
All right. In any case, what the culmination of this is, and although it wasn't an official hearing because we only had 2 members of the committee on Monday, Mr. Zine and I sat and we did listen and had a large audience of people who are pawnbrokers who had indicated that the rate increase did not make sense in relation to a lot of other licenses and fees that they pay. They did indicate, in fact, offer an alternative proposal, but they were actually in support of the recommendation from the Police Department and the CAO and the Director of Finance to ask that there be a report brought back in terms of how the Police Department can account for this, how many people are providing the services, and what an appropriate fee for this permit review should be, particularly in light of the correlation between not only pawnbrokers, but secondhand stores and swap meets, which sometimes deal in the same kinds of goods, but with much less oversight from both city and state agencies, as well as the police department, and that there should be a more equitable distribution, both of inspection and review and oversight by the police department, particularly for all three of these, and to come up with some fee structures that made sense. So as a consequence, you have a report before you that is asking that we both prepare and present an ordinance to revert to the original fees. Right now, allow that to occur. It is timely to bring it in today because of, I think by April 1st, we would have had to change something in another ordinance. So this is the recommendation. It was recommended by the two members of the committee, the CAO, and the city attorney in their review of it. And I move a brief public hearing for those members here from the industry who have waited through our long agenda to make sure that we do this and bring some information to our attention. And I move a brief public hearing for those members here from the industry who have waited through our long agenda to make sure that we do this and bring some information to our attention.
Okay. Would you like to yield time to them? I have no speaker card specifically, but why don't we yield some time? Another minute and 15. Okay, if you'd like to come forward to speak, I can hear you at this time. Okay, actually, we do have the cards right here. Sam Shockett, and to be followed by Douglas Brown, and then Ken Smith.
My name is Sam Shockett. I'm mayor of Kingsville, and I appreciate the opportunity to speak to the council. We have been working for the last 3 or 4 months with Councilwoman Misikowski and Councilman Zine. We appreciate their cooperation, and we believe that we're very, very close to a resolution on this issue, and we do support the issue. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And from the great community of Highland Park, Mr. Douglas Brown.
Thank you. I thank you for the opportunity to speak to you. I particularly want to thank Council Pacheco, those who have taken the time to look at our needs. We have a small store in Northeast Los Angeles in the 14th district, and you know, fees are piled upon fees, and pretty soon it's just not going to work anymore. Last time I was down to visit City Hall, I came down on the bus, and it was about 5 years ago, when we were talking about the conditional use permits for pawnbrokers. And one of the things that concerned me on my way, since I was on the bus, I was able to, you know, take a look at the city on the way down, and I was bothered by the tremendous number of vacant lots and boarded up buildings and places where jobs and revenue were not being generated. I came on the bus again this morning, and I'm very pleased to see that there aren't so many. So things are improving, and with the council working together with the community, I think things will continue to get better.
Thank you very much, Mr. Brown. And last, Ken Smith.
My name is Ken Smith. I'm president of the Collateral Loan and Secondhand Dealer Association of California. Our organization has reviewed the plan and listened to the testimony at the committee, and we believe that this proposal is correct and going in the right direction in resolving this issue. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Thank you for coming down, Councilmember Zine.
Mr. Chair, I just want to acknowledge that we've been working with the group, and we want to be a business-friendly city and have fair taxation and fair rates. And I know Councilmember Brewer is working to make it fair with the taxes, the charges. And I think that this group is working with us in a very positive fashion. We want to do what's right for the community. We want to do what's right for business. We say we're business-friendly. Let's exercise that. Let's demonstrate that. And let's support this action, which I know one of the representatives came all the way from Palm Springs to testify, and this is his first visit to City Hall. So it's 5 minutes to 2 on Wednesday. They've sat here since 10 o'clock this morning, so I think in all honesty and fairness and business-friendly, we want to pass this to assist you and demonstrate our commitment to a business community that is positive in the City of Los Angeles, and welcome you that we are are listening to your concerns, and I want to emphasize that you are doing this as businessmen, business members of the community. You don't have, quote, lobbyists representing you. You're taking your own time away from your business to come down on this particular issue. I know you've been with us in public safety, so I hope my colleagues will support this and demonstrate our commitment and concern to be a business-friendly city to the business folks.
Well, let's find out. Thank you, Mr. Zine. We can please open rolls on this item. Close the roll and tabulate the vote.
11 ayes.
The item is unanimously approved. Thank you very much. Mr. Padilla. Forthwith on that, please.
I move reconsideration of special 2, the other special 2 that we had public comment.
Thank you.
For the members of the public opportunity to speak.
We have forthwith on the previous one already, Mr. Zine, and Mr. Padilla moves that, second by Ms. Gruhl. And if we can call forward Jody Litvak from the MTA. Thank you for your patience. We had a special 2 and item number 2 from the special agenda, so that's why we had a little misunderstanding. Please go ahead.
That's fine. Thank you very much. My name is Jody Litvak. I'm the Community Relations Manager for the West Side and Central area for MTA. The motion before you today, we feel is premature for the council to take at this time. The item that we are asking our board to consider tomorrow would authorize us to enter into negotiations over the property in question. It does not guarantee that a new bus facility would be built during this period. If the board approves this tomorrow, it will allow us to investigate this proposal, to investigate all aspects of this proposal, determine its technical feasibility, its financial feasibility, and of course its feasibility within the community. We would be doing extensive community outreach during this period to determine if this is workable, and that's why we're asking our board to allow us to proceed tomorrow. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the testimony. Thank you for your patience. Mr. Holden.
Mr. President, members, the reason why we brought this issue in is the same reason, because of the people in that residential area and the bus division in that particular area would certainly be more than just an inconvenience to the people who live there. The traffic would be substantially impacted. All you have to do is drive down, but near Target, La Cienega, Jefferson, and Rodeo, and you can see what the problem will be and how this division there in that area will be impacted. The trouble is MTA is already having the agenda tomorrow to negotiate the acquisition of the property. And I think it's appropriate for us to let them know how we actually feel about it in that area. We could have filled this whole chamber here with residents as we did on the other issue, but even more on this particular one. In fact, they'll be there tomorrow. We expressed their opposition to what the MTA is attempting to do. They didn't go out and check the neighborhood and the community. And they're going to move it from one neighborhood where it's been inconvenient, cada vez se encuentra esta clase de inconveniencia. Entonces también otra división de camiones en Arlington, en la calle 54, en el corazón pero está viviendo en esa división, ha estado ahí a un tiempo. Pero más impacta la inconveniencia. Sabiendo que lo hacen, en el distrito ya tienen uno. Probablemente no quieren tener otro, entonces vamos a dejar que la gente se
in consideration para los vecinos que viven ahí. Thank you very much, Mr. Holden. Any other members wishing to be heard on this item? Seeing no other members wishing to be heard, Madam Clerk, could please open the roll, close the roll, and tabulate the vote.
11 ayes.
That item is approved. We can go forthwith on that, please. That finishes, I think, our special meeting agenda.
Yes, that is all for the special meeting.
We have forthwith on that, Mr. Holden. We can reconvene the previous meeting.
Going back to the regular agenda, Mr. President, the next item would be public comment, and I believe there are some cards.
Okay. We have 3 speaker cards. Anthony Bunch, come forward. Mr. Jim McQuiston, who actually has left the room, and Dana Stokes. Is Ms. Stokes here? Or Mr. Bunch? Okay. Those cards will be reported for the record, and that closes our public comment. We now have some closed session agenda items.
Yes, Mr. President, do you wish to clear this before going into closed session?
Yes, let's do that quickly.
Council has motion.
1 second, Mr. Reyes. Yes.
1631 go forthwith, please.
Sure, we'll go forthwith on that one as well. 16 and 31, those items will go forthwith today. We do the housekeeping.
Okay, council has motions for posting and referral.
Those items are posted and referred.
There are excuses on the desk. Councilmember Weiss requests to be excused Tuesday, April 1st for city business, and also Wednesday, April 23rd to leave at 11:15, and those both meet council policy.
Meeting council policy, Mr. Weiss is excused.
Councilmember Garcetti requests to be excused Friday, June 6th to leave at noon for city business. That also meets council policy.
All right, I'm excused as well.
Councilmember Han requests to be excused Friday, March 28th to leave early for city business, and that also meets council policy.
Councilmember Han will be excused.
And that clears the desk for closed session.
Okay. Colleagues, we'll now go into closed session. If I can please ask the guards to clear the room. Welcome back, members. We are now back in open session. We have two items before us to approve.
The first item, Mr. President, is item 60A, and that's settlement in the case of Velma Young versus City of Los Angeles in the amount of $535,000.
Okay, members, we take up that item. If you can, Madam Clerk, please open the roll, close the roll, and tabulate the vote.
11 ayes.
That item is approved. The second item, please.
Is 60B, and that's in the case of Paul Okamoto versus City of Los Angeles, a workers' comp claim, and that's in the amount of $122,935, and a life pension thereafter, $35.90 per week.
Okay, if we can open the roll on that item as well, close the roll, and tabulate the votes.
11 ayes.
That item is approved as well. Both of those forthwith, please. Does that clear our business for the day?
There is a special two still on the desk, and this is presented by Councilmember Garcetti, seconded by Councilmember Gruhl, and the city attorney will speak to the findings.
Mr. City Attorney.
Thank you, Mr. Assistant President Pro Tempore. Thank you for taking it out of order to accommodate the closed session items also. I'll read into the record the findings for council to consider. On March 13th, a fire forced the vacation of 3 families from their rental units at 615 North Bonnie Bray Avenue. The Housing Department has determined that these families are eligible for assistance under the interim guidelines for calamity-based displaced tenant relocation assistance. Pursuant to the Government Code, council must first determine whether there is a need to take immediate action and that the need for action came to the attention of council after the posting of today's agenda. If such a finding is made, council may then consider the substantive motion.
Let us take up the findings. Colleagues, anybody wishing to be heard on the findings? Seeing none, let's open the roll on that, close the roll, and tabulate the vote.
11 ayes.
That item is before us. Seeing no one wishing to speak on this, let us take up the item for a vote. Madam Clerk, if you please open the rolls, close the roll, and tabulate the vote.
11 ayes.
That item is approved. Forthwith on that, please. Madam Clerk?
And that clears the desk, Mr. President.
Okay, that clears the desk. Colleagues, do we have any announcements? Any announcements, colleagues? Mr. Parks.
The ITGS committee is going to meet at 3 o'clock.
Great. ITGS meeting will be at 3 o'clock. And Mr. Weiss?
Arts, Health, and Humanities will be 5 minutes following conclusion of council.
Okay. Arts, Health, and Humanities meeting 5 minutes after the conclusion. Any other announcements, colleagues? Can I please ask everybody to rise for adjourning motions? Any adjourning motions, colleagues?
Mr. Holden.
Mr. Holden.
Thanks for propping me up there. Mr. President, members, we have a sad announcement here. Mr. Dewey L. Spann, Sr., who just passed away. They call him Uncle Dewey, as he was known. Passed away Saturday, March 22nd. He was 95 years old. Mr. Spann was a retired city employee who had been in the job for more than 30 years. He loved life and remained active for many years, even bought a Jaguar when he was 89 years old. He's a sports guy. And he was loving and caring and active in his community. His daughter, and we adjourned her memory not too long ago, when she was principal of 24th Street School. Mr. Spann always helped with school activities and the children, volunteered at carnivals, and did whatever he could to bring brightness and bright light to the kids who were there. The service will be March 29th, Saturday, at Trinity Baptist Church at 9 a.m. I just might say that this family has been really a pillar of strength for their neighborhood, my community, and I've known them for more than 30 years, the entire family. And I must tell you that we like to have more families who are close together and who, that have accomplished as much as they have individually, members of the family, children, sons and daughters, etc. So he would be certainly missed. Mr. President, members, we also heard of another deadly crime being committed to Joseph Arthur Swift. He was a 13-year-old boy, was gunned down in a callous drive-by shooting. He had just left a Bible study class at his church, a place where we like to think our children are safe. He was in the 8th grade at Audubon Middle School. That was on West Boulevard, right near Washington. And Ms. Cox, who worked for David Cunningham before I got elected, that's her church. And she's been an active member for years. And so this young boy, when you heard of his death, it just sort of saddens everybody in the entire city, because a 13-year-old kid, innocent as he was, a good kid as he was as well, having his life taken away without any reason. Mr. President, members, I ask that we join in his memory, and may Joseph Arthur Swift should never be forgotten. I'm sure his classmates are in shock as we speak.
Thank you, Mr. Holden. Mr. Parks.
The second on Mr. Spann. Also, just to add that he was a 30-year city employee, and he was the president of Local 347 for 30 years.
Oh.
Yeah. Wow. Why don't we put all members on that? Thank you. Any other adjourning motions, colleagues? Well, in words of inspiration to leave us today, the words of Marcel Proust, the voyage of discovery is not in seeking new landscapes, but in having new eyes. And as we take up the business of the people of the city of Los Angeles, may we all see it through new eyes each and every day. And if you'll please call the roll, this meeting will be adjourned. Thank you. This meeting is adjourned. Thank you very much, colleagues.